I'm flattered that you watched my video, Austin. Beastmen are good, dude. They're fucking awesome. Just wait until the next part. You're gonna love it. You thought infantry was a good portion of the roster? Dude. Cavalry? Spoiler alert. There's gonna be an awful lot of high tier stuff in that section. Got a lot of we got a lot of good spread on the rosters in here. How many people do we have in the tournament too? Damn, 32 people. Holy shit. How many checked in? Got... I got like 24 people in here for real. That's awesome. I love seeing big new player tournaments. You don't have to watch it, but if you want to know, like, if you want to know a little bit about the Beastmen without actually, like, playing them a bunch, it's a good place to start. They're like all I've been playing on the new patch since they got unbanned. They were already my second best faction, so... them getting unbanned, and actually, I was thinking for a little bit, when I played them in the first tournament that Turin hosted, that I didn't really think that the cost increases were enough for them. But, I don't know. I think they're actually pretty fairly balanced after, Centigores got more expensive. Can't just, like, throw them out on the field quite the same way anymore. You actually have to do a little bit of, arithmetic to, fit in all the stuff that you want now. Let's go. You know, the Knights and the Skull Crushers and the Blood Crushers, changes actually kind of goated. Like, it made the, Blood Crushers especially much better. Like, Blood Crushers, the biggest problem with them is that, they spread all their damage out, so they would farm a shit ton of gold value, but they would never get Hellblade. And, really held them back, but now that they only kill models for the most part, they're a lot more precise, honestly. They're a really good elite killer, so I'm really enjoying this patch, man. I think that there's really only a couple of problem units now. It's just like Seekers and Thunder Tusks still. Wrathmongers are a little goofy, I guess. Their nerf really wasn't that substantial. Outside of those things, everything else feels really good. Like, the Hellforged Bellowers is still strong, but it being such a short-range artillery piece now has definitely put it in a much better place. Hold on, let me jump back in. Answering a potential issue that somebody is having. Yeah, oh, and Chaos Dowie. Chaos Dwarves got big buffs. They're much better now. They're way more consistent. People aren't just having to make train goon squads anymore. You can still do that, but like their baseline infantry getting more HP was honestly a pretty big deal. Not to mention the Sneaky Gets getting more leadership. Chaos Dowie feel like a better Cathay in a lot of ways. Like, they're a little less reliant on their units being together. And, you know, it's pretty nice. Like, they can definitely have some fun now with a little bit more of their roster instead of just the same things. I guess, like, B plus, top of A. I think that it's just going to take a little bit of time for people to really figure out, like, what of the new stuff and what new synergies can be unlocked by it are really going to make them work. I think that they could be an A-tier faction now. We have somebody on a frickin' bus trip playing with us? Hell yes. Okay. They're on a business trip. Okay. That makes more sense. Oh my god. I was about to say. That's amazing. Just on the Greyhound to Chicago from California or something, playing on your laptop. Big moves. How much longer we got? Is the tournament started? We're sitting in Loki's lobby here. They got it rolling already, so I spotted this one, and you know, the dreaded 123 password got me in. So we're chilling here. It'll be a good match. Loki has been grinding, you know, and High Elves are fun, man. They didn't get a ton of buffs, but the honestly, the cavalry buff is probably one of the bigger, like, small changes that has made a big difference for some factions. And it does seem like it's not just Bretonnia and High Elves, even though they're the ones specifically referenced in the patch notes. I'm pretty sure just all non-undead cavalry got the changes. Because I've noticed that Marauder Horsemen feel way more responsive. And, I don't know, Centaurs always felt pretty crazy, you know, in terms of their units' responsiveness compared to others, but now they feel about the same and more in line with all the other cavalry factions. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Lizardmen, Greenskins, Norska, Warriors of Chaos, Empire, they're all well within the acceptable range of viability, I would say. Who else is, like, strong and solid without being overpowered? I actually get. Let's go do a little thinking. I think Kislev. Kislev is a little inflated. This is just like one person playing their main all the time. This is Solo Spaghetto's doing. So this is a little high. They're not overpowered. They're definitely not the best faction right now. Slaanesh is still pretty broken. Ogre Kingdoms are, but really the only person who's using them with all of the really broken stuff consistently is Oishi. If Ogre Kingdoms go double Thunder Tusk, their win rate goes up to like 80% on a regular basis against pretty much every faction. They're a little deflated right now, in my book. Wood Elves are good. Dark Elves feel nice. Yeah, I mean, Beastmen are damn good still. Like, not doing too well against Bretonnia. And Bretonnia has been crushing it, man. Like, the cavalry changes really did even them out. There's still going to be a faction that has pretty skewed matchups, but on the whole, they're a little bit more responsive and easier to play, which is probably the biggest thing for them. Because they were just so foreboding before. Nah, don't worry about it, Tabith. That's not true. Hey, yeah, don't worry. A single Seeker can still kill a Thunder Tusk. That didn't change. They got 1,000, or they got 100 gold more expensive, up to 1,000. But other than that, they're still pretty crazy. But people are gonna limit the Hellstriders and they're gonna limit the Hellstriders and Seekers this patch. It's gonna be like a limit of 3 anti-large Hellstriders. And I think Seekers are gonna get banned, and then Heart Seekers are gonna stay unbanned, because honestly, functionally, a Seeker really is just better than a Heart Seeker because it's cheaper and literally does just as much damage. Heart Seekers are 300 gold more without being that much stronger. So people are finding that they're a little bit more reasonable to have unbanned and allowed out on the field. So we're going to be seeing about the deal as to whether or not that's adequate for reining Slaaneish's terror in. Yeah, Anticity finally won. So funnily enough, Anticity took longer to win a Bretonnia tournament than it did for someone else to. Because Anticity won yesterday, but in the second tournament from launch day, Attack Speed actually won in the finals against me on Bretonnia and beat my Beastman. But I'm very happy to see Anticity having done it pretty much exclusively with Bretonnia. It's honestly very nice to see somebody taking a challenge seriously and going all out on it. He put in a lot of work to get there too. I honestly think that it's I honestly think Anticity is just not a Bretonnia player. I think it's just not a faction that synergizes with his playstyle, truth be told. I think he'll do much better on whatever faction he picks next. Not necessarily because Bretonnia's weak or Anticity is like not playing them correctly or anything, but just because there really is something to be said about how individuals play specific factions that make all the difference for whether or not they can win with them or not. Like I'm not very good with the Chaos Dwarves. I've been trying them out. They just don't work for me. And Beastmen are strong, but the way that they synergize with how I like to play the game, it's just beautiful. Like, I just feel like I'm constantly in the right position at the right time. Just being able to, like, pull in, disengage, bring all kinds of wacky units, and make them work. Because I'm telling you, people are always, I see people always like, baffled by the Eye of Morsleep pick. But, it's a great unit. It's strong as hell. I love it to death. I think Beastmen have a lot of, really off-meta stuff that they can bring and do really well. No, I'm not going to talk you out of that, Tabith. That's what you should do. See, you've only played 8 factions. You haven't played... There's 16 more to pick from. Oh, man. Okay. Hold on. Our boy left. So let's get in here. We'll just pick someone at random. Let's pick this person. They don't have a spec slot. Okay. Yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, so Torrent is Jar Jar Jonks. Makes sense. Now I know who our resident sleeper agent is. I respect that. Playing factions for the aesthetics is how I ended up on Khorne, and they ended up being a faction that I really clicked with. You know? Like, when Warhammer 3 released, I actually played a bunch of Ogre Kingdoms. They were the faction that I started out with, believe it or not. After a while, though, I just drifted away from them. I found them, you know, to be a pretty, like, limited style. Send me your replay, Tabith. We'll do your replay first. I found Ogre Kingdoms to be a little bit limited for variety, and Khorne ended up being a little bit more engaging to me. Also, not having to worry about magic was interesting. I think it definitely helped my micro in other areas of the game. And then now that I'm playing factions that make use of magic really well, being able to incorporate that back into my playstyle, I'm finding more opportunities to get better use out of magic. Is Cathay confirmed for the next DLC with all the Slaanesh stuff? Because they need it, man. Like, Cathay is clearly a roster that is incomplete. They have really been struggling this season, too. It's been pretty brutal. Nangao grenades need something else. Like, they're really not that good. They're kind of bad. It's a little sad. I don't know what it is about them. They just can't do anything. The Nangao grenades have, like, no damage output. They're, like, a way worse bomber mob. Which is kind of the exact opposite of what I was thinking. Norska, in terms of needing a DLC because they haven't gotten one ever, and their roster is itty-bitty, Norska definitely needs DLC. Norska does not need DLC to be competitive, though. They're fine. Cathay needs DLC because, from a functional perspective for the roster, in terms of being competitive in multiplayer, they absolutely have to have something, because they're just missing a bunch of different, like, critical role units. And they're just, like, a really interesting setting that's relatively unexplored. So there's a lot of stuff you can add in there. So yeah. I mean, Norska definitely has that as well, but Norska is at least competitive in multiplayer on a regular basis. It'd be really cool if they got some more Famir stuff. Like, a Famir Legendary Lord would go so hard. Oh my god. It would be cool as hell. I'd cry a little bit if we got a Famir Legendary Lord for Norska. I don't know what else they could add, though, because, maybe, like, some marked, Marauder variants or something. Like, not the, not what's already available in the game, but some, like, unique Norska-only, Marauder-type marked units would be interesting. And they've got some stuff like Norskin whalers and stuff I've heard tale of. From the, like, a tabletop or lore perspective that's not in the game. That'd be cool. Like an elite javelin foot unit that doubles as like a solid melee unit would be pretty sick. I can't lie. Something with, like, a small unit size. Like, you get, like, 32 dudes with, like, 46 foot speed. And an 80 range AP Javelin would be pretty freaking cool. I think that would be a fun unit to add to Norska. Yeah, haha, Tamarcon. Coming in on Boobalos. This big old toad dragon. Who's... he just... I had no idea. Oh my god. Look at the shit he's vomiting up. Dude, I've never seen that before. That's so cool. Some poor Empire State Trooper had a horrible day a few days ago. How long do you think it takes for a toad dragon to digest stuff in people? I think it's like the Sarlacc in Star Wars. You're being digested for like 10,000 years or some horrendous nonsense. Cool build. I mean, Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle. Just Stream of Corruption and Fleshy. No lore passive, which is interesting. But gonna be using, trying to use Tamarcon to maximum effect is the idea here, I think. So maybe not really thinking that the rest of the army needs the healing, as much. Just trying to keep a big monster alive against a shooting faction is going to be a little difficult. You know, the High Elves are rocking up in here without any, like, super hard counters to Tamarcon. Tyrion's pretty reasonable in a duel against him. The only thing that holds Tyrion back in the duel is just the fact that Tamarcon has a bazillion HP, with some pretty good, self-buffs for damage and survivability. And, Buddy here only has 4,900 HP, but he's got really great stats, so he should be able to fight Tamarcon a little bit. Just gonna need to be very careful with him. And him getting smacked up right now by all these Marauder Horsemen, not off to the best start for poor, Tyrion. Pops a Sunfang. Sunfang is really strong, but it's best on, like, infantry, so getting rid of all these Marauders would be the best thing you could do with your, Sunfang usage. Because Marauder Horsemen are very short range, and your archers, 180 meter range on them, they can easily push back Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle. And it's really getting rid of all of the, crappy infantry that you're gonna have a little bit more trouble with, ironically enough. So using Sunfang Hero Marauders and Nurglings would be a better use of your time as the High Elves, in my opinion. And you can, like I said, you can always poke down the Marauder Horsemen at range, and then kite out Chaos Warriors, and find opportunities to use, like, AP units, like Rahakar's Pride. Perfect unit against Chaos Warriors. Not as good against Marauders, just because it's a little hard to, like, uptrade into them. These guys are decently chunky. They got a decent amount of HP. They'll take a lot of damage pretty quickly, though. If Tamarcon gets in here and you get some Forsaken rocking up here, they could definitely kill these poor War Lions. Oh my god. And Tamarcon versus Tyrion kicking off here. Let's see who can win it. Probably Tamarcon. He did get hit by Final Chance Mutation. Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle also got hit by it. Tyrion wants nothing of this. Does end up running into a bunch of Chaos Warriors, though. He's actually in a lot of trouble here. Is Tamarcon going to stay there? No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like he's going to be going after the Lotherns here. Good force pathing from Jar Jar Jonks. getting right up in the face of the Storm Riders with the elite Great Weapon Infantry, the Pure Main Company scrapping with these Chaos Warriors, and the Marauders. Definitely going to be taking some pretty significant damage here. Oh, man, and the Rahagra's Pride run into some Bile Trolls. Bile Trolls got a cool buff. They got Stomach Acid, which lowers leadership and speed, as well as having Corrosive Bile, so they're actually pretty nasty to run into now. They can really put a smackdown on a lot of heavily armored stuff. Really unfortunate for Nurgle losing their throwing axes. They were kind of thrown in here trying to get rid of the talents of Torquilita, but these guys are really awful damage output-wise in melee. They got, like, no melee attack and very little weapon strength. So even though they're a cavalry unit, they're honestly not that good against the Talons, because these guys actually have solid stats. The shock damage is really the only thing that's going to hammer them. Losing out on that is pretty painful. But Nurgle's still doing pretty well. Outside of losing their mobility, they've done pretty capably here. They are struggling against these spearmen. And they are double capped, but Tamarkon's very healthy. Tyrion is looking a little worse for wear. I think Nurgle should just give up on the side objective here and just hard push for the home now. Really good stream of corruption there. Hammering those spearmen. Nurglings, or not Nurglings, these are Marauders. Marauders should be able to push into the secondary now and maybe push down these archers. Look at the Bile Trolls, man. They're actually really struggling here to finish off these archer units. A little surprising, truth be told. But these guys are a little bit more defensive-oriented than your standard troll variants. They're hanging in here. Rahagra's Pride actually still around. Gets a side charge. Oh, come on. Mighty Roar them off the field. Doesn't use it, but actually still gets the break on the Bile Trolls. That's so painful for Nurgle, man. Oh my god. Losing a Bile Troll right there. It's a lot of mass that you don't have available anymore, as well as some pretty critical debuffs that you could be using to support your blob fights. See, the problem with trolls is that they're terrible alone. They absolutely suck if they get isolated. They are very low leadership. Damage output, their melee attack is really poor, especially for the Bile Trolls. Only 22. I know they're tired, and that's affecting them pretty badly, but 29 is really not much to begin with. If they were fighting on top of the Chaos Warriors, they could really be helping out over here. Supporting this much more critical fight. And they would probably... Nurgle would probably have killed most of the units over here already. With the debuffs from the Bile Trolls. Like, the Illyrian Reavers would be breaking right now. The Lothern Sea Guard and the Illyrian Reavers and Tyrion and everybody here would be losing melee defense, which is honestly pretty critical for Nurgle, since their melee attack is so mediocre across the board. I think there's a lot of utility these guys could be providing over there. They do rally in the trees here, which is actually pretty huge. The Rahagra's Pride died as well, just getting chipped down by the Furies. Furies flying overhead, looking to support somewhere. Not 100% sure where they're going to go, but Nurgle is pushing the High Elves back pretty hard right now. There's a lot of unengaged Spearmen here. They either need to rotate back to the number 2, or maybe push the number 3 right now. Leaving 3 units here. This is almost 1,500 gold that you're leaving unengaged. You can't really afford that when the game is so even on value, and especially against a faction like Nurgle, who can heal as much as they do. Having your units in position to provide value is pretty critical. Tyrion's actually beating the crap out of Tamarkon now. He did get hit by another Final Transmutation a minute ago. And Tyrion with the solid stats helping chip this guy down. Now that Tamarkon's exhausted, he's probably not going to be able to hit Tyrion all that consistently. Tyrion with the 65 melee defense even after reaching exhausted. He's just going to be having a whale of a time, dude. Oh my god. Oh, it's beautiful. Really nice breath attack. Did a bunch of damage to both of the White Lions of Trace here. And we've got a pretty nice engage for the Furies. They land on a War Lion unit. Not amazing for the Furies, just in the sense that the War Lions are an anti-infantry target, or an anti-infantry specialist, I should say. But War Lions don't love being charged, and they especially don't love terror-causing units, because they're not immune to psychology in any meaningful way, so they just get terror-routed immediately, and the Furies, man, with that clean engage onto the top of them, just overwhelming the smaller unit. The reason why Furies are better than the War Lions, despite War Lions ostensibly being a counter, is just the fact that they surround the War Lions, and there's only 24 models here. Their damage output is okay, but they're just not able to kill enough models on the Furies to be able to, like, wear them out before the Furies do, like, critical damage to the War Lions. There's a lot of really funky little interactions like that you gotta keep track of that can make a big difference. That was a reasonably good Sunfang, but it actually ended up putting the Spearmen in the danger zone, and they end up breaking here, which really sucks. Now the Rotting Riders are on top of Tyrion, and Tyrion's gonna die here. There's no way he survives this. Tamerkhan is just having too much fun. He's got the Black Cleaver and Nurgle's favorite Sun popped right now. And Tyrion gets terror-routed. Oh my god, brutal. He will rally, but he's even more exposed now. Like, all of his support here is running away. The War Lions have come back in. Rahager's Pride out here on the field, but they're just not going to be able to win that fight. Not unsupported. You can see they get in here, and Tamerkhan with his collision attacks, and Terror just being an absolute menace, dude. Tamerkhan with big value, 2,600 value on Tamerkhan. Another Final Transmutation coming out. Not upgraded or anything, so Tamerkhan appreciating that for sure, but he's still going to take about 1,000 damage. Suffering a little bit. Drops a Breath Attack. The Breath Attack's really not good against SCs. Even if it is just a caster on horseback, it's not going to do much. And where did the Rotting Riders kill Tyrion in the middle of all of that? I'm sorry I missed it for y'all. But these guys, man, with 1,900 value and 31 models, flattening the poor War Lions here. Absolutely brutal engage for these little lions, dude. They can only do so much. War Lions are a support unit. You really can't use them this independently, unfortunately. They're really here to, like, throw into the middle of a Spearman, is really where War Lions shine. Because the Spearmen just hang in and buffer damage, while the War Lions uptrade into, like, armored infantry. That's really how you want to use these guys. Having to throw them around the field the way Loki is having to is never ever going to work out for you. They don't have a lot of cap weight. They don't hang out on the battlefield too well because of their low model count and low HP pool. They tend to get folded up if they're unsupported. Metal Mage with some good value. Lore Master of Hoeth here, also with pretty good value, 1,100. Obviously been fighting very capably. These guys are pretty nasty. I'm really wondering, honestly, if maybe not using the Metal Magic and trying to snipe Tamerkhan would have worked out better for the High Elves. Honestly, with big monsters like this, the best thing you can do oftentimes is tar pit them and chip them down. And try and clean up the rest of your armies, or your opponent's army. And deal with them in the late game if you get the opportunity to. The Lore Master of Hoeth with some Earthbloods and Flocks of Doom would have been really impactful. There's been a lot of Nurgle blobs a lot. Flock of Doom is not great against infantry. But if your opponent blobs up enough, Flock of Doom becomes absolutely disgusting no matter what it's hitting. And Lore Masters of Hoeth, if I'm not mistaken, do have Flock of Doom. Maybe I'm misremembering, but even if it were just Earthblood, I think the healing would have been a lot more impactful for the High Elves, because you can see the values are very even, but Nurgle has actually been able to keep stuff on the field more consistently. And the High Elves have just lost way too many critical units. They lost all their cap weight. Spearmen, unsupported, just can't get it done, man. They just don't have a lot of damage output. They're very, very mediocre when it comes to line-holding infantry. Like, they do a very good job of holding the line, but they don't value trade on their own. They're here for your missile pieces to do so, and the missiles got shut down pretty effectively by Nurgle. It was a little sketchy early on, but they just stuck with it and were able to eventually lock down all of those missile pieces, and that was pretty much game from there. With just not having enough answers to these large targets, man. Like, no answer for the Rotting Riders. Bile Trolls did get them off the field, but didn't have enough juice to chase them down, and they rallied and came back. Actually ground out a reasonable amount of value in the mid-game. Furies were a nuisance. The Furies are so good against Elves, it's not even funny. It's kind of unfair how good Furies are in this matchup. They just feast on everything, dude. I don't know if you need the Angels of Decay, truth be told, against the High Elves. I think this is a very risky pick. There's way too many good spells to use against them, like Tempest, especially. But even just standard bows are going to massively outtrade the Angels of Decay. This is the one unit that I'm not so sure about in this build. Everything else is very well tuned. For the High Elves, they really need the Fireborn. And a little bit of healing for them. Like, you can bring the Metal Magic, for sure. But using just Final Chance Mutation all game to try and snipe a Lord with a ton of HP and access to one of the best heals in the game, it's a little wishful thinking. Like, this is 2,300 value of waste, honestly. Like, I hate to say that, but I think there are better things the Mage could have been doing. Yeah, Bowhunters would be fun. Yeah, one day, Norska needs the DLC just because they've never gotten one. And they're a cool faction with a lot of unexplored potential. But, you know, CA is CA, and they're going to do whatever it is that they do. Norska is just in a weird place. Like, they got added at the end of Game 1. For a large portion of Game 2, they weren't really even playable. There was some... I can't even remember what all was going on with them. There was some kind of nonsense where they were unselectable for a long time in Game 2. And then there were all the factions that got added into Game 2. So they got forgotten about again there. And now we're in Game 3 and the exact same thing is going on. Like, we got all the other Chaos God factions and Norska's just sitting there like, da fuck, hello? They're the ugly stepchild for sure. It's really sad. Like, the way that Beastmen are treated in the lore is Norska in Warhammer 3. Honest to God. It's really sad. You hate to see it, but somebody's gotta be it. Yeah, some Stalk units would be really good for Norska. That would be very thematic indeed. It might be a little strong for them, though. If Norska got really good... Like, Norska's already got good ranged options. Like, they unironically are one of the better shooting factions if you want to play Chaos still. And I feel like if you gave them a bow unit with, like, 140 range, they would start to verge on broken just because of that one unit. If you could balance it by making it a short-range bow unit with Stalk, like Ungor Raiders, I think that would be very reasonable. I feel like Norska should get a DLC that verges on giving them a lot of pretty elite stuff. Because a lot of their really good units right now is a lot of their chaff. I don't think they need a whole lot more in the bodies department and in the cost efficiency department, but giving them a few elite units as well as some more like specialist stuff, some more variety, and flavorful units, I think you can actually synergize those in pretty capably with what's already here, and not break the faction, while also giving them a little bit of a boost. And that would be my design philosophy if I were to go and pitch CA. Alright. I'm going to check the Discord in just a second for replays. Just want to see how the games are shaking out. Alright, so we've had a few people, excuse me, already finishing up their round 1 games here. Let's go see what kind of replays we got. Oh my goodness, we got a bunch already. Oh, we got some, we got Beastman versus Nurgle here. Dark Elf mirror match. Khorne versus Beastman. Holy crap. Dude, Khorne versus Beastman is a really fun matchup. It's super even. And there's all kinds of crazy stuff you can do. Answering a quick question. Let me move all these over. That way we can get into all the games. Also, I need to check and see if anybody plugged the video for how to drop replays. No, nobody did. Okay, so I need to do that also, just in case nobody knows. Sweet. Hell yeah. Alright, folks. We've got Beastman versus Nurgle. Very excited. Great. This is a pretty meta Beastman opening, truth be told. You got Malagor here. With just Flock of Doom, honestly, I cannot emphasize enough how good Enfeebling Foe is on Malagor. Malagor is actually a really good combat character when you've got Enfeebling Foe on him. He can beat the crap out of a whole bunch of units you wouldn't expect. Just using Flock of Doom leaves him a little limited on what he can actually do. But we'll see how Jotun is able to make use of him here. Very wide army. Just lots of spears, some Ungor Raiders. Goreherd backing it up with some Zangors. Very, very solid stuff. And a Gorbel here with Slaughter's Call. Hell yeah.
Keep it from the foe.
Slaughter's Call is a nice little buff ability. It's very strong. It's comparable to Revelin Slaughter for Khorne, which is a really, really nice buff for them. And Beastmen can definitely benefit from it, because a lot of their units, a lot of the mobility, especially like the Centigors, don't actually have a bunch of melee attack. So having a Gorbel to run around with those guys and buff them up while they're engaged in the mobility fights can make an already strong unit even more powerful. When we get some dual weapon Minotaurs coming up, it's going to be necessary. These Forsaken are going to be pretty nasty. So what the Beastmen need to do here, they need to delay the frontline engagement as long as possible. Poking the Plague Drones with the Ungor Raiders. Good call. That's the much better target than the Forsaken, but poking away at these guys now, you want to withdraw your infantry. You don't ever really want to leave them to get charged down by heavily armored stuff. Especially your Ungor Spear Herd. I'm so sorry, that's the last time I clear my throat. For at least the next, like, 20 minutes. I swear to God. Okay. So you don't want to leave your Ungor Spear Herd to get charged down by Forsaken units. The reason for that is these guys are actually pretty good at holding the line against large targets, because they got a great bonus versus large and reasonable leadership at 54 base. They can poke down big targets like the Noxbringer pretty capably, as well as Plague Drones. And you really want to leave your Gore Herd and Zangors and other reasonably powerful melee infantry to be the ones who have to actually scrap against these type of units, because they can actually do damage here. There's no upgrade potential for Ungor Spearmen right here. They're better off getting out of here. But the Minotaurs do come in, and with the Minotaurs supporting them, this should be fine. This is acceptable now. At least the Ungor Spearmen aren't doing nothing. They're buffering damage for the Minotaurs at this point. Nurgle's Sorcerer comes in to scrap with old Malagor. Malagor, being fast as he is, with some infantry support here, is just going to pull out, and just a fat collapse from the Beastmen here, dude. Oh, overwhelming numbers. Crushing this poor Forsaken unit. But Nurgle's uptrading pretty well elsewhere. They've crushed a lot of Spearmen here. I don't know what happened to these guys. They just ran away for no discernible reason. They got most of their HP left, and they're on the run. Very unfortunate, but we do get some Zangors engaging Forsaken on the flanks here, with Goreherd getting a really nice flank on this side. Jotun needs to bring out some answers, though. Especially for the Noxbringer. But these Spearmen are getting on top of the Noxbringer. We'll come back to them. You'll see just how quickly they can chip HP off these guys. And do not blob on single entities with your infantry, because you get hit by big spells like this. That's really painful. The Streams of Corruption have been pretty awesome so far. But Vice President Gorbel coming in, gets a big charge off. Does a lot of damage to those Forsaken, actually. Definitely needs to be focusing up on killing that caster. Gorbel's amazing against single entities. Could also be shutting down the Noxbringer, too. Using him here, this is one of the reasons I don't bring Slaughter's Call all that much. When he's, when you're trying to use this guy for buffs, more than you're using him for his intended role as an anti-large piece, he tends to not get a lot of value, and the buffs are nice, but honestly kind of negligible in how much of a benefit they are for your infantry. Your infantry are already very good at value trading. This guy's Slaughter's Call buff is really for mobility fights, and he should still be used pretty much exclusively just to go bully large targets. Like, he could be beating the absolute snot out of the Chaos Sorcerer or the Noxbringer right now. Beastmen are doing fairly well, though. They've actually gotten some good engages. They've got Great Weapon Minotaurs getting a fat fold in on the rear of these poor Plague Drones who are just absolutely screwed now. There's too many infantry in front of them to push away. They're trying to retreat through the Minotaurs, and both of those Plague Drones just get folded up in no time flat. Absolutely brutal loss. The other one is sort of alive. They've only got half their models left and way less than half their HP. They're danger close to crumbling off the field here, but there are Angels of Decay here. Noxbringer in trouble, though. Spearmen, Gorbel, Minotaurs. Now all the targets are being chosen a lot more carefully by the Beastmen. And Nurgle's going to be struggling here pretty badly. The Forsaken were an interesting choice. It's a little dangerous to bring a bunch of elite infantry against the Beastmen. And they were used in a very haphazard fashion. They were taking fights way too far away from one another. If you're going to bring a small elite army against the Beastmen, you're trying to value trade them off the field. And taking a bunch of really wide engagements against them is honestly one of the worst ways you can go about that. Beastmen are just fast. Like, they're faster than you. They're gonna value trade you off the field if you try to play a mobility game against them. It does not work. Nurgle probably needed to skew their build a little bit more into, bringing a lot more Marauders and some Nurglings, or even Plague Bearers. Plague Bearers, honestly, are pretty damn good at beating down on Goreherd. They're not good against Zongors, but you can use Plague Toads to beat up on Zongors and do really nicely for yourself there. Trying to use your Forsaken, it was admirable. It's definitely something worth trying out, but it's not something that's going to win you games in the long run, and the Angels of Decay, I think, are a little bit too expensive here. With you also bringing a bunch of Plague Drones. I think this has a lot less to do with Beastmen like having like a perfectly built army or anything. A little bit of this is the Nurgle player bringing way too many elites out of the summons early. Like, if you see a whole bunch of chaff from the Beastmen, you need to bring out your own answers to clear all that chaff. Because what's happening right now is the Beastmen are just surrounding all of these expensive units and dragging them into the dirt. And, like, just bullying them. And that's just painful, dude. Like, look at Kha'Zix get surrounded by these Minotaurs. And get absolutely manhandled, dude. Like, he'll survive. But, you've lost your Sorcerer. He got the absolute snot kicked out of him by Vice President here. He's running back over. You know, he's looking for some more fights, but there's really not much left for the Beastmen to do. They got a bunch of Centaurs out now, and Centaurs with infantry support are basically untouchable. Like, Beastmen just get free engages from here on out, and Nurgle doesn't have the numbers to come back from this, unfortunately. I'm going to fast forward through the rest of this one, and we can talk a little bit about what Nurgle can do against the Beastmen. I actually think that Nurgle has a pretty good matchup against the Beastmen. That's a really hot take. Beastmen have very traditionally dominated this matchup in terms of the win rate, but I honestly think that a lot of that just comes down to the fact that Beastmen very hard counter the typical Nurgle playstyles. And Nurgle needs to do, a little bit of, shake and bake to beat the Beastmen. Like, you had the Noxbringer here with all these Forsaken. You could have just been bombarding all of the Goreherd and the Zangors early to push them off the field. Ungor Raiders are a good unit, but they're very short range. So if you can force the Beastmen to, like, push their, Raiders forward, as well as overextend their infantry and hammer them down with mobility, you can beat them pretty quickly. Like, Forsaken with some Plague Toads would have absolutely ruined the day of this Beastman front line. It would have gotten a lot harder for the Beastmen if there had been numbers for Nurgle. Like, they got all these Pestigors, too. Like, there's nothing for Pestigors to do here. Like, they traded reasonably well. They're just not very optimal. Kha'Zix's not bad. He can definitely scrap against any big monsters that come out. That is actually something you need to worry about here. Like a Jabberslythe or the Eye of Morsleep. Eye of Morsleep's very meta against Nurgle, in my opinion. I think this build just needs to be sent back to the drawing board. And the Noxbringer needs to be used on much better targets. Like, shooting the Goreherd would have been the absolute best thing for Nurgle to do. Goreherd are a great unit. They uptrade for days in infantry fights. But if they get hammered down by artillery early, suddenly the Beastmen are losing most of their durable infantry, and then you can clear out the Ungor Spearhead with your Forsaken, and then you can also use Forsaken to kill the Zongors. Goreherd are the only thing the Forsaken have to fear here. If you have killed the Goreherds with your Noxbringer and Streams of Corruption, the rest of this army really isn't all that threatening. You just keep your caster away from the Gorbull. If the Gorbull overextends to get after the Noxbringer or the Sorcerer, surround him with mass that can kill him. Like, the Rotting Riders would have been much better early than the Angels of Decay. Angels of Decay are a great unit, but they're better against single entities. They're not nearly as good with their Death Heads grenades at killing like mobile units. And you can see the Minotaurs, even though the Minotaurs were kind of hard focused by the Angels, they still got a bunch of value. That's really painful. That's not something you can really afford to let happen. That's okay, man. I'm not adminning the tournament. I'm mostly just casting. JP and Dustman are usually the ones who handle the admin side of things. But I will let them know, and I appreciate the heads up. Alright, here we go. I'm going to show off a Nurgle build that I think could actually do pretty reasonably against the Beastmen. So the Nurgle Sorcerer I love, dude. Great Lord for the Nurglings. You don't need him on the Rot Beast. I guess you could bring him, but you really are trying to just keep him alive. You just use Stream of Corruption and Miasma all game. You could bring Rancid Visitations and try and snipe Malagor. Malagor is pretty squishy on the HP front, and Overcasted Rancid Visitations would probably take half his HP off. That is definitely an idea. But going as cheap as possible on the Lord is really not the worst way to go about this. It's going to be really tanky with the Crown. You can bring Filth Mace also, because it gives corroded armor, and it also imbues terror onto this guy, so he can terror out stuff. And Beastmen do have Primal Fury, which makes them ITP as long as their leadership is high. Once their leadership starts getting low, they're just as susceptible as other factions of terror outs. A couple of Plague Bearers, a decent amount of Marauders, a couple Chaos Warriors ain't a bad idea either. Or you could just do, like, one Chosen of Nurgle. These guys are an absolute nightmare for the Beastmen. There's, like, nothing they can do against these guys. Even Bestigor struggled to kill Chosen. It's something to behold. And the Silver Shields means they can push up on an isolated objective and just eat throwing axes and Ungor Raider fire for breakfast. They give zero hex about it. Cultists, honestly, not a bad idea here. They're going to be really tough for, they're going to be reasonably tough for the, Beastie Boys to handle. Pretty tanky, foot character. And, they'll just hang in all day. So you can do something like this. You bombard with the Noxbringer early. You keep your infantry back, and you just build up your, horsemen. Get a couple of them. Rotting Riders in reserve. Couple Plague Toads. Couple of, Furies. Or you can go for the, Barons of the Bog. And then just one Plague Toad. Something like that. Chaos Knights can work. They're a little risky, and they tend to be a little bit too expensive. You want some Nurglings for cap weight in the late game. And then you can do, like, one Forsaken. And maybe another Plague Toad. Why not? Like, this is a pretty solid build for going into the Beastman, I think. Like, you've got a big monster. You've got really hard anti-large removal in the Rotting Riders. You want to just deny... you want to keep your forces reasonably tight and together without over-blobbing them. And you just want to value trade as much as you can against the Beastmen and drag them down slowly. You need to use the Noxbringer effectively if you're gonna have it in your army. And the best thing you can do, like I said, is use it to bully infantry. It's not very good at fighting Minotaurs. It's not very good at fighting Centaurs. It's got really good charge animations for clearing infantry, though. And that is what you should prioritize with it. And you can keep it fairly healthy with Stream of Corruption, Miasma, Pestilence. You don't really need Fleshy Abundance because you got the Lore passive. And then you can always just pop Fecundity on a cooldown on this guy and whatever blob fights you've got developing. And the Rotting Riders are basically here to terror route stuff. And they're really good at it. Really, really great hammer unit. And you can go even wider. You can just go max width on your army also to try and counter the Beastmen. That's another strategy you can go for. You just don't want to over-rely on elite units against the Beastmen. Beastmen have way too many ways of shutting down elite stuff to really be able to bring a bunch of them. The Festering Stooges would be like one of the few units I would say might be usable other than the Chosen with the shields. Just because these guys have a heal in combat. They're very vulnerable to Ungor Raider fire, so if you can kill the Ungor Raiders and keep these guys locked in combat so they can just sit and heal all day, they could be solid. You gotta be very careful. Beastmen are really tough, but they're not unbeatable. Yeah, the Streams of Corruption were nice, dude. Like, just maximizing value on that will win you the game against the Beastmen. Beastmen lose once you take their infantry off the field. Ironically enough, the infantry for the Beastmen are probably one of their most important tools, not because they're the carry units, but because they allow the carry units to do their job. Like, Centaurs without infantry support can't do anything. They're so squishy. The reason Centaurs are so obnoxious is because Beastmen are able to hammer an anvil better than just about every other faction in the game, other than maybe Slaanesh. Like, if you get locked by a crappy spear unit, and then a Centaur Great Weapon rear charges your Forsaken, that's going to be a win for the Beastmen in no time flat, because they hit so freaking hard on the charge. But if Centaurs start getting locked up by mass, and poisoned, and hit by spells, and being constantly chased and not getting clean disengages, that's pretty much game over, because they don't have a lot of HP, they have, like, no armor. Their leadership is okay, but it's not amazing. And they've got very poor combat stats. Like, 22 and 22 is actually pretty horrible. The Perfect Vigor and the Charge bonus are what makes the Centaurs so good. Alright, let's see some mirror match. I love mirror matches. For most factions. All the undead mirror matches are kind of bad, outside of the Tomb Kings. Their Nurgle mirror matches are kind of boring. What other mirror matches aren't that fun? Beastman mirror match isn't very fun, I will say that. That's one of the boring mirrors, but Dark Elves are a cool mirror match. Because they've got all kinds of fun units. And for whatever reason, Dark Elf players seem to be people who actually want to have fun with the game. So they tend to make actual use of their entire roster. And we're seeing it here, man. We got a huge Shade Vanguard here. Gonna be rocking up to the #1 objective. Not any of the fancy variants, just the standard ones with the AP bows. And no bonus versus infantry or the great swords or anything. They should be pretty good here, actually. There's a lot of Black Art Corsairs in Agamemnon's build, as well as some pretty elite characters. Like hitting the Master and the High Beastmaster with like one solid volley, as well as the Bloodrack Medusa, could probably kill them with just one solid go of it. And it's going to be kind of hard to shut these guys down, because Dark Elves can bring so much like cheap cav onto the field. It can be very difficult shutting down their bow lines. But this is going to be a very micro-intensive build here for Makapaka. First volley is kind of a whiff, a little bit of damage against the High Beastmaster. Oh my god, but Malice getting nailed right now. Oh yeah, we've got the High Beastmaster to thank for that, dude. This guy's an absolute bastard. His little crossbow dudes have a ridiculous bonus versus large. You can see how quickly they've chipped down Malice. That is really painful, dude. Malice does have a heal in combat, but if he's taking a bunch of poke before he gets in, once he does get into combat, it's going to be very hard for him to maximize the amount of time he spends in combat before he needs to transform into Zarkan. There's one of two ways to beat Malice. Either you tar pit him with trash, or you poke him out early and force him to use Zarkan early in the fight. That way, he's just, like, stuck doing nothing the entire game. Because he's running around, you're trying to just kite him out and let him kill himself with the demonic instability. It can be really ugly. That's a really good Melkoths. Cold One Knights get a reasonable engagement here. They do get a hit on the flank by the Dark Riders. The Shades are way too bunched up, and this is going to be a disgusting pit of Shades, dude. Oh my god, this is going to get so much value. It's probably going to kill both these units, and the Harpy's flying in, trying to get on top of the other Shade. Good focus fire, though. And the Harpies do actually break before they even get into combat, but that was just a disgusting pit, dude. That's why you can't blob up your missile units. You've got to keep good spacing on missile formations. These guys are also being used a little too independently of their infantry cover. So what's happening is the Bloodrack Medusa, since there's no missiles to countershooter, just gets to farm value on these infantry units. And these infantry units, since they're not over here supporting the Shades, once the Cold One Knights are gone, are just going to get pushed down, and because they don't fire in a 360 arc, they're not going to be able to provide any value at that point. Like, they're just going to get chased off. They're going to get chased really deep and either die, or if you do manage to salvage them, then they spend another, like, minute walking back in, and your opponent's going to have taken a whole bunch of ground on you in the process. Cold One Knights do charge down the Dark Riders here, and do a damn good job of it. And the Shades are opening up again. There's still a little bit of hope for these guys. If they don't get caught again, they've still got a reasonable amount of models. They could still get some value back here. It's not over for these two Shades. They can still do something. Really good volley on the Black Art Corsairs. First really good trade of the game for Makapaka. Getting the AP volleys off on these guys. Definitely need to be very careful with this Cold One Knight here. They're going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Because again, there's nothing to protect the Shades over here. You got to keep your infantry with your bow units. Otherwise, you end up in a really bad situation. Just by virtue of not having the numbers to protect them. And having to kite them around a whole bunch. Like, you want to maximize the amount of time that your archers will spend actually shooting. You don't ever really want to leave your archers in positions where they either have to run away or they have to fight in melee. Doing a reasonable job of killing these Cold One Knights, but now you got Dread Spears Black Art Corsairs in here. Oh, and the Rallying Harpy is going to get a rear charge on these Shades, dude. Ouch. The Shades should actually just stand and fight here. They actually have a reasonable chance of finishing this Harpy off before they lose a bunch of models, because they've got reasonable damage output. Harpies don't have a lot of melee attack. They don't really do a bunch of damage. They're really there just to soak up time and attention. If you can, like, force your opponent to respect that, it's really good for you. Maka is being way too passive back here. These Spears and Black Art Corsairs need to be helping in this fight. Not having any infantry support for the Cold One Knights and protecting the Shades is really putting Maka in a worse position than he really should be. Knights of the Ebon Claw are going to be really nice here. They should be able to get some terror routes. They get a really nice charge on the Black Art Corsairs. Brutal damage on those guys. But they don't want to get overextended into the Witch Elves and the other Black Art Corsair. Well, if they get spread out, fighting in a whole bunch of different places, you can see just how spread out the unit is now. Like, there's a bunch over here, there's a bunch over here. They're going to start getting surrounded and dragged down by all of the units in here now. You want to get your cavalry to hit something, pull out, circle back around, and hit them again, rather than, like, hitting one unit and then trying to, like, push through and hit another. That oftentimes gets you into a worse position than if you had just taken more clean disengagements and re-engagements. But the terror routes really carrying them here. Getting all of those terror routes has saved their bacon, and they're going to be able to follow that up, and they're getting great value now. Absolutely smacking stuff up. Malice is being kited around, though, and he popped Zarkan form pretty early, which is a little worrying. There is a chance that he gets sniped here. Another really good Melkoths. Agamemnon with just really clean targeting priority on the spells. The spells have been doing a lot of work for Agamemnon. In terms of actual, like, value trading with just the infantry and the missiles, it's pretty even, but the Pit of Shades early on the Shade unit. You get another one here that finishes off yet another unit. How ironic is it that Pit of Shades is killing all the Shades on the battlefield right now? You hate to see it, man. You know? Nothing like getting wrecked by your own namesake unit. Getting rid of the Blood Rack Medusa is pretty awesome. Maka is getting back in this game right now. The value trading does not look good, but it's actually, honestly, fairly okay right now. Oh, another Pit of Shades, though, on these Cold One Knights? That's going to be pretty rough. Oh, man. Hits them, hits the Knights of the Ebon Claw that are still remaining in here. And they're stuck on a bunch of Dread Spears. So you gotta pay attention when you're diving deep with your cavalry as to where your opponent's units actually are. Because what's happening right now is this 1,000 gold unit is trying to push through a spear. And the spears get free hits on them as they're going past. And because they have a bonus versus large, they do extra damage. And the Cold One Knights, instead of trying to push through the shortest route possible to safe lines, if they had disengaged back and then away, they'd have gotten through much cleaner and probably taken a lot less damage. Getting aggressive now with the infantry. Not going horribly, but the Crows of Cain and this caster here, and now you don't have the support of the Shades and the Cold One Knights because they've all died while your infantry were just sitting back. And now they're just going to be isolated and taken care of by your opponent's mobility and infantry. You really got to play a combined arms game, and Maka has been playing fairly well, but a few things have not been done correctly. Like, just letting Malice get shot early. Like, what Malice should have done is either sat back here or run up into this forest here and just leave a Dread Spear with him, and your opponent's not going to be able to poke him out. It's just going to be way too hard getting him in these trees, and then he can just wait until you engage with your front line and your Shades to come out, and then he can start like hammering down a caster or fighting some infantry and just doing some damage that way. Forcing a Zarkan change early just gave Agamemnon all the advantage in the Lord department, and not being synergistic with the infantry and the shades together has let Agamemnon just take too much of a value lead here. And being very patient. Like, this is what you want to do. Like, don't overextend. Even though you got a reasonable value lead and your opponent looks like they're on death's door. In domination mode, you never know what your opponent has in the back pocket. All it takes is like 2 or 3 really solid engagements to get yourself back into a game. Getting like rear charges with some cheap cavalry to like hammer down Witch Elves and the Black Ark Corsairs. Some good spell casting onto the Cold One Knights, and it would be really rough for Agamemnon right now, because the value trade's nice, the numbers are solid but not insurmountable. Malice is getting up on the number 1 objective over here. Dark Rider's trying to help him out. Just kind of wander into the Dread Spears, unfortunately. Definitely need these guys to be disengaged, like the Executioners. Excuse me, need to be what's getting up in here. Dodging the Pit of Shades reasonably well this time. It's still going to do a little bit of damage to these Executioners, but a majority of the unit escaped, and they'll have enough HP to actually be able to do some pretty reasonable damage here. Malice still stuck in here, trying to get what he can accomplish done. Just not enough, man. He got his value back, but Malice is a little bit of a Gambit Lord. And he really needs to get more than his value for him to have been effective. That sounds a little counterintuitive, but there really are some units in the game where if you just get your value back with them, they've been a waste of money. Lots of missile pieces are like that. Expensive cavalry like Cold One Knights can be that way sometimes. Lords, usually you just want to get your value back and that's it. Like this, but this High Beastmaster, man, is like way cheaper than Malice and got about the same amount of value. Oftentimes you do want your Lords to uptrade pretty significantly. You don't want to over-rely on them, but if your Lords are fairly expensive combat units, like Malice's, they really need to be doing a lot more than just getting their value back. And being patient in domination mode never hurts. I promise you it does not. What Maka should have done is sent all the infantry and shades up to the number 1 and left like 1 unit on the number 3 to try and pull Agamemnon forward. It's so easy to defend your back point on home objective maps. You got aggressive vanguards right here that you can bring all your Dark Riders out of. The summons in the forest, yeah, it sucks that your Cold One Knights take a little longer to get here. But if you think about it, your opponent's still got to get through the forest here and go twice the distance. You can rush your stuff up faster than they can. And defending this home objective, this number 1, early, and hanging on to your home objective as long as possible, means you get a ticket lead. And if you do value trade poorly in the early game, you can always pull back, and then you've got the time to swing it back in your favor. Maka was making a lot of right plays out there. Don't get me wrong. It was well played, but there were just a few like macro things that were not optimized. And you can see the infantry just got absolutely shit-canned. They just sat back the entire game, and then when they did engage, they got absolutely no value because they had no support. Agamemnon did a better job of playing more together with all of his stuff. And even for the units that didn't get their value back, they still traded reasonably well. And there's just not a lot of inefficiency here. Like, the Witch Elves were a little inefficient, the Medusa was a little inefficient, but that got made up for elsewhere. Like, the caster here with 3,000 value, absolutely disgusting. And High Beastmaster with 2,500. He's like 1,600 on the Chariot, I think. And this caster is like 1,000 gold. They more than made up for the poor performance of any of the units that are in here. And the same just can't be said for Maka's army. Like, you can see pretty reasonable value totals on the Cold One Knights and the Knights of the Ebon Claw. That's where the engagements were going really well. But once those were gone, the infantry and the shades just weren't played together well enough to make up for the difference in caster value and efficiency by the rest of Agamemnon's army. Dowie versus Dowie is a pretty bad mirror match. That's a really good point as well. Going back to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Why not? It's a fun game. It's really fun. I loved the first game. I haven't played the second yet. I'm waiting for a sale before I get it. And DLC, because the DLC for the first game is amazing. I figure they're going to do some for the second game since it made $1 gazillion for them. You know, Warhorse Studio is a game company doing it right now. I really appreciate that. Ooh, a Bray Shaman of Wilds with Flock of Doom. Distorted Reality. Lots of Bestigors. I kind of want to... I don't play with Bestigors a lot, just because I really love the... I love the more mobile Beastman style, but Heavy Metal Bestigor swarms are actually really good. And I'm very curious to see how they do against Khorne. So, typically, I'm going to tell you what I would do against Khorne, just for argument's sake real quick. Or just to emphasize just how varied playstyles can be for the Beastmen. Like, I fully expect this Bestigor swarm to do fairly well, but I typically bring, like, lots of Gore Herd with some Zangors. I don't bring any archers, and then I bring a Razor Gore Chariot with a Wild Shaman with Devolve and Mantle of Gorok. And that generally does pretty well for me. I'm curious to see if the Beastman can outmuscle Khorne. That does not go well in my experience, but that typically comes with a lot of caveats. Like, there's a lot of things Khorne can do to win just meaty, brutish engagements. And the thing that I worry about the most is the Bestigors versus Bloodwake Berserkers. Bloodwake Berserkers just have way better stats, and they hit really hard on the charge. I feel like they could probably clear 2 Bestigors pretty easily and still be able to survive with a few models. And because, you know, they've got a bazillion leadership, they're basically unbreakable. They could probably go farm like 300 or 400 gold value after that, and have gotten close to like 25 or 2600. These Berserkers are just so cost effective, dude. I don't know why they're being kept back right now. Like, they're a great unit, actually, to bring up and bait your unit's missile pieces. Because people often want to try and use their missiles aggressively to try and kill these guys, and then you can bring out your mobility as Khorne, like Fleshhounds and Furies, and just swarm in and, like, overwhelm the Beastman's mobility and missiles while they're, like, infantry or struggling to find value. Because you can always delay engagements if you want. That's something that I don't see new players do enough. Just to make a really quick point, delaying frontline engagements if you don't have an advantage is always something you can do. You do not have to just fly up into your opponent's face at full, like, Mach speed and lose the game. Because you're not quite ready to take the fight. You've got so much time and domination for patient play. And it's a very rewarding game mode for that. It's not like land battles where what you have is what you have. And if you don't have the right army, you just lose. You've got the opportunity in the army building phase and with the summons to be able to bring the right answers out with fairly fairly decent like reaction times. And the Chaos Warriors and the Marauders are not going to cut it against the Bestigors. Like, the Beastmen should be the ones threatening engagements and trying to press Khorne. I don't know if pressing onto the home objective is a good call. That's a little too much, I think. There's not a numbers advantage over here. Like, all of these Beastmen units are about to get surrounded, and that is not going to be a good sight for them. And a good reaction, man. Ragnar is diving in very nicely here. Look at this. Chaos Warriors with the Blood Beasts getting in here. Blood Beasts are so good on the charge, dude. Flattening these Bestigor herd. Oh my god. Absolute brutality, man. The Bestigors are still scrapping despite that being a pretty horrendous fight for them. They missed their charge here. And Valkia is just getting shot up by raiders. You can't let this happen. Valkia is a very hard to use lord for new players. She's probably still the best Khorne lord, but what she should be doing right now, she should be flying around back here and helping this fight against the Bestigor herd with the Blood Beasts and the Chaos Warriors. Or she can fly in over here and fight with the Bloodwake Berserkers. She needs to stay with her friendlies. It's very rare that you want to be in your opponent's backline with Valkia. She's got 5,600 HP, which is a decent amount. It's not the most in the world. And you don't have Demon Shield on her. I don't know why you don't bring Demon Shield. Demon Shield is an absolute must for her. Otherwise, you could just bring something else. Like, you could bring Skull Taker instead. Valkia's job is to, like, land and character snipe, or just go in and help chip away models on units, man. She's so good at that. Her stats are perfectly, tuned for fighting just about everything. Like, she's got a lot of melee defense, she's got good melee attack with Frenzy active. She's got a bonus versus large, so she can uptrade into anything, and she's cheap as hell. With this kit, she's 1,500. With her optimal kit, which includes Demon Shield, she's 1,700. And that's, like, picture perfect for a combat character like Valkia. She's one of those characters where if you get your value back with her, you've done your job. Because Khorne's individual units, pound for pound, outtrade just about everything in the game. And you can see just how badly they outmuscled the Beastmen back here. Like, one of these Bestigors traded reasonably well, but the Gore herds got folded up because they got flanked. These Gore herd, again, also got folded up because of the flank. This Bestigor folded up because they got flanked. This Bestigor doing okay, but, I mean, god, dude, the Bestigors just got flattened. And the Ungor Raiders are just chasing Valkia. So, maybe Grognar's doing this on purpose. Maybe this is just a 500 IQ play, because now that I'm thinking about it, like, she's taken a decent amount of damage. It's taken ages for those Ungor Raiders to poke her down. And you got all three chasing you. These Ungor Raiders could have been up at the front line, poking at the Minotaurs. Better yet, they could have been poking the Blood Beasts and other, like, mobile units for Khorne out here on the #1 objective, instead of just, like, fruitlessly shooting at Valkia all game so far. Another reason that I am not loving the Flock of Doom choice is that Khorne just has so much spell resistance. Like, you're not doing nearly as much damage as you think you are. Flock of Doom is a really strong spell, but it's got a lot of weaknesses. It's not that great against infantry. It's good against mobility, but Khorne doesn't have very susceptible mobility outside of Furies to Flock of Doom's damage. And you're better off bringing debuff spells. Like, Curse of Honor here is way better, and that was a beautiful Slavenir, dude. It basically killed one Ungor Raider. The Marauders are getting in. They should be able to keep the other two locked down. for the rest of the game, and Grognar taking a very, very nice value lead. Minotaur Great Weapons cannot beat Bloodwake Berserkers. There is not a single scenario in which this is going to be a good trade. I'll show the Beastman builds that I think can do reasonably well against Khorne. There are a lot of ways you can play this. I think this build can work, but I think that the engagements are way too scattered for the Beastmen. And they don't have the right counters out on the field, and they don't have any answers for Bloodwake Berserkers. You cannot outmuscle these guys in melee combat. It does not work. They will beat you every day of the week. They wake up hating. That's really the only way I can put it, man. I mean, this is one of the most powerful units in the game. Like, they very often, in just pure melee fights, will grind out, like, 3,000 or 5,000 value, even. I think that is the most I've ever seen on them, is 5,000. I think so. I made a video with Bloodwake Berserker game where they literally carried it on their back, just fighting underneath a war shrine all game. And they got something close to 5,000 value, if they didn't outright get it. It was pretty crazy. I mean, and they just fought all game in melee combat. They're just too gross as a unit. Like, they've got insane stats, a ton of weapon strength. Immunity to flanking makes them impossible to kill by getting behind them. Because what this means, not only do they not care about your charge bonus with immune to flanking, they also have their melee defense active at all times around them. Normally, if a unit is surrounded, they're getting poked in the butt, and they're taking damage because they're not facing you. These guys, basically, they're like, they've got spider sense, you know? They got, like, spidey senses, like our boy Peter Parker or Miles Morales. They just block everything, preternaturally. They're a really cool unit. They have to be killed at range, or by running them over with, chariots, or, like, big monsters. So, Beastmen are doing okay out on the number 1. You can see that they're down, but they're not out of it. Beastmen are a faction that, as long as you trade reasonably even in the early game, you can always make a comeback at the end, because you got so many quick units. You've got really good shock damage. Now, this is a big mistake, just leaving these Centaurs in this fight. They have awful, awful sustained combat stats. You hammer and then run. Hammer and run. But they don't have any infantry to help them. And this is where I was saying Beastmen can really start to struggle. And you can really see it here, man. Like, they got no infantry and they can't disengage with their Centaurs without giving up all of the objectives now. They just played way too risky in the early game. For my liking. And the caster magic is just not it. Like, this is just not what you bring against Khorne. You can bring a Great Bray Shaman with Flock of Doom against most factions. This is one of the exceptions. And this exception is really, really brutal as a matchup already. Like, it's a really close one for Beastmen. It's even at best, I think. Khorne just has so many ways to counter the best that the Beastie Boys have to offer. They've got Valkia, who's really good at sniping their lords. She's also really good for just staying alive. They've also got Skull Taker, who can just buff up fights like nobody's business. And just absolutely ruin the day of any characters that come into his field of vision. Now, Beastmen do get a decent surround, the Centaurs of Tzeentch, onto Valkia there. You saw how much damage they did on the charge. Now that that's worn off, they're not doing anything to her, really. They're still poking her every now and then. But, you know, it could have been a lot better for them if they had just been a little bit more careful with their fights. Gore Herds with shields, again, just grinding value. Just, like, throwing value into the Bloodwake Berserkers. Like, these guys still have 29 models and most of their HP, and you can see they just don't take damage. Like, if the unit doesn't have better stats than them, they just don't care. They're going to kill this unit, and they won't have suffered for it, really. Centaurs get a reasonable charge off. They'll do a little bit of poke. You have to cycle these guys, though. Like, just again and again. You can do like a little clover. That's how you can do your cycle charging. To like maximize the amount of time that you have actually hitting the unit on the flanks. And like I said, the charge bonuses, they don't matter that much. Like, they are immune to most of the ill effects of it, but you still get the you still get something out of it. Like, it's still chipping these guys down pretty effectively, but they've gotten their value back already. And they're gonna grind out another like 400 or 500 before they go down here. If these Centaurs stay, they might even kill the Centaur unit. We're gonna fast forward through the rest of this. Khorne has this in the bag. It's basically over. Yeah, 2,900 value, and now they're on the Ungor Raiders, and they're killing a bunch of them. God, dude. You hate to see it. I love my Beastmen, love my Khorne. I don't want to have to cheer against either of these factions, to be fair. I'm a huge homer. If you play Beastmen or Khorne, I'm going to root for you.
You have been bested.
Simple as. I see my cows. I see my blood god. I'm a simple folk. I want them to both win. Good value from Khorne, dude. Like, really well played. Good engagements. Kept Valkia alive. Honestly, keeping Valkia alive and getting even a reasonable amount of value on her is winning with her. She doesn't have to carry a game for you. She flies around and just chips away and lives and doesn't lose you a bunch of leadership on all your units, and then everything else just value trades and you win. And it was really well done here. Centis did okay. The Centaurs of Tzeentch didn't. They came out at the end. They didn't have any infantry support. The Minotaurs, they struggled really badly. Throwing Axes did well. Your own Khorne Gors didn't do anything. This is way too many Ungor Herd. Ungor Herd are awful. They are a terrible unit. They are useless. They will never do anything for you. They are like one of the only bad units on the entire Beastman roster. I cannot discourage you enough from bringing them. Like, always bring the spears, or bring a DPS infantry unit that can actually do something. Values are fake against Malice. That's fair. That's very true. Oh, I missed a sale on it? God damn it. Of course I did. Is it not on my wish list? Hold on, guys. I gotta go make sure I don't have it on my wish list. God damn it. Give me 1 sec. I got something important I gotta do. I gotta go put Kingdom Come Deliverance on my wish list, or I'm gonna cry if I don't get it on sale next time. Yeah, I'll show you how to kill Wrathmongers. Wrathmongers are honestly pretty easy to kill if you know what you're doing against them. They're still an annoying unit, and you gotta play very carefully around them, but they're not impossible to deal with. You know, they're not like a Thunder Tusk or anything. I think limiting them to 1 is a very sound practice. But, they're pretty honest. They're fairly slow. They're an infantry unit. They will kill everything that touches them, but what you do is the Beastmen against Khorne. This works 9 times out of 10. You either bring Khazrak and a Razorgore on a chariot, and you use these guys to just run over the Wrathmongers. And trust me, these guys do disgusting damage to Wrathmongers. We'll go to a land battle, and I'll try and show it off. We'll do battle for Itza. It's itty bitty. I'll just get a Chaos Lord in here. And the Bloodweight Berserkers. And we'll just start it up, and I'll show you. And there's, the best lore for fighting Khorne is Wild's Magic. And what you do is you spam Devolve and, Mantle of Gorok, because Devolve is a brutal debuff, lowers leadership and melee attack. and Mantle of Gorok gives you a shit ton of weapon strength, and it raises your melee attack by 40. So you will absolutely flatten anything you come into contact with. It's amazing. Razorgore Chariots are a carry unit for the Beastmen. I'm going to talk about them when I get to them in my, I think they're in the section I'm talking about for my next part of the, roster breakdown. But, they just absolutely slap, dude. They take a bunch of damage there, but Kazrak, he's doing pretty good. This is usually why I bring Kazrak, because your Razorgores can run over, Chaos Warriors and other stuff. You can use him to, like, buffer the damage a little bit. It's still tough, but, like, doing it this way, you're actually shocking these guys down pretty effectively. And then if you're popping Devolve and Mantle of Gorok on these guys as they're doing all this, it gets even better, because the Bloodwake Berserkers hit these guys a little bit less hard. And you can really just, brutalize them. You just have to, you have to content yourself with the fact that you're gonna take damage dealing with the Bloodwake Berserkers. If you just get over that, there's no way to perfectly handle them. But it's better to kill them and they only get, like, you know, 1,400 gold value than for them to just absolutely destroy your entire army. Because you can see here, you know, they're up to like 500 value. They'll probably end up with about 1,100 here before they go down completely, but you can just do this endlessly. There's nothing they can do about Razorgore Chariots. As long as you don't get stuck in them, these things have the mass and speed to just absolutely bully all the units that Khorne wants to bring infantry-wise. I swear by these things. Razorgore Chariots are gross, dude. They're borderline overpowered. They're one of the best chariots in the game. And people underestimate chariots all the time. Like, justice for chariots, please. Just run away. Come back in. And see, look, they're dead. Like, they're gone, basically. And they got, like, 900 value. That's nothing. These guys are 1,750. They're an expensive-ass unit. Yeah, like, Kazrak took a shit ton of damage, and the Razorgores did too. But, these guys are still very functional. Because, so what's so nice about Chariots, too? As long as Chariots have, like, 4 models, it doesn't matter how much damage they've taken. Because they're a shock unit exclusively, if they have 4 models and, like, 1,000 health, they're still doing the max amount of damage they could possibly be doing. It is so nice. So, functionally, the Bloodwake Berserkers have done nothing. All they've done is get killed and contribute a little damage to 2 very dangerous units, which makes these a little bit vulnerable. And Khorne can still, like, bring plenty of stuff that can hound down your chariots, but that's where your Centaurs come in. Like, if your opponent's bringing out a bunch of Flesh Hounds, and they do actually lock down the Razorgore chariots, Fleshies don't have great armor piercing, so they can't really kill the Razorgores alone. You can rear charge Flesh Hounds with your Centaurs and cast Devolve on them, and then the Centaurs and the, Devolve cast just melt them. They can't hold up against it. So, like, this is what you want to bring. You can just bring this guy on a Tuskgore. You need him to be somewhat mobile so that you can, avoid, Skulltaker and Valkia. If he's on foot, he's just going to get killed. Like, if your opponent knows what they're doing, they'll just find him and kill his ass immediately. And there's not a lot you can do about it at that point. If he's on the chariot, he can at least run around. You can put him on a Razorgore, too, because Razorgore chariots are just fat, dude. I mean, 2,000 mass. The 70 speed is a little deceptive, because Primal Fury gets them up to 77 speed. They're fast as hell. They got a crazy charge bonus. They ruin Khorne units. It's amazing. I'll watch your chariots leg it, for sure. Ice Wolf Chariots can probably do a reasonable amount of damage to the Wrathmongers, but Ice Wolf Chariots don't have the same AP that Razor Gores do. Like, one of the reasons Razor Gore Chariots are so disgusting is because they're a majority AP Chariot. Like, they hit hard against everything. They're even okay at surviving and doing damage to cavalry. That's why they're borderline OP. Is the damage they can do against those things. But they are fairly limited. If you bring too many of them, then you can run out of space pretty quickly. But just one or two Razor Gores can open up a lot of avenues for success that the Beastmen otherwise might be lacking. Alright, let me download more replays. We'll get into them. Khorne versus Chowie. Beastmen versus Tomb Kings. Oh, we already got people playing round 3 already. I mean, it makes sense. When you generate the bracket ahead of time, it's usually a lot quicker of a tourney. Just because people get through games really fast. And, you know, eventually people who are, like, lagging behind and taking a little longer catch up. So I honestly really like it for new player tournaments. Okay, we got some more here. These are all round 2. Tomb Kings versus Blue People. Thank you for sending your replay, Tabitha. I will be getting into it right now. That's what we'll watch next. Okay, so we got so many replays, there's no way I'm getting through them all today. So I will be doing a stream Monday where I go through all the remainders. But I'm going to get as many done today as I possibly can. Yeah, let's go. While we're loading, I'm going to eat some pork chop. I need protein. Okay. Cool. Perfect timing. We got a Tzeentch caster with Pink Fire and Infernal Gateway. Really? Yeah, I don't see Infernal Gateway being very good here. Like, even Tomb Guard with Halberds, or the Sword and Board variant, are really not that dangerous for Tzeentch. Tzeentch Firepower, like, yeah, it's not great firing into Silver Shields, but it's impactful enough, and the Tomb Kings are low armored enough that you can still get through it. I think Blue Fire would be better here. And you can still use Pink Fire against Tomb Guard. Like, it's acceptable. It's not, like, amazing, but just overcasting this all game against skeletons will get you fat value. And then Blue Fire you can use to poke at Cetra. You have to have answers for Cetra. The only answer here right now is these Marauder Horsemen. Now, Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are pretty nasty. They're my favorite of the Chaos aligned, or the Monogod aligned Marauder variants. Because they have the overshields, but they just get absolutely hammered by the Screaming Skull catapults, dude. Oh my god. They get a little counterfire on the horse archers, but they're going to take the worst of it, because horse archers have better range. They can just keep kiting and staying away from these guys, and value trading against them for quite a while. King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion coming out. More poke. A little bit of a clash there. And then a big whiff on an Infernal Gateway. Owie, dude.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
This wouldn't even be worth it if you did get both of these units. Because this spell is disgustingly expensive. It's 18 Winds of Magic. If you upgrade it, it's 24. That's a significant WOM investment for a 300 gold and a 600 gold unit. And you didn't hit them, which is probably the worst part about that, obviously. Like, it would be arguably okay. I wouldn't really think it's all that worth it, especially when you can do, like, just as good of damage with Pink Fire. These heralds are small. They don't have a lot of HP and their shield is pretty weak, but they're small enough. If you've got good micro and you just keep them running back and forth, you can cast Pink Fire down the lines of these guys endlessly and just ruin their day. It'd be so gross. Oh, and the Ushopti get a clean charge on the Marauders and just wreck them. Holy crap. And the Screaming Skull Catapult helped out too. Screamers being sent into the artillery piece here. Really good micro from Tabith. Tabith, you're playing great. What are you talking about, man? Talking about gonna be embarrassed. Wrong. Good charge at the Skeleton Horseman. Oh, beautiful charge. Occupying both of these blues. Now you want to push up these Skeleton Warriors just to get up in there. Cetra does not want to really fight the Severed Claw. It's not the worst thing for him, but he doesn't want to take that much damage. Oh no, the Changebringers, dude. Oh no. If you see the Changebringers and you don't have anything to deal with them, run. Get away. Don't lose Cetra here. That's how Tzeentch is going to get back in this game. Is if Cetra gets killed by the Changebringers, so you can just run them away. You're trading well enough that you should be able to just, like, poke down with all your units and not have too bad of a time. Like, these Ushopti are doing reasonably well. Just keep collapsing all of the Marauders and work on getting onto the Pinks and keep Cetra alive and you win this game. And the Severed Claw. So the Severed Claw are annoying, especially as the Tomb King, since they've got full cap weight. But what you can do is they're slow as dirt. I mean, they got 32 foot speed at best. Slower now that they're tired. Just ignore them. Walk around them. There's nothing to force you to engage onto them. Chosen of the Gods, hammering away at the little herald here. Cetra getting a little bit of a heal there. Drops new Syrians. Oh, and good focus fire. Beautiful stuff to answer the Changebringers. That's how you do it, bro. Tabith punishing just one lapse in micro from the Tzeentch player and killing the Changebringers. Getting back into a winning position. Cetra needs to stay back. Screamers. Just have the Ushopti get in there. I'm kind of surprised the Screaming Skull Catapult died. Skeleton Warriors could push here. I'm not sure why you're summoning the Ushopti summon so far away. I guess to just, in case your opponent does notice, but just cast it on top of your opponent's missile piece. Although I guess getting the charge bonus off is nice. I don't know, I guess it doesn't make that much of a difference. Very even game. Tabith is doing very well here, though, but the cap weight is always a problem for the Tomb Kings, man. But good focus fire on the Severed Claw now. This is how you can kill them. Oh, and another good Usirians is going to finish off these Marauder Horsemen. They're fairly low, but finishing them, definitely a really good play here, because they're just so annoying, dude. And even with, like, 20 models, if they get their shields back, they could definitely poke against Cetra or the Horse Archers here pretty nicely. Severed Claw going down. The Herald of Tzeentch going down here. Very good focus fire. Setcher needs to get out of here. Microing him very responsibly. Immediately noticing when he's about to get attacked. And the Screamers, very fortunately, didn't get a whole bunch of damage on him. But look at this, man. Little Remoras, like, attached to him, like, floating alongside. Chosen of the Gods have been bullying everything this game, dude. Doing really well. This Ushabti summon doing nicely. Crumbling out, but you've got another Ushabti moving in at the right time. Bolt of Change, I believe, hitting Settra. Settra just needs to get up in the forest. Like, seriously, keep Settra in the forest when he's this low. Like, not using any magic for Settra really isn't that big of a deal. Scoot your, bows back some. What else do you need here? I mean, the Kefir Guard, good. A couple of Nehekara Warriors wouldn't be bad here. Nehekara Warriors are a good mid-game summon for the Tomb Kings because they can come in and be reasonable cap weight for you, because they have full cap weight. Unlike all of the other units, and unlike Tomb Guard, who are a little bit more expensive, they just get up on points and they can hold for forever. Summoning out a shitload of Skellies isn't a bad idea, though. Like, they'll be reasonably strong here. I would get another Ushabti to back those guys up, though. That way you can continue to compound on your value advantage right now. Because you're up pretty good. You just really don't want to lose your Ushabti here. You have to keep these guys alive. They're one of your few strong answers to any of the infantry remaining. Losing Settra, not the worst thing in the world. Just staying with this game, I think you've still got a win here. Chosen of the Gods obstructed a little bit. They could just shoot the Horsemen instead right now. Need the Spears here and the Skeleton Warriors here. Little micro things like this can make it really hard for the Tomb Kings. Like, getting these guys around where the Spears are, or just getting them on top of the Skeleton Warriors would be a lot better for you. The Screamers are grinding out a lot of value against a very important unit for you right now, Tabith. Monstrous Infantry, this is just mistakes that, you know, it's very easy to make this mistake. You think Monstrous Infantry are a lot better than they are because you see like 1 or 2 games where they get just obscene amounts of value. But I promise you, the only way Monstrous Infantry get that kind of value is when they're fighting, A, the right kind of stuff, and B, when they're fighting with infantry support. If they're doing both of those things, then you easily are winning this game. I still think you're in a winning position. You're making it a little harder on yourself, though, by making little mistakes like that. I know how hard it is to lock in and make perfect plays all the time. But the more that stuff like that gets pointed out, the less likely you are to make mistakes like that consistently. And the better you'll do. Every time I watch you, Tabith, you're playing better. Every single time. Like, you'll get here. You'll be one of the top Tomb Kings players in no time. Like, beating Tzeentch is actually kind of difficult for the Tomb Kings. This is a really bad matchup for Tomb Kings, believe it or not. Despite Tabith doing so well here, a lot of this is coming down to making really good decisions and punishing the Tzeentch player for making mistakes. Like, the Tzeentch player overextended the Changebringers. You can't ever do that with the Changebringers. They're way too squishy. If your opponent has a bunch of bow units, you need to kill the bow units before you can think about chasing stuff with the Changebringers. Otherwise, they're going to get absolutely massacred. The Carrion are a good call. Getting onto the Screamers. Carrion are really strong, actually. Especially against the Chaos factions. Like, they do lose to most of the Fury variants, but they're really good against Screamers. They're really good against the Changebringers. So in this matchup, I really like them. They can get you so much value. And the Chosen of the Gods have been used very well. They've gotten solid value. They've popped a lot of shields and given time for mobility to lock down and get on top of your opponent. Your opponent is playing very well, too. Like, yeah, they brought a whole bunch of stuff out in a blob, but the second something comes in to start threatening them, immediately starts to spread out and spacing the units pretty well. Like, throws the Marauder forward, gets the pinks farther back with the blues in the mid-distance where they can fire a little bit more effectively.
One of your units has been destroyed.
You know, that's really solid decision-making. You've just done a good job of punishing. Like, punished the Herald for being slow on moving around. Punished the Changebringers, have done a reasonably good job at killing the Screamers. And then bringing out just, you know, like, the good amount of infantry and doing reasonably well with all the Ushabti has really brought you into a really strong position here at the end. Is it triple cap territory? I don't think it is. God, just, no, don't lose these Ushabti like this. Don't do it. So what you do with the Ushabti, your opponent, you've got them double capped, right? You're like waiting for the next engagement. What you do with your monstrous infantry is you go stack them on top of a unit that needs help. Like the Kefir Guard, they don't really need any help with anti-infantry. They are anti-infantry, and they've got magic attacks. So if a Fury or a Screamer lands on them, they're fine. Know what does need help, though? Skeleton Warriors. Skeleton Spearmen. Nikesha Scorpion Legion. Those guys need help to do anything. Like, your baseline skeletons are kind of useless for the most part, outside of being just expendable, like, bodies, essentially. But with Ushabti sitting with them, they become much stronger. They immediately trade value more efficiently, and Ushabti are a monstrous infantry unit. At 900 gold, they'll uptrade to like 11 or 1200 very easily with reasonable infantry support. And I've seen games where people have just brought melee Ushabti rushes and gotten like 1800 value each on their initial Ushabti summon. Because they support them with infantry really well. So, just a few things to hammer out here for you, Tabith, but really, really well played, and I'm not trying to be mean and just, like, hound you. I just want to I want you to be the best player you possibly could be. So avoiding getting tied up in melee combat with your horsemen, keeping your Ushabti in the 2 engagements I saw where they were alone against Screamers, keeping them on top of spears, makes it impossible for Tzeentch to value trade at that point. Because what are they going to do? Are they really going to use all their ammo on pink horrors to shoot Ushabti? Like, they could do that, but then you just bring out stuff to shoot them down every turn. Because you got really cheap archers, and your archer play, Tabith, is pretty unparalleled. Like, you do a better job than most everybody I watch, even some high-level players, when it comes to getting value on these guys. I mean, this 1100, a lot of that was from the first time around. God damn. How'd you... No, I can't believe you lost this game.
There is only defeat.
Oh, no. Just playing for the double cap would have won you that game. I didn't even notice the caps because you were value trading so well. Ooh. You can't let your opponent wander up to your back objective. The more you force your opponent to push you and desperation push, the better it is for the Tomb Kings. Just stay more disciplined and hold on to your objectives. And use your horsemen to cap points. Because Tomb King's horsemen... God, we'd have to go into the game. I wish it showed you on their actual unit card outside of battles how much cap weight stuff had. That would be a really nice quality of life change. But these guys have 4 cap weight. They have double the cap weight of your infantry. The more you use your horsemen as your cap units and use your skeleton warriors just as expendable weight to push forward with your Ushabti and with your sepulchral stalkers and stay together with those units, the better you're going to do. Like, cavalry capture weight can't be underestimated. Because they've got 4 and an infantry unit has 5. If you just stick 1 cavalry unit on a point that you hold and your opponent sends an infantry unit around, you can kite the infantry, poke away with your horse archers. All the while, it's going to take fucking ages for that infantry unit to cap that point. It is never going to happen in a reasonable amount of time. And you'll be bringing out more answers to deal with these guys. Like, you did an amazing job of value trading, but the objective play was a little haphazard. I can't lie. And Tomb Kings don't ever want a triple cap. They literally just cannot hold triple caps. It's impossible. They are fundamentally incapable of it. So just don't waste your time trying. Stay disciplined. Stay on 2. If you have to cap 3 objectives as the Tomb Kings, you're probably screwed. There's not a lot you can do to win the game at that point. Don't watch the next 3 games win. I understand, man. It's okay, Tabith. I'm here for you, man. Next 2 games was Dark Elves and Beastmen. Dark Elves have Burning Head. Burning Head just obliterates the Tomb Kings. It sucks, dude. Dark Elves Tomb Kings is a horrible matchup for Tomb Kings. Like, you really have to just bully the shit out of the you have to bully the Dark Elves with your chariots. That's another thing that I'd like to see you bring. Tabith. Brother. I'm telling you. 1 skeleton chariot. Put it in your build. Micro it around. Run over everything. It'll help clear infantry so well for you, you'll be kicking yourself for not using them more in the past. These things are vile. They're so good. And if you really want to go crazy, you can get sicko mode and bring the skeleton archer chariots. Because if you look, they're literally the exact same unit. All you're doing is paying 150 gold for a firewall moving 360 degree shooting chariot with a shit ton of missile strength. And they fire fast as hell. Skeleton archer chariots are pretty goated. I don't see people talking about them. Like, when people are talking about the Tomb Kings and their powerful units, they're like talking about Cetra, you know, and Cetra is amazing, don't get me wrong, but the archer chariots are low-key one of their other scary units. They're an investment. They can be expensive, but, I mean, you've got, like, the cheap stuff that you can bring in the back pocket to keep them safe and freed up from getting locked down by a bunch of enemy units. Dang, 50 gold off? You gotta be kidding me. Brutal. Where can I cut down? Dang. You could do a build like this. I mean, the archer chariots are arguably better than the skeleton horse archers because these skeleton archer chariots have more HP, more armor, more leadership, the same speed just about. They're 2 units of speed slower, better melee stats, weapon strength that's higher, with a bonus versus infantry, a crazy charge bonus of 58, and they got more ammo. I mean, you pay a premium for a reason, but I'm telling you, you will benefit immensely from having like 1 or 2 chariots in your builds. It'll make your life a lot easier, because the thing I noticed that you struggle the most with, Tabith, is cap weight and clearing enemy infantry. Like, you do a great job of killing stuff that's expensive, and your target recognition is awesome, but I do feel like there's just a couple of times that you could have won games if you had just been able to clear infantry either faster or just had a little bit more cap weight in your builds. And honestly, so you can do this. You can cut the Chosen of the Gods from your opener. Damn. Alright. Yeah, you can cut the Chosen of the Gods from the opener, like being in your army from the very start, and bring them in reserve. And they can still do just as much work from there. It's not a bad idea. It works out pretty well, honestly. And you can, like, do this. Like, just bring as many bodies and, like, solid units as you can. Tomb Kings are, unfortunately, a fairly limited roster. The more you focus in and play around their really good units, the better you'll do. How many people have 4 wins? Yeah, Chariots and Tomb Guard, man. There you go. I see. I understand. You're honestly, Tabith, for as little time as you have to like play the game, you really are a very good player. You know? I want you to know that, really and truly. Tomb Kings are a pretty tricky faction. I've tried them. They don't work for me. My brain is too rotted out from playing Khorne all day. And the lack of cap weight frustrates me immensely. There's nothing worse than like what happened with you in that replay we just watched, where you're up in value and you still lose the game, just because your units can't hold on to a point. I do think that's something that maybe, if they rein in the most egregious Tomb King stuff, I think that they should give Skelly's full cap weight. There's not really a reason for them to not. They're like a really weak unit. They lose to everything in the game, just about. Holy crap, how many replays do we have? Like 50? Gotta, right. Oof. Look at that scroll bar. Look at that shrinkage. My god. Nah, closer to like 30-something. About 30 of them. Oh. This is a... Whoops. My bad. This is a duplicate. I didn't mean to click on this anyways. Where are we in the bracket? Let me check real quick. Should be pretty far into it. Oh, damn. We're done with round 4 already. We've been going for 2 hours? God damn, dude. ADHD hits hard. I feel like it's been like 10 minutes. No wonder I'm hungry again. I was like, Jesus. I just ate lunch. How am I hungry again? That would be why. It's been 2 hours and I've been talking nonstop. Okay. So let's go maneuver over to the Discord and see what is going on with our setup here. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. One day, CA, I feel like, okay, so for the vampire counts, I think it's okay that they don't have full cap weight, just because they've got 100 gold zombies, as well as the skeletons. And the cap weight between the two of them, for 400 something gold, reasonably equals up to a very viable amount to be able to hang on to points. It can be kind of rough. I don't know, man, though. Maybe they really need to just give full cap weight to all those units. Oh my god, stop, Steam. Steam playing trailers for some reason. But maybe CA really should just look into giving all of the skeletons and factions their full cap weight for stuff like that. Because clan rats have full cap weight too. I don't know. I could see there being some problems with the undead having full cap weight on all their stuff. It's hard to say just how egregious it would be, because it would make undead pretty unmanageable in the early game for Dom mode. Because that's when they've got the most bodies up on the points. And undead already are skewed in a way to where they either win by establishing themselves early and your opponent can't break you off of the points, or you just like value trade them to death by leeching them down with Mortis engines and magic and what like few solid units you do have available to you. I don't know, though. It's less bad for the vampire counts. Like, they've at least got... Like, crypt ghouls aren't great, but they are, like, fairly reasonable cap weight. Like, I think CA's intention behind stuff like Skinks and Empire State Troopers and all of these other similarly priced units having full cap weight is that they don't have pseudo-unbreakable on them. You know, like, they route and then their cap weight doesn't apply anymore. If they balanced the undead skeletons with not providing any cap weight when their leadership is broken, then it would be okay. But otherwise, if they're just crumbling forever and still have full cap weight, and there's all this healing available, I think it could get really toxic really fast. I don't think it would be so brutally unreasonable, but I can see how it would tilt people out of this world. You know, like Vampire Coast has full cap weight on their zombies, but they don't have as much passive healing as the other undead do. Like, Tomb Kings, you know, they're kind of balanced around the Realm of Souls, and also, their lore passive. The Restless Dead. Being procced all the time. And then Vampire Counts have Invo. And Invocation of Nehek is just an absolutely disgusting heal spell. On top of having, like, the Unholy Lodestones and Mortis Engines that can also passively heal. And characters like Kemmler with, like, Chaos Doomblade and stuff. There's so many... It's so crazy how many permutations go into this game. I don't know how they even get close to balancing this game, but somehow they do it. This is more balanced than a lot of other RTSs that I've played. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, Clan Rats have full cap weight. They do. Check it out. They've got 5 cap. It's wild. You wouldn't think it, but that's one of the reasons that Skaven are able to stay competitive in games. And I think it's very fair, because Skaven Slaves, or Skaven Clan Rats have freaking god-awful leadership. Absolutely atrocious. 45 is abysmal. But they can bring so many. And Skaven have so much good shooting that, you know, they can, as long as they keep weapon teams alive, they can push up as many Clan Rats as they want in the late game just to swarm points and hold the objectives. That's why the Vermintide is such a viable tactic, guys. Like, you see it a lot less now. But that's because, you know, lots of people aren't playing the Skaven right now. I don't know why. This game is so funny. Like, honestly, just to talk about it for a second, the multiplayer community is kind of hilarious in this game because people give up on factions so quickly when patches come out. Like, one little thing gets changed, and everybody immediately jumps on to, like, new factions, and just, like, stop playing stuff that's still really strong. Like, Skaven are as good as they always have been. Like, they're probably one of the least changed factions over the course of, like, Warhammer 3. They just come in and they do their thing, man, and you just, like, swarm objectives with bodies and have a couple of high-impact weapon teams with some sneakiness, with, like, triads and other stuff, with some crazy mix-ups, like mutant rat ogres, and even hell pit abominations can do something. Like, there's a lot to like here. They're just a challenging faction to play, with the low leadership and squishiness on their most impactful units. Like, really, I guess the Skaven, like, all the trouble started when Doomflayers got reworked. Because they used to kill cavalry. Like, literally, these guys, Doomflayers, they would kill Empire Knights on the charge. And they're supposed to be an anti-infantry unit, and they would just hard carry by just being out on the field. And they countered everything. They killed SCs, they killed infantry, they annihilated cavalry for some reason. I still don't know why. But they got reworked, and they got a bigger bonus versus infantry, and all their other stats got tuned down. Ever since then, I think that's where Skaven have really fallen off in popularity. But they're still really capable. Oh, we're doing another round. Hell yeah. Yeah, dude, Age of Mythology is really broken on balance. Like, Norse in Age of Mythology are just kind of insane. Like, Odin and Loki, both. Like, last time I checked, unless they've changed something in the last time I looked, like a couple months ago, probably still dominating. Yeah, Freyr's up here, Odin's up here. I mean, it's not, like, abysmal. Like, they're fairly okay. But Aranos and Set down here, eating dirt. Oof. Good grief. The thing about Warhammer, Total War, every faction has bad matchups. Every faction can win a game, given the right circumstances. It really does come down to game knowledge, is like the biggest deal for being able to take games. Like, just playing enough to learn when and where you need certain units oftentimes is what separates people from winning and losing. Alright, I would love to live cast one of these final round games. So I'm asking around a little bit to see if we can find somebody. Cool. Alright, so we got a round 5 matchup here. Because we had so many tiebreakers, we wanted to run another round. So everybody gets a chance to potentially get in or out. And this is one of the, Yeah, I'll hit you up, Asmund. Don't worry. I've got some of your other replays that I'll talk about, too. I mean, honestly, Asmund, you played really well, like, considering you were down a bunch. So there's really not a lot of notes that I can give outside of, optimizing spell choice and, not overextending with your Changebringers. You did a good job of working down the Tomb King's like units, staying scrappy and just sticking with it and not giving up, and that's really as good as you can do, truth be told. Against a faction like the Tomb Kings, who can be incredibly frustrating to play against. Your perseverance won you that game, dude. Like, maybe playing your missile line a little bit better, just like keeping it a little bit more protected, and focus firing more expensive targets could have made it a little bit easier of a win for you. But a win's a win, you know. Like, I always hesitate to try and overcoach people who are winning games, because oftentimes if you're just like winning matches, honestly, the boost in confidence just from getting a win can be just as impactful as getting suggestions from like more experienced players. I really and truly believe that, because it just means that you're going to be a little bit more excited to play one more game. And as you play over time, you'll learn. You'll learn just as much as just getting advice from people outright. And like Tabith, you know, Tabith says here doesn't have a lot of time to play, so like weekends are for the Warhammer boys. I want to get Tabith some opportunity to get some advice. But I'll hit you up on your next game, and I'll focus in on giving you as much coaching as possible. And this is my Maverick Sloth pinky promise to you. I'm going to pin your message. That way when I come back here, I don't miss it and forget, because I'm a forgetful fool. I'm gonna go snipe the builds real quick. Oh shit! It's been so long since I've seen this Grand Cathay character. Honest to goodness. And a very solid Warriors of Chaos build here. There's a lot to like in it. And we're kicking it off. Hell yeah, let's go. So this is round 5. Both of these players are on the cusp of top 4 here. This could very well give them an in to the top level. I've been enjoying the 5-round tournaments, honestly. They do go a little longer, but especially if the brackets are like generated ahead of time, you know, I mean, honestly, it's not that big of a deal, because we've gotten through 5 rounds in 2.5 hours, which is fast as hell. Like, when the brackets aren't generated ahead, doing 5 rounds is a lot slower. Like last night, I had to drop from the tournament I was playing in. Just because it was like, you know, we were about to get into round 5 and it had been 4 hours because we were waiting on so many people to finish games. It was taking ages. It was a little unfortunate because I was doing well. I was undefeated when I dropped, but I was literally about to drop myself. I hadn't eaten. I was tired. It was like 12 o'clock at night. I need to get some damn food in my body. So we got a Mao Ying, Gotrek, and Felix build. Like, Gotrek and Felix got lost on their way to Kislev, and they ended up in Cathay. That's my headcanon for this team-up. And, you know, Mao is probably pretty cool for an immortal god on Earth. You know, a drought. Actually, I don't know if dragons are immortal in Cathay. But, you know, for a living dragon, I imagine she's actually pretty cool to hang out with. She seems a lot more reasonable than her brother Zhao, who's just an unhinged lunatic from everything that I've read about him. We got Archeon.
Storm Dragon will lead you to victory. This is my vow.
Hell yeah. Such a cool animation. Nobody brings Mao Ying anymore. I never see Cathay players use Mao. So I'm very curious to see if she can get anything done here. Not great in combat in her grounded form. Solid stats. Well, she's got Talons of the Night and Earthblood. Excuse me. Which are very powerful spells. Earthblood she can only cast when she's in her human form. Talons, I believe she can use in dragon form. It is a crazy strong AoE. Like, just to flip over to it for a sec, it's as strong as Infernal Gateway and Pit of Shades. That level of damaging. With 1 or 2 good casts, she can easily flip a game in her favor. And Cathay can struggle against armored infantry, but there's not a lot here. It's just the aspiring champions, and Talons of the Night not great against aspiring champions. The reason is that the model count is so low, so it's not hitting them all that often. Or I guess it is, but it's only 8 AP damage, so it barely chips them down. Beautiful bombing run here from Hasnina, dude. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Bye-bye, Marauders. Wave bye-bye. They're dead, dude. They got wrecked. Half their HP gone. And the Nangao grenades, one more use out of this can definitely get one more Marauder off the field, and then the Empress Crowman. They're expensive, but they're so impactful. They hit like a truck when they charge into combat, dude. And they have great stats and leadership. I mean, you can see getting buffed up on the leadership with the Harmony a little bit. Armor is low and the HP is a little low, but, you know, that's just like Fury things, basically. Like, they're just that extra bit better. Oh, are they gonna bomb the Soul of Damnation into oblivion? I don't know if Jesse realizes how good the Nangao grenades are against the cannon crew. Like, if you just box up over these guys, it should be able to take most of the HP off of the crew, and then you can land and finish them, probably. Jade Lion coming in with the breath attack, which isn't that great, but, you know, gives a little bit of a Yang Harmony for missiles if you're lacking it in your frontline units needing to be a little bit separated. Actually just goes and lands straight on the ground. Apparently Hasnina doesn't know how good the bombs are against the cannon crew, and is making a pretty big mistake landing here. Ouch, this is a very expensive unit. Like, Empress's Crowmen are almost 1,000 gold, I believe. Like 900 or something. I don't play Cathay a ton, but I know a reasonable amount of the text for them. And I have seen Cathay players use the bombs to kill the Soul of Damnation before, but I don't know if Hasnina has, so that's definitely something you should test out. Granted, that was a while back. Like, I think before the Nangao grenades got their rework, it used to be that it was like an actual, like, bombing run. They would drop all the bombs at once. Now they, like, trickled them over. But I think it's functionally the same amount of damage. Who's to say? Usually diving artillery with Crowmen and Furies like this is just not a good idea. It bleeds so much value to your opponent. And Cathay is in a little trouble if they don't kill the cannon here. Wow, they actually blocked a shot. Holy crap, okay. New way to counter the Soul of Damnation. You park your Furies in front of it, and then it shoots the Furies over and over again. That would be the most gigabrain nonsense I've ever seen in my life, but I don't think that would be very practical. Warriors of Chaos moving in now. Maybe a little too hasty. Oh, they're going to recrew the cannon. That was sneaky by Jesse, and Hasnina also. Like, Hasnina didn't jump at the bait of diving the unengaged crew. Let Jesse unengage them. Should actually bait a charge now. You could potentially do it and get away with it. Oh my god, this Talons of the Night dude killed 2 Marauders here. Aspiring Champions, you see, didn't care. They're just getting beat up by Gotrek, Felix, and Mao. Should definitely drop an Earthblood in the front line here. It'd be hitting a lot of targets here, and it would do a lot of good. Oh, this is it! Come on, Hasnina, don't forget! Oh, beautiful. Awesome, dude. Beautiful. And Jesse, I don't know what was going on here. Like, what are these Hellstriders gonna do? Oh, okay, I see. Brings another one out of the spawn point. That might have given enough time for the Crowmen to kill enough of this crew, though. Like, the Warriors of Chaos might have played themselves a little bit with that. That was a very risky call. I don't know if it's going to pay off for them. How many crew are here? There's 4 crew members left. I think they can still recrew. I think the only time that they can't recrew the cannon is if they've only got 3 or 2 left. I think they have to have at least 3 to crew the cannon. Cathay is winning this frontline fight. The only thing that's left here is like a handful of Marauders and some Aspiring Champions. And the Hero Corps should be able to kill the Aspiring Champions without too many problems. Cathay is having a little trouble with their Bowmen. The Jade Warrior Crossbows haven't done amazing, but they've done reasonably well. The Burning Heads have been nice, but where's Archie? What is he up to, man? It just feels like Archie has not been nearly as impactful as he typically is. Oh, the Empress Croman are back out? Where are they going? Oh, they're going to bombing run these guys? Please do it. And yeah, we do get a recruit on the cannon with their 4 guys. Yeah, they do have to have at least 3. Because they got this dude, I guess, who's like aiming it. The other 2 are just, you know, appreciating the fleshy pulsations of the Fleshlight of Doom. Heals for the Jade Lion? There's been a lot of Storm of the Knights. They've been fairly impactful, but I think the heals for the rest of the game would be better. Just healing up your Jade Warriors and your Jade Lion a little bit would be really nice. Because Cathay is holding the points really well, but they definitely need a little bit of help for their flank. The #1 objective is getting overwhelmed pretty badly right now. There's Forsaken here, there's Hellstriders in numbers, there's also a Chaos Warrior of Nurgle with great weapons over here. Chaos Nurgle great weapons are nasty, man. Like, they've got great weapon strength, and they've got more melee defense than your standard great weapon, and melee defense is usually one of the big letdowns for great weapon units. These guys, though, they still got a reasonable amount of melee attack, and they have poison. They're a nasty placeholder unit. They're really, really gruesome. Ooh, Hellstriders, they get tagged with the debuff. It has worn off, but the Nanogao Grenade's got an okay volley. Crowmen need to get the rear charge here now to save these guys as bacon. It looks like they might be going up to the #1 here. Oh, the #2 gets taken with Peasant Horseman. Okay, so Cathay doesn't need to retake the #1. They should just hold on the #2 and 3 here. Still probably need to finish the Soul of Damnation, but it's not really shooting a whole bunch. It's struggling a little bit to acquire targets now. Oh man, but these Jade Warrior Halberds routing. Empress Crowman clearing out some Forsaken, doing a really good job there. Felix needs to stay with the rest of the heroes, and the heroes need to get on this point, because the Cathay is going to lose this, and they're never going to retake this, dude. Cathay is so bad at retaking points. Ouch. Empress Crowman with some good value. They got one more Nanogao Grenade that they really need to use. Peasant Horsemen fighting Hellstriders. Oh, they crumble out. Oh, that's brutal, man. I will say, I feel like the Onyx Crowman play has been a little lacking. I think it's what has kept Hasnina from establishing a real value lead, and Cathay really has to play from ahead to win games. They're a lot like Dowie and Chaos Dwarves, Empire. Who else? Mainly those factions need to play from ahead. Nurgle, no, Nurgle doesn't really need to. There's some factions that just really have to have a value lead to be winning. A lot of them are shooting factions. Oh, Vampire Coast, another faction that needs to play from ahead. Otherwise, they are really bad at holding points because their melee units just kind of suck. And Cathay definitely fits that billing, man. Cathay's strong points are their Jade Lancers, Crowmen, and their missile play. And none of those elements have done really well. Ironically enough, it really kind of has been the melee infantry who are holding in and doing nicely for themselves. For a lot of this game, I mean, Jade Warriors, they didn't quite get their value back. Jade Warriors, I think, should be 500 gold. I think they're a little too expensive, personally. I think Cathay definitely needs some milk. They need that DLC, dude. Desperately. Has Nina using some Peasant Long Spears to try and buffer out the Rot Knights. It's going to take a big fumble from the Warriors of Chaos to lose this game, I think.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your
I'm
victory
not
points.
feeling very
Take it
hopeful for
back.
Cathay's chances here. If they can kill Archeon, maybe it can work out. Oh my god, but another brutal Burning Head. Alright, the Burning Heads earlier were not great, but the last few, and some of these Searing Dooms that I've been seeing, I saw some Jade Lancers get one-shot by a Searing Doom out of the corner of my eye. So Archeon has been definitely carrying his weight after an initial first few flubs on the spell casting. Decent dodge here, gets out of the way of the worst of that. Doesn't suffer too badly for it. Gotrek, look at old Gotrek here. Can Gotrek put the game on his back? Maybe. Killed 2 Rotting Riders with 1 blow. What an absolute beast, dude. Gotrek is a fun character. He's so strong, man. Honestly. I think people underestimate how good Gotrek is. Even just alone. Like, people love to bring him with Felix. I mean, lore accuracy, of course, you know, but if you just bring Gotrek, he can slap up a lot of really scary units. Onyx Crowmen come in again. This time they get an amazing bombing run off, wrecking those Hellstriders. Getting a rear charge on another one. Jade Lancers hanging in, and now they've got some harmony, so they're getting a bunch of benefits here. You can see just how much it helps them out with more melee attack and melee defense. Crushing this Hellstrider unit. Wearing down the Aspiring Champions, man. Can Cathay get back on this number 2 objective? The problem is that they need a triple cap now. They got some Peasant Horsemen coming in. Soul of Damnation did die. I'm assuming that Peasant Horseman that dove back here and got killed by the Rot Knight finished it. It's a lot of Marauders coming. Warriors of Chaos looking a little thin, though. There's enough here to take this number 1 objective now. The Hellstriders going down. These Jade Lancers need to go stuff so Cathay can get this point and have a little more time. Disgusting Searing Doom. Oh my god. The Jade Lancers were doing so well, and then Archeon happened. Jesus. You hate to see it, man. You know, some factions just are a little weak. Cathay is one of those factions that's a little weak. Cathay, High Elves. Who else? I would say those 2 are probably the ones that need the most help right now. They've got strategies that can work, but they've got the most bad matchups. That's really what I tend to go off of. And Cathay, they've only really ever had one person get any tourney wins with them, being Dark Age Rush. I'm curious how Dark Age Rush would approach this matchup. Honestly, I think a Grand Cannon would have really helped Cathay here. I don't think you want to bring Nangao grenades. I'm going to be honest, I think they're god-awful. I don't think they work. I think their damage output is just awful. It's just not good enough. I think you can cut both of them. Peasant Long Spears were alright. The Jade Warriors were okay. What do you do here? The Hero Core was nice. I think you just have a cannon in reserve, and the second you see the Soul of Damnation come out, you bring out your cannon. Because not having an early answer to the Soul, and it being able to shoot for so long, And it's not like it got amazing value, but what it did do was kill the missile units, and Cathay loses all their harmony at that point, unless they have Onyx Crowmen. And the Crowmen were really struggling this game. If you're not going to max out on your Crows, then you have to have stuff that can answer what kills your Jade Warriors at range. And that's all this cannon did. I mean, it got rid of 2 units, and then Archie was able to Burning Head the last one, and Searing Doom it away. And then Cathay without the Harmony is just not a good faction. They were just struggling too hard. And I still feel like the Talons of the Night were okay. Like, the first one was amazing. But I think the Earthbloods, the rest of the game, would have been stronger, because it would have kept these infantry healthier, and Cathay can't afford to lose points. Once they lost that point, that middle objective specifically, they lost all momentum, and they had no hope at that point. It looked like Hasnina, maybe with a little more time, could have gotten some stuff going, but Jesse still had a fairly healthy Archeon, was doing a good job of avoiding the Hero Core, and the Hero Core was just not holding on to any of the points effectively enough. Like, Hero Cores that are on foot have to stay on one objective. They stay there and they never leave. They can't afford to, because that's 9 cap weight that you absolutely have to slow down objective caps, as well as just staying there to force fights on them and wear units down. Really well played, though. It was a very scrappy, very, very scrappy engagement. Okay. What's up, Hoot? Yeah, the extra rounds are really nice to determine the top 4. Yeah, honestly, bringing Gotrek and Felix, huge dub. Huge win. Do we have time to do one of Azimud's replays right now? Before semis. Need to check. Not one hundo on that. That game was fairly quick. I think we got time, so we'll get in here. You said you fumbled this game, so we'll watch this one. I hope you don't mind. Well, of course, watch all your other replays somewhere down the line, either today or Monday. Well, let's see what you got. You really love this Herald. I have regrettable news for you. In this matchup, there is no point trying to snipe Bale Taurus characters. Unless you have a powerful combat character, it's pointless. These guys are an absolute nightmare to try and snipe with spells, because they heal with Chalice of Blood and Darkness. And it is a pretty significant heal. It's on a 90-second cooldown. You could bring Final Transmutation and try and snipe this guy, but you'd also need one of the Flying Chickens, and I still think it would be pretty much impossible. The way that you beat Bale Taurus characters is by clearing the rest of the army. I'm guessing that you're going to use Final Transmutation, and this guy's going to get low, but you're going to run out of Winds of Magic for the Final Trans. And then you're going to be casting Searing Doom, and this guy's just going to heal up a bunch. And you're going to have a really miserable time about it. That is my early prediction.
We have a victory point.
We'll see if I'm a soothsayer or not. Zangors are a really good call. Zangors are so good, dude. They're amazing. They're a top-tier unit on the Beastman roster. And they're just as good here. Like, they do the exact same thing. And they're just a cheaper unit than Chaos Warriors for like the same price, which is pretty awesome. And poor little Herald getting bullied a little bit right now. Cannon hitting your horsemen, that's unfortunate. You can just pull the horsemen back and let their shields recharge. Okay. I like the horsemen, but honestly, against factions that have strong bow cavalry, like Tomb Kings, like Chaos Dwarves, don't bring them in first. Leave them in reserve. There's 700 gold that you could spend on like more infantry or more solid units that you can take earlier engagements with. And what are these Wolf Raiders gonna do if they don't have horsemen to shoot at? Like, are they gonna shoot silver shields? They really gonna waste their ammo on marauders? Like, it's gonna... Your opponent's probably gonna waste a whole bunch of ammo firing at inoptimal targets. Because right now they're just out-skirmishing you pretty badly. Leave them in the back pocket. These guys are really good as a second wave in the mid-game. Because then, once the, more of the shooting is gone for your opponent, you can bring these guys in and you can focus down on killing the Sorcerer Prophet of Death. Because 70 armor is nice. It's a decent amount. But these guys with their Wart Flame and minus 10 armor can actually start smacking up the Sorcerer Prophet pretty badly. With some very accurate volleys. Like, Broad Horsemen of Tzeentch are very good at hammering down characters. I think, honestly, though, this might just be a little bit of, this is just a little unfortunate that your opponent just brought, like, the perfect units to take you out. I don't think there's oftentimes going to be a Spirit Leech caster for, the Chaos Dwarves. More often, they're going to bring Burning Head, or they're going to bring Metal Magic. Death Magic, I was just not ready for, and is really effective against your poor little Herald. He's only got 4,000 HP, he's going to get absolutely shit on by Spirit Leech, man. There's no other way of putting it. Cannon coming in. Severed Claw are probably not very good in this matchup. The Severed Claw in general have fallen off pretty hard over time, because people, you know, they used to be the Wrathmonger before Wrathmongers were Wrathmongering. And people were always talking about how broken this unit was, but they honestly are really bad against any ranged faction. If your opponent has gun units or artillery, or even just, you know, Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders can chip these guys down. It's slow as hell because they've got so much armor and shields, but with just a little focus fire and attention, Severed Claw go down pretty quickly. They're much better, excuse me, they're much better in matchups where they're able to, get some healing, or to, anchor on a point, like a middle objective where your opponent really has to hard engage onto them. On split push maps like this, where the objectives are, you know, spread out here, and against a faction like the Chaos Dwarves, they're probably best left at home. Because what are they really going to fight? Are they really going to fight Kadai Fireborn? They could, but you've got, you've got the Screamers. And Screamers are reasonably strong against Kadai Fireborn. Kadai do pretty good damage in return, but with just a little bit of infantry support and a rear charge, the Screamers win. And against the Chaos Daoi, I feel like you need, you probably need more pinks, but this might also just be a really awful matchup. Because Tzeentch typically struggles into really heavily armored factions, and also factions that can countershoot them effectively, both of which the Chaos Daoi can do. On the Mutilith Vortex Beast, I completely forgot about this fucking thing, because it's been hiding in the trees all game. Not a bad unit, probably not what you need here. I think a wider line would be doing you a lot better. because the thing that the Chaos Dowies struggle at doing is holding objectives. They've got really good shooting. They've got absolutely disgustingly powerful lords. Like, Bale Taurus characters can hard carry games. Easy peasy all day. That's what they're here for. And your poor little Herald here is just getting absolutely canned. Just getting bullied, like, off the field entirely. This is where you would have actually wanted Infernal Gateway. Infernal Gateway would have been much better here than the Metal Magic. It's all about knowing the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent's units. Elite units like Infernal Guard, Fireglaves, get absolutely canned by Infernal Gateway, and this is a unit worth using an expensive spell on. They're 1,200 gold, they can uptrade for days, and they're impossible to dive with even decent protection. Spells get around that entirely. Casting an Infernal Gateway on the Infernal Guard, if you overcast it, it will actually 100% one-shot these guys. I'll show it off. It's a filthy spell. You don't have an answer for the Soul of Damnation. Actually, you did, but it just died. Soul of Damnation is very weak to Searing Doom. Searing Doom can kill the Soul of Damnation, but if you bring Infernal Gateway, you don't have that same opportunity to answer it. So, the magic, like, Metal Magic is almost always good. Plague of Rust and Searing Doom, I think, would be better here. And, you just don't even bother fighting or trying to snipe the Sorcerer Prophet, and you just try to work around him as much as possible. These guys are so common, they're so hard to snipe because of the Chalice that heals them. You ignore them. You try to punish them whenever they land as best you can. Like, you're doing a good job of it right here. Like, having these horsemen here to throw their javelins at them, they're actually doing a little bit of damage. Every time they're hitting them, they're taking, like, you know, 100, 150 HP off. Mutilith Vortex Beast, getting answered by the Bull Centaur Renders. It's just too big of a unit to bring out against the Chaos Dwarves. They've got too much shooting, and their infantry are not so big of a threat that you need the Mortis Engine. Mortis Engines are for grinding attritional fights, and that's not the Chaos Dowie counter at all. Chaos Dowie you kill with quick, decisive engagements. You do not want to end up in a situation where you're, like, forced to grind away at the Chaos Dowie's units. Because that's where they can actually do pretty well with their infantry. And then they've got the shooting to back all that up, and they'll just ruin your day if you're forced into this kind of position. I'll show you a build that I think would be a little better, potentially. Or honestly, I'll just show you the magic that I think you should be trying to prioritize. That might be a little bit better. And leave the Mutilith Vortex Beast off and just bring literally anything else, I think. This thing is so freaking expensive with no healing. And shooting, magic, like Spirit Leech. Your opponent had all the answers in the world for it, and honestly, you really shouldn't expect any different. Chaos Dowie players are almost always going to have a Infernal Fire Guard, and a Bull Centaur Render, and a Death Prophet, or maybe not a Death Prophet, but a Bale Taurus character, and a Wolf Raider, and a artillery piece of their choosing. That's way too much for a Mutilith to contend with. It's just not ever going to be able to get its value back in this matchup. It's like, this is like the gambit of all gambits, and it's like, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. Just not a very good idea. But you gotta live and learn, man. Like, trust me, I've brought, like, when I was starting out, I brought so many awful builds that I would never bring now. And learn my lessons so hard. Sometimes taking the lumps is just the way to learn the game. You really like the Herald? I respect the hell out of that. Bring Infernal Gateway, and bring Blue Fire. Because Blue Fire, I think you can shoot the Soul of Damnation with. There can be some funky priority with it. Honestly, Fires of Change is nice. Opal Amulet's really good for these guys. You don't really need it. Chromatic Tome is underrated as hell. Bring it. It's 100 gold and you get extra Winds of Magic. Yes, please. It's only 2 per cast, and you do have a chance of blowing yourself up. But the way you get around that is that your spells are reasonably long-range casts with Blue Fire and Infernal Gateway. 200 meters is a long way. That's well outside the effective range of most ranged units. So you keep this guy way in the back line. If your opponent's Lord wants to try and chase him and cast Spirit Leech is 100 meter range. So your opponent has to close the gap way more than your character does to get effective spell casts off. You can use Blue Fire. You use Infernal Gateway on elites. Blue Fire to try and snipe down the artillery. Or you do the other thing I suggested, which is the Metal Magic. Bring, like, you know, all those goodies. Searing Doom and Plague of Rust is all you need. You use this to wear the armor on your opponent's heavily armored infantry out by 60 on an overcast. I mean, it's 4 WOM for the minus 30 and 6 for the minus 60. You're not paying, I mean, you're not even paying double for double the effect. And it lasts 44 freaking seconds. Like, you use Plague of Rust on a Chaos Dowie Warrior. Where's one? They go down to 25 armor. That's nothing. That's nothing. And then your Zangors beat them. And your Zangors are the same price. And your Zangors will love you and give you little kisses and tuck you into bed at night. After the fact, because you made their job so easy. It helps out for Forsaken too. If you use them. And also for your pink horrors and other shooting. So you can just, like, troll all game casting both of these spells. And their 200 meter range means that you can stay safe behind your front line and cast them all game. And usually not get punished for it. And your pink horrors will also, you know, love you and appreciate you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Asmund. Everybody forgets about their stuff sometimes. Oh, that's another thing you could do. You could go for the Tzeentch Hero Goon Squad. Bring these guys on discs and watch them go, bro. You could bring Assume Command on one of them if you really are worried about your Herald dying. Like, dude, that's actually a really good idea. You can use the Exalted Heroes to fly around and just bully the absolute crap out of the Bale Taurus character. Bale Taurus characters suck against Goon Squads. Because they're so expensive, you can very feasibly bring double Exalted Hero of Tzeentch and go beat the crap out of them. Like, for the cost of the Mutalith Vortex Beast, yeah, you're spending just a little bit extra for the Exalted Heroes. But you'll still be able to bring, like, the same thing you had on the ground there. I'd bring a couple pinks. Some Marauders. What you can spend 600 gold on. Maybe one less Zangor. And, something like this. You've got something that can goon the big monster. You use Searing Doom to... You can drop Searing Doom on the Soul of Damnation crew, and you'll kill them pretty quickly. I think it's... Like, I've done it before. I've done it as Chaos Dowie against the Warriors of Chaos. It's not like it's going to be any different here. You just use this all game to bully the crap out of them. You could also use Sartorial. People underestimate the hell out of this character. Sartorial is back to, like, Warhammer 1 levels of meta now. Like, ever since getting Rock of Inevitability, this guy is a great fighter, has a good HP pool, an amazing lore of magic. Greater Arcane Conduit makes the spells even better. Because instead of debuffing armor by 60, you use it with Greater Arcane Conduit and it debuffs by 69. Very nice. Every little bit of armor you're stripping away helps. You can force units to stay in combat by slowing them down and debuffing their melee defense. And he can fight the Bale Taurus character if he has to. I would not recommend it. Really, I would just use him to run around the battlefield and just land in fights, smack stuff up, drop Searing Doom on top of himself, and kill anything blobbed up on him. And you'll laugh your way to a win. Sartorial is gross, dude. He is so good. He will get you 3,000 value just spellcasting sometimes. And if you use him really well as a combat character, you're talking about a hard carry unit here. This guy can get you like 4,000 value if you use him really well. I don't play a ton of Tzeentch, but, you know, Warriors of Chaos. If the Warriors of Chaos can use him well, Tzeentch definitely can, because they got lots of cool units that can synergize really well with his spell kit. And you can overwhelm with numbers on the ground too, because Chaos Dowie, they are pretty bad once they start getting outnumbered. Like, they're not a faction that can scrap very well when they're down in terms of the numbers available to them. And you can go nice and wide with a very, like, funny spread of units. Just go, like, 2 of everything of your, like, mid-tier infantry with a spawn. The spawn have armor sundering. So if you have a very expensive Chaos Dowie unit that you can't cast a Searing Doom or Plague of Rust on, you can send them in to lower the armor and have them fight with the Zangors and grind stuff out that way. You bring these guys in behind. Changebringers are really good here because they counter Bull Centaur renders and trains really hard. Changebringers are an auto-include in most matchups. They're very vulnerable to shooting, though, so you need to be very careful with them, but as long as you just check your opponent's missiles, like, ranges, and keep them out of that arc, you're gonna value trade like a demon with these guys, dude. Oh my god. Another unit that can easily double or triple its value. Centaurs of Tzeentch are really strong. You probably only want 1, though, just because they're so costly. I would limit the number of Screamers you bring, because they're mediocre at best, usually. The Shrieking Skyrays are good, because they've got this Lamprey's Bite, which is just an explosion radius, and it's pretty big. It hits really hard against lightly armored units, including cavalry. It will hit an entire Wolf Raider and do substantial damage to them. I would recommend bringing them for countering those guys at very long ranges, because it's actually pretty easy to do. Shrieking Skyrays, really good ROR. Way underrated in my book. You could bring in 1 Halberd, probably, because they're really good at poking down big stuff, and Chaos Dowie like their big stuff. What else? I mean, a couple Furies. Furies are always good against shooting factions. Tzeentch Furies are weaker than Nurgle and Khorne Furies, and arguably probably about as weak as Slaanesh Furies in a lot of ways, but they're fairly durable with the little overshield, so this gets popped instead of their health. So they can land and be in combat a little longer than some of the other variants in the worst possible circumstances. What else do you want here? I don't know, just play around with the rest of the money, but, like, you know, any of what I've been, chatting up here is, honestly fairly strong and gonna do a lot of good for you. Yeah, Chowie firepower is gross. You cannot underestimate it. They will push your shit in so fast. Oh my god. We're almost done with the games. Oh man. Traz Hoeth, dude. I've been seeing a lot more Traz Hoeth lately. It's fun, dude. Yeah, he's a cool character. Flames of Asgore is just hilarious. This can actually kill Dreadsaurians. You have to lock them in place, of course, but if you overcast this, the amount of damage it does to single entities is actually a little cartoonish. It's so funny. It's really good on blobs, obviously, but if you ever go up against a Dreadsaurian and you somehow manage to lock it in to where it can't move, overcast the Flames of Asgore and watch it melt. Literally watch it melt. Especially if the Demon Spike Crucible is charged up. Because you don't have to kill stuff with spells to get this charge. You can actually just use your Flaming Breath and charge attacks to kill a bunch of stuff, and then you get like a 60% more powerful Flames of Asgore. It's already kind of insane overcast, but god, dude, oh, dude, it's fun. Fun. Traz Hoeth is all about the memes. He's not as good as the other Bale Taurus characters. The healing is arguably just always better on the Sorcerer Prophets. Like, Chalice of Blood and Darkness, dude, is just so good. And then they've got all these good Lords of Magic. Metal is probably the most meta. You know, you can't spell metal without meta, right? It's long cast ranges, high damage on Searing Doom, Plague of Rust. Final Chance Mutation, if you're going up against certain factions that don't have a lot of healing for their lords and heroes and stuff, this can do some really good work. Like against Greenskins, Beastmen, who else? Norska, yeah, I mean, if there's Wolfric, there's some caveats to using it in that matchup, of course. Who else? Skaven. Skaven are pretty good because Ikit doesn't have any healing. He's the most common choice. Absolutely ruin Ikit with a good Final Transmutation. Slaanesh Final Transmutation isn't bad. They've got healing on some of their lords, but the healing isn't that good outside of Nakari, and for like Chaos Dowie and most of the factions with metal magic, it's kind of hard to get his Harvester of Souls going. You have to actually destroy the entire unit to get this heal. That can be a little difficult to accomplish. Those are like the match... Oh, and Dark Elves. Those are the matchups where you can use Final Transmutation to like snipe characters for real. Otherwise, it's often a massive waste of Winds of Magic, where you could be using it, using magic more often in more fights with more impact. Because it's Final Transmutation is an all-in, and if you fail that all-in, then you're like standing around looking like John Travolta in Pulp Fiction, you know, just hello. The fuck is happening here? How do I have a value lead and I'm losing? Oh, rip. Some people didn't realize we were doing a 5th round. That's unfortunate. Alright, well, we're going to be getting into the semis here in just a sec. I'll be live casting that. And I'll probably do a handful of replays after that. And then I'll be going on my way today. I'm going to be working on my Beastman breakdown some more. And then tomorrow I'm probably going to just do a stream where I cast like all the games I've been playing since the new patch came out. Because I got a bazillion replays, you know. I've got some really fun games in here. I got a dub against Inticity with the Eye of Morsleep. That felt good. This thing is so strong. This is honestly one of the funniest monsters in the entire game. It's so gross how strong it is. It's not good in every matchup, but damn does it hit hard when you get a little lucky with it. It can be a little inaccurate at times, but its snares are so gross for the Beastman, dude. Like, good luck disengaging from this thing if you're within 100 meters, because, nah, it ain't happening. And then, you get swarmed by Sentis, and they just wreck all of your expensive stuff. Hilarious. Hilarious unit. Rex, we played Jesse. Jesse's in the tournament. Jesse's gonna be in the top 4, I think. Let's actually take a look. People memeing in the Discord. No, come on. What is going on here? Recognize my damn browser window, please. I'm begging you. I don't know why it's so resistant sometimes. Yeah? Hello? The fuck? Whatever. You'll just have to take my word for it. Alright. I'll just, I'll let y'all know what the top 4 is, as it stands. We've got Vine, Jesse, Rowdy, and Austin here. And then we had some people apparently not know there was a round 4, which is, rip. But it was only a couple. Most everybody actually played their games. Oh, sweet. Oh, Vine is the person who's playing for the first time, too. That's impressive. Undefeated, too. Holy shit. With a bunch of op points, too. Alright, dude. Let's go scrounge up some lobbies. Hold on. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. And let me contact the other person, because I think they're the ones who have the lobby. Use all duplicates? No. Okay, cool. Oh, cool. Hell yeah. Let's get away from here so we don't give it up. So Vine coming in here with the newly buffed Chaos Dowie, man. I'm waiting for people to figure out the newly buffed Chaos Dwarves, because they've not been doing amazing, but I think that might be because people are playing them a little too similarly to how they were last patch, and people figured them out after a while. And they got all this new fun stuff that I think is a little unexplored right now. Once people really get into the nitty-gritty of all the new interactions, I think people are going to find that they really are just that damn good. Yeah, of course we are. Why would we be taking the game seriously, Tabith? We have to meme. We were born for it. This was my game and it was glorious. Hell yes. It was well done, for sure. Alright, I'm gonna munch on pork chop while they build their armies. I'll mute for a minute. Woof. Okay, I'm back. We have to meme. It's true. We have to eat pork chops or we die. God damn, am I hungry, dude. It's crazy. I wish I had more, honestly, but I ate it all. There's nothing left. Ooh, SFT late. Oh, it's at 4. There's no way I'm making that on time. RIP. That's okay. Get around to it. Thunder Tusks and Seekers. Or Seekers banned. Thunder Tusks limited to 1. That's pretty fair. Oh, Asmodeus, dude, it's always worth joining tournaments. If you've got time, you might as well, and you probably will get rolled, but you'll learn a lot, that's for sure. Like, I got rolled a bunch when I started playing. The more you get your ass kicked by higher level people, the faster you'll get to a point where you're not getting your ass kicked every time. If you play to preserve your ego, you will never learn. That is the worst way to learn something. You don't need to be a glutton for punishment, but you need to recognize that, you know, you're gonna take punishment. There's no such thing as somebody who's just a savant. You know, like, very few people just pick something up and are just good at it immediately. It is exceptionally rare, and if those people do such a thing, it's usually because they've got a base of knowledge that is already, like, tuned towards being good at those things, and they've, you know, taken their lumps in something else, and they're just applying old knowledge to something new, if that makes any sense. Okay, here we go. So we got Commissar and we got Vine. Yeah, there you go. Triple Hochland long rifle with Balthazar on a horse. Of all things. Empire captains, 2 of them. Lots of spears. We got some great swords. We got some swordsmen. We got some more spears. Yeah, just a big old man-tide, dude. That is what Empire does probably better than any of the other, like, mortal factions, is just bring shit tons of bodies with guns. They honestly play a lot like the Skaven. I'm gonna be honest. Like, Empire or Skaven with a better front line. And I'm not even kidding. Hobgoblin Archers here. Honestly, Hobgoblin Archers are pretty strong. They can do some pretty serious damage. We got Goblin Laborers, we got some Cutthroats. Love my Hobgoblin Cutthroats, dude. They're a cool unit. They can do some good work. There's no... Oh, there are some Chaos Tower Warriors here. Okay, so Contempt is given in a pretty big radius. It's 55 meters. But I think these guys are out of position to give it to all these units. The Chaos Tower Warriors should be here in the formation. Nothing else needs to change about the formation, just the Warriors need to be spaced where they can give Contempt to everything. Because that extra 8 leadership from Contempt makes a big difference for the Hobgoblin Cutthroats. And they did get some buffs outside of the... Oh wait, no. Sneaky got buffed on the leadership. Hobgoblin Cutthroats didn't get a leadership buff. But they got more melee attack and melee defense, just like their counterpart did, so... the Contempt will help them scrap against the Swordsmen. And everything. They should do reasonably well there. We'll see how it goes, man. I mean, the Chaos Dowie have got a pretty nasty army here. The Soul of Damnation is going to be really strong. It definitely should not be in this forest, though. It can't hide, so your opponent's going to see it anyways. You might as well stick it here. And really, the best place to put it is actually over here. Because it's got a big arc. It's like a howitzer, you know? It fires over the trees. So it's not going to get LOS very often. And it should do really nicely being able to poke away all game. Are we just gonna... If we're gonna have a lag fest, then we'll probably have to drop and get the replay from these guys. Holy shit. Yikes. Okay... This lag is disgusting. Holy hell. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't stay that way the entire time. Holy crap. Vine says, understandable, we'll be done in 3 to 5 business days. Bruh, you'll probably be done in 4 to 6 weeks at that pace. Holy... Oh my god. Alright, we'll just do some other, we'll do some other replays then. That was disgusting. That was horrifying. I'm repulsed. Let's watch Vine against our Cornate force here. Chowie are pretty good against Khorne. They can definitely scrap them, into oblivion. We've got Valkia, we've got double cultists, we got lots of warriors, the Bloodwake Berserkers, and throwing axes versus a Sorcerer Prophet on a Bale Taurus, I would imagine. Does he have Chalice? No, very well done. Cutting that. Brought Spirit Leech, so still going for character sniping. Honestly, Spirit Leech is not bad against Khorne. You can wear Valkia down eventually. Like, she does mitigate 35% of the damage, but, you know, that can only save her for so long. And, you know, these guys just hit hard. It'll be pretty good at cycle charging the Bloodwake Berserkers as well. Does need to be careful, but just being able to bully all these characters is going to be amazing for the Chowie. And they do have the Immortals here. Immortals a really nasty unit, and they got substantial buffs. They got a lot more melee attack and melee defense. I think maybe a little more weapon strength, as well as unyielding assault. So they can't be debuffed. On the melee attack, at least. Their melee defense can, but they never lose any melee attack despite getting tired, which is actually kind of insane. It's very powerful. Bloodwake Berserkers getting poked by Wolf Raiders a little bit. Really, really, really important to poke these guys down as much as possible before they can get into melee combat. Although the Immortals might be able to scrap pretty evenly with them. Leadership values are pretty similar. I mean, you can see 99 and 99. 95 and 95, dude, that's crazy. Essentially unbreakable for both those units. The AP for the Bloodwake Berserkers probably tips the fight in their favor. Although maybe just the sheer number of models from the Immortals can do it for them. Furies getting way too crunk back here. Diving onto the Sorcerer Prophet. Not a great target for them. I don't know what's going on here. They're not hitting this guy very well. The Dowie Blunderbusses would have been a better target for the Furies. Furies actually kill a blunderbuss unit pretty quickly. It's really brutal. It is not a fair fight at all for the Chaos Dwarves. Instead of throwing them away against the Lord, that's like the easiest thing you could do to mitigate the loss that you're taking here. As well as not let your Bloodwake Berserkers get absolutely obliterated from the flank like this, because these blunderbusses getting some fat value, almost paying for themselves already, and poor Bloodwake Berserkers, man, down to about half health already. Not where they want to be. Valkia eats a Spirit Leech and a really good disengage from the Sorcerer Prophet. Getting up in the air, going to be looking for an opportunity to try and, you know, kill Valkia now that she's overextending a little bit. A Fire Sorcerer on a Great Taurus now comes out. What the hell? Okay, I was not expecting this, but here it is in its full glory, and the blunderbusses are still killing the Bloodwake Berserkers. Oof. Oh my god, that is just gross, dude. That is vile. The Chaos Dowie are well ahead in this game. Now, the Chaos Warriors of Khorne are grinding out value pretty well over here against their warrior counterparts. Goblin Labor's getting pushed off. It's way too far for these Chaos Warriors to run, though. They do not ever need to chase things. This is the last thing they should be thinking about doing. And the Cultists are starting to get bullied a little bit, and Valkia's struggling. She's really low, man. 2,500, and she's not really gotten any value to speak of. I think Skulltaker's better in this matchup now. He's really hard to kill for the Chaos Dwarves. And he just runs over infantry and ruins their front lines so nicely, as well as buffing everything up. I think that's the way to go with it. One Bloodletter Summon is going to be used on the Immortals, but it's really not going to matter that much for these guys. I mean, they've gotten 1,000 value, they're standing tall. The Bloodwake Berserkers literally got killed by this one Blunderbuss unit, which is now killing the Minotaurs as well. This Blunderbuss is hard carrying right now. Really good focus fire from them. It's a good timing on the Slavnir, dude. That is freaking clean. Just nailed those poor Great Weapon Warriors. They're going to go fight the Chaos Warriors of Khorne. It's probably going to be pretty even. They're probably both going to fight each other until there's not much left of either. The Chaos Warriors are tired. Very tired, but they've just got better stats overall, and they're just so meaty, dude. Really strong unit. Over here, the Immortals actually did take a pounding from the Bloodletters. Really? That's so shocking, honestly. Okay, so maybe the Immortals not the way to go here. And the Demonsmith Sorcerer does get killed. Grognar doing a very good job of scrapping here and staying in this game, dude. Looked really rough at first, but maybe there's a comeback opportunity. Some Khorngors holding the number 3. Sneaky Git's coming over. Sneaky Git's got more ammo and a little bit more melee defense and leadership. Let's see if these buffs are enough to make it possible to beat the Khorngors here. I love these dudes. Very cool. And their little robes, their shanks there. Looking to finish their opponents off. Valkia's trying to run away. Valkia needs to keep running, though. This Bale Taurus character is going to kill her if she sticks around here much longer. Spirit Leech going down. Still just leeching the life out of poor Valkia. And if you lose Valkia as Khorne, lose your Lord at all, it gets really ugly really fast. Chaos Dwarf warriors with the great weapons actually really have worn down the armored Chaos Warriors here. Very unfortunate for Khorne. Fleshhounds finally get on top of these blunderbusses. We got 2,600 value. They got 4 freaking chevrons. That's crazy, man. Can't let blunderbusses get away with murder like that. They're very squishy. They've only got 6,000 health. Like, the extra health is nice. It's not going to save these dudes. The Furies, again, if you just engaged the Furies on these guys, Grognar, you'd have killed them. And your opponent didn't have enough to try and save their bacon either. And you be in a much better spot, because you'd probably still have the Bloodwake Berserkers and that Minotaur unit that got killed by these dudes. Can't let shooting just dominate the battlefield like that. Khorngor's struggling. They're not fighting anything they're very good at. And those sneaky gits are actually tearing them apart, dude. Holy crap. So sneaky gits actually looking like a pretty solid unit. Just surrounded and overwhelmed by sheer numbers, too. Doesn't help these guys any at all. And Valkia being on her deathbed means she can't value trade any. That's also pretty rough. She's only got 700 value on her. She's kind of expensive, bro, you know? Sucks when you can't use her to her full effect. If you see death magic, you just gotta stay away from the Deathcaster. And that's why I think Skulltaker is better, because, you know, the Spirit Leech would be useless against Skulltaker, really. It would not be doing a whole lot for the Chaos Dowie right now. The Flesh Hounds, looks like they got killed by the Wolf Raiders here.
One of your units has been
And the Blunderbuss is opening back up and getting even more value. Just, this is vile Blunderbuss play. 3,000 is nasty work, and that is definitely why Khorne is going to lose this match here. 1,900 on the Sorcerer Prophet. The Cultists are chilling on the middle objective. Khorne losing the number 3. The number 1 is going to be falling here in a moment, and I think that Vine is going to be able to scrap back into this. You know, Khorne has a really good matchup against the Chaos Dowie. I was thinking it might be a little less favorable now. It looks a little bit like that, but Grognar did make a couple of huge mistakes here. The biggest one being that you just let a 900 gold unit farm you for 3,200 value. And when I say let, I kind of do mean let, because there has been absolutely no attempt to shut these guys down outside of 2 very tepid dives. That's just not going to work. And now the Furies are engaged on Fireglaives. Actually, they're going after the Sorcerer Prophet again. And Vine is doing a very good job of keeping this guy alive, just landing him in the middle of other units and having some shooting peel those Furies off of them. Cultists moving in now. They get Spirit Leeched, and now they're fighting an AP Duelist. They're going to be suffering the worst for it. Oh my god, no, not like this. No, the Cultists. They're going to be going down like a sack of potatoes here. Oof, big blow there. They're fighting back a little bit, though. They've got pretty solid melee attack here with the Horn active. They're only winded. They do put some serious damage in on the Sorcerer Prophet, but now the missiles are just going to kill them. I mean, just get massive chunks of HP taken off of them. And Khorne is just way too thin now. They don't have the tools. Valkia's got 189 HP. She can't even come out of the forest, probably. She's just going to sit back there, hope that she doesn't get noticed. Fleshhounds capturing the point. You know, the Chaos Dowie do need the triple cap, but there's not a lot to stop them from just finishing this fight. And is this Blunderbuss going to get 5,000 value? I have a feeling they are. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Wow. 4,200 gold Blunderbuss. Filthy, filthy boy. Dude, I don't know what more you could possibly want. Fireglaives did okay, too. Those Blunderbusses, man. Just a few volleys, and they were just farming. They ate Khorne for freaking breakfast there. Jesus Christ. Skaven and Empire are about the same size, then who is whose size? Clearly, it's rat-sized men. Obviously. It's rat-sized men. End of discussion. There is no argument that is going to change my mind. I mean, all jokes aside, I was referring more to, like, the style of play, truth be told. Alright, we got us a match here. Let's see what the other side of bracket looks like. They report yet? I don't think either of them are... Okay, we got one replay, so let's get this done. Let's get this done quickly. That way it's not spoiled for you. Just based on who's in the finals and who isn't. It was a fairly quick game too, so... Alright, so Commissar versus Vine. Commissar has been doing very well the last few new player tournaments. Playing a lot of Empire, too.
Men of the Empire, I am no warrior priest blessed with the gift of making grand speeches. For the good of the Empire, fight! Bring me victory!
I don't know, dude. I mean, that's a pretty good speech in its own right. You gotta be kidding me. Balthazar, you're cool as hell. Like, your voice immediately gives you, like, plus 5,000 aura. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I'm not gifted for speechcraft with that voice. You're kidding me. You could say, like, literal gibberish and people would fall over themselves for you. You kidding me? So the Wolf Raiders moving up. We've got Balthazar dodging, breakdancing through gunfire is how I like to describe it. Okay, so I would actually like to go on a short little tangent. I had somebody tell me one time that this is just, like, cheesy and cheating, like dodging. And really the only thing that I could tell them was, what do you think people on horseback were actually doing when they were fighting against pike and gun formations at the turn of the modern era? Like, there's something called caracoles. Literally what cavalry units would do is they would run up, they would bait gunfire out, and then they would charge back in and fire their own volleys off before retreating again. If that's not basically the same thing as the dodging on units in this game, I don't really know what to tell you. It's honestly not that gimmicky. Like, nobody wants to get shot, I'm sorry. But anyways, that is just a very short digression. Hochland Long Rifles opening up on the Sorcerer Prophet, doing a good job of getting a little damage in. About 300 HP off this guy. And the Empire just swarming the points, dude. Like, all over them early here. And Empire Knights actually keeping these Wolf Raiders back a little bit. Now, the Wolf Raiders could be up on the edge of the objective here, so the Empire doesn't get a triple cap early. Playing objectives in, like, really high-level games, you know, like, as you start getting into people who are much closer in skill level than you, playing the objectives makes a big difference for you. Ah, there we go. There's the Searing Dooms we've been talking about. Dropping it on the soul. You see how much damage it did? A few more of those and you'll have killed the crew. You can kill the artillery piece, too, with Searing Doom, if the missiles hit it right. It's usually better to drop it on the crew, though, because it's more consistent in my experience. But somebody either knows the tech already or was paying attention on stream. So, doing your homework, big kudos. That's how we, that's the way we wash our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Hobgoblin Archers just getting chewed up right now, man. The Hochland Long Rifles cleared one. They're well on their way to killing the other. And in just a sheer long grind, the Empire is going to win. They've got great swords back here to get rid of any armored warriors that the state troopers can't finish. And they should be doing just fine. Like, one of them's in here chewing on a Chowie Great Warrior. Chowie Great Warrior. A Chowie Dwarf Warrior right now. And helping lower their HP pretty significantly right now. This Iron Demon needs to get in here ASAP. Really need it to be running over and terror routing the state troopers here. Or it's not going to go too well for the Chaos Dwarves. They're really falling far behind. A lot of their units who are trading at range are dead already. Searing Doom has been wearing down the Soul of Damnation. Just a couple more and it'll probably be over. We did get a Searing Doom here just to help finish this fight, which is honestly a really good idea. Lots of Empire Knights coming out onto the field. One here, one here. One Hochland Long Rifle is dead, but two more for this Soul of Damnation to get through alone. It's going to be really hard. And Plague of Rust actually comes in, and that is actually going to help the damage output of the Hochland Long Rifles. Any little bit is going to assist, and then Empire Knights can also contribute a little damage. Iron Demon's struggling right now, man. Just getting laid out currently. Breath Attack coming in. Does some pretty good damage to his Empire Knights. Certainly nothing to turn your nose up at. And Balthazar Gelt just cackling, casting magic, doing his thing. And the Empire is looking to have this well in hand right now. It's not over for the Chowie, though. If the Soul of Damnation gets to use all its ammo and that it clears all the Hochland Long Rifles, the Empire's probably going to have a really hard time after that. But another Searing Doom, slowly but surely. If you can kill this thing before it uses all of its ammo is really where you actually get some value out of it. Soul of Damnation is 1550. And it's got the damage potential for like 3,500 gold value. You can see it's used 12 or 13 shots now. And it's gotten almost 1,100, has gotten 1,100 value now. You know, you extrapolate that for the rest of the volleys, you're talking about, even with it not getting like perfect shots off every time, it's going to end up with about 3,400 value if it doesn't get killed here. So the Empire just needs to stay consistent with the Searing Dooms. Just keep dropping them here and finish this thing off. Shall we have ground back the value a little bit? Maybe they can get back in this game. They've killed a lot of the infantry. There is a fresh greatsword coming up. There's no protection on the #1, and these spears are going right for it. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are really bad in this matchup. They do not get much done, honestly. This one has actually done pretty well. They are very good at chipping damage in surrounding stuff, but if they're diving, like is what looks like happened here with these two units at the end here, they just get folded up by Empire Knights because of the heavy armor. And these guys have like next to none, and they've got pretty poor leadership in their own right. It's really ugly. Bull Centaur Renders do a lot of work for the Chowie in this matchup. They're actually pretty necessary for good value trades. And I think this is where the Death Sorcerer's run ends. It's a good lore, and it's very strong, but honestly, fire magic against the numbers of the Empire is way better. Because not being able to get through all those Empire State Troopers early has made it very difficult for the Chowie to like value trade anywhere else in the battlefield meaningfully. Oh, but here's a Burning Headcaster. So this Demonsmith Sorcerer on the Taurus is actually coming in here and doing some work. I just think the Bale Taurus with the fire magic is going to be better, though. I don't know, man. It's so hard to call. I just don't feel like the death magic is impactful enough here. If you brought Fate of Buna also and kept it in the back pocket, Fate of Buna is actually really good against Hochland Long Rifles also. So you could Fate of Buna those guys. Oh no. The cannon. It got killed by spearmen of all things. I was wondering what was going on back here. Sneaky, sneaky Empire gets a spearman up in here, and I think they did just outright kill the cannon crew. Where are these guys? Oh, they got 210 HP. It says they have 7 models left, but where are they? Oh, they are in here. Wow, they survived with 200 health. Wow, they're going to get back on that cannon, too. That's going to be pretty brutal. But the value is kind of fallen apart again for the Chowie. Now that there's more state troopers on the points, and a lot of mobility has been cleaned up, it's starting to look pretty rough again. Good burning head on the Free Company, but an even better dodge. That could have one-shot those guys, but to get out of the way. Some focus fire coming in here. Absolutely brutal. Rip Iron Demon. Gonna get killed by the silver bullets here. Just like 2 bullets is gonna take this thing out. It's gonna blow up spectacularly. There it goes. Poor little guys. You know. Can't win them all. Definitely can't win them all. But the Chowie definitely did have some ideas here. But Soul of Damnation looks like it got unsummoned? Or something else got back here and it just got killed? What happened? Did it get unsummoned? No way. Maybe the artillery piece was destroyed and I didn't notice, but it still had enough crew members to recrew, I thought. But regardless, Empire, with the Soul of Damnation off the field, it is definitely over. Empire just have a double cap. They've got the ticket lead. They're getting the #1 objective. Their units that are on the field are just not going to be able to do it alone. Good rear charge here onto the Free Company Militia with the Wolf Raiders. I think there is another Free Company Militia back here that could get in range and help fire in. The Silver Bullets should also be able to contribute some damage and maybe push those guys back. And anything else going on? We got some Bull Centaur renders finally. These needed to come in earlier. There's some weaknesses to them, for sure. They're just so lightly armored that they're very vulnerable to, like, spearmen and such, but they're very good on the charge. I mean, you saw them just flatten the swordsman unit. Like, completely went through them. They go through the halberdiers, too, and now they're on the Empire Knights. But this is maybe a little too far in for them. Oh, but they are pulling out now. Oh, and they're going to get another charge on the swordsman. It's really good Centaur micro, truth be told. But they need to escape. Like, fully disengage out of here. Oh, no, and now they're starting to, their momentum's starting to falter. The Wolf Raiders need to come in here, and what happens is the Wolf Raiders hold the Empire Knights and the Halberds back long enough for the Centaurs to fully escape. And then you can just, like, loop back around with the Centaurs and hammer. And then the Wolf Raiders can disengage and also get a good hammer in. I'm drawing a Pancreas there. Just ignore that. That is how you typically want to. Make the Pancreas of Doom and win your games. Death Sorcerer. Hanging in, man. Absolute hellish nightmare from the Abyss, man. These Bale Choruses. But hasn't gotten a lot of value this game. In the past few games that we've been watching Vine, the Sorcerer Prophet has gotten closer to about, like, 2,000 or so by the mid-game, by like the 10 and 11 minute mark, and just nowhere close this time. Also kind of on death's bed, and Balthazar Gelt, I think, has like used all the magic he really needs to. When you get into a point like where Commissar is, honestly, you don't need to use spells. Hold on to your spells, and if the game starts to swing back against you, that's when you start casting your magic again. Or if you just see the juiciest, fattest opportunity of all time. I feel like Balthazar Gelt has got to have magic left. Like, we saw a lot of Searing Dooms and some Plague of Rust, but they're so cheap. There's no way that Balthazar is completely out. And the Empire, like I said, doesn't really need to use it. They got the triple cap. There's no way that Dowie got this. They can't even get any of these points back in time. Really, really clean Empire play, dude. That is how you do it. Vine was playing pretty well. I think that Fire Magic was needed earlier. I think that death magic was not needed at all. Unless you want to use Fate of Buna on Hochland long rifles. I mean, Hochland long rifles you really kind of have to expect. They're kind of the mainstay of the Empire shooting. And the Soul of Damnation is good, but it's not as efficient as like a magma cannon would be against Hochlands. These magma cannons are crazy long range. They hit a little bit harder, and their vortex does more damage to the Hochlands than the Soul of Damnation just individually taking out models. You saw how long it takes to clear them. Burning Head's also not bad against Hochland long rifles, believe it or not. Because it does a lot of damage, and it's very heavily centered around killing lightly armored stuff. And Hochland, where the hell is the Empire, dude? Shows you how much I play him. I can't even find him on the damn menu. Hochland long rifles don't have a lot of armor. They got 20 armor. They get ruined by Burning Head if it hits them square. It's gross. So, you can definitely use it. It's cool. It's really cool. They've also got snipe? I thought only the Hergig Jaeger Corps had snipe. Okay. Interesting. Sure. I'd love to see Nuln Ironsides get used. I don't know why nobody uses them. It's not like they're a bad unit. Like, they're the silver bullets, but better in combat. One day people will use Nuln Ironsides. Yeah, Vine is in the Discord bemoaning the fate that many people going up against Empire run into. Yeah, Empire's great at running with a value lead. Alright. Do we have our finalists? I don't know if they, maybe they started without me, but I did tell them to wait, so, you can go find Jesse. Jesse got into the finals, that's awesome. What ability are you referring to, Tabith? Having them just stand there isn't optimal. So let's see if the Warriors of Chaos are going to be able to close this finals game out against the Empire. Oh, whoops. I don't want to join. Alright, well, we gotta wait for a second. Jesse's gotta open us a, whatchamacallit. Spec slot. Here we go. Okay, let's get away so we don't give it up, and, where's our other... Here we go. So it's gonna be Commissar versus the Outlaw Jesse James here. Oh, Black Powder Discipline. I see. Yeah, it gives them more accuracy, which is pretty nice. And some reload skill from what I was seeing just a minute ago. I could have sworn, though, that the Herget Jaeger Corps was the only one that had snipe, but, I mean, maybe they always did. Having a freaking Animal Farm moment here. Like, was it always this way? Did they change it? Who's to say? You know? I have a feeling that CA would definitely pull a Napoleon the Pig kind of deal and gaslight us into thinking that things have always been this way. You just don't remember it, right, you fool? I'm looking at the win rates here on the leaderboard right now. Oh my god, OBS, why are you so unresponsive today? What the fuck is going on with it? I need to update it or something. It's always doing some shenanigans like this. It's absolutely ridiculous. Anyways. Win rates wise, we got Kislev at the top, Dowie, Vampire Counts, Beastman, Korn, Norse, Slanesh. Little surprised that Slanesh is here. But people just, like, immediately started restricting Seekers again, and, you know, the Heart Seekers are much more expensive, harder to get, like, full value out of them, so I think it's done a very good job of balancing them, just by itself, those couple of little things. Which is nice. Maybe we can actually allow them in tournaments, because it sucks to have to outright ban factions. Nobody wanted to ban Beastman, Slanesh, and Ogre Kingdoms last season, but there really wasn't an option. Beastmen arguably are the best off of the three, because they were already more balanced than the other ones. They just got cost increases that... they're pretty reasonable ones. It was like 50 gold on Centaurs of all types. Except for the throwing axes, those were only 25 gold. And then 25 gold on the Gore Herd. Oh, the Gore Herd got more charge bonus, which I don't know why. Okay. But sure, I'll take it. And other than that, they were kind of left alone. Torax got cheaper. So... why is Rowdy having so many problems connecting? Swear, dude. Is it this one? Yeah, here we go. Okay, let's, hopefully it doesn't lag out. Actually, the lobby seems responsive now. But anyways. We're here. We're ready. It's okay, Tabith. You're making the, you're getting the Tomb Kings in under the radar. Tomb Kings are still fairly strong. It's just that their cap weight is so poor. That kind of holds them back. I think if they balanced out the Cimmerian War Sphinxes and gave the skeletons full cap weight, Tomb Kings could go back up in win rate without being super obnoxious. People's only real complaint with the Tomb Kings last season was that double War Sphinx was just absolutely ridiculous. It just ran over everything sometimes. It was very hard to shut down. Empire's got a much better win rate than last season. Which is honestly nice to see. Like, you know, they were kind of down in the pits a little bit. Now they're up here in the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're number 8. With same win rate as Chaos Dwarves, too. And Chaos Dwarves got a bunch of buffs, so should tell you all you need to know. Damn, Lizardmen are beating the absolute crap out of the Chaos Dwarves right now. 1 in 5 against the Lizardmen for the Chaos Dowie. That's pretty brutal, man. And Lizards look like they're struggling a bit. I don't know what's up with that. Lizardmen got a bunch of buffs on a lot of their expensive units, so I don't know. They should be doing fine. Like Carnosaurs, and what else got HP buffs? It was Carnosaurs and maybe Stegodons, or was it Troglodons? Damn. I need to go check. Oh, we're getting into game. I'll be there in just a second. Lizards, where are you? Here you are. I forget that the Cold One ROR got Devastating Flanker, which is pretty nice. Yeah, Skink Oracle got more HP. Oh, Chameleon Stalker's got the melee attack. Like 408 HP buff on most of their big monsters that were the Carnosaurs and the Troglodons. So that's what the Lizards got buff-wise. Very cool. Alright, this actually looks like it's going to go much better than the last time we tried to live cast. Guys are moving around their armies, and it looks like they're, you know, not lagging out into oblivion. So, we're here, we're live, we're casting finals. And we'll see who can take the game home between Warriors of Chaos and the Empire, man. A really fun classic matchup. Warriors of Chaos, obviously, have some really good lores of magic and powerful spell choices that they can really punish the Empire with. As well as having, you know, also reasonably cheap infantry with stuff like Aspiring Champions who are just so rock solid. Really hard to get rid of these guys. Soul of Damnation is in an awkward spot, honestly. I don't agree with having it way out here. Again, it's like a howitzer unit. It can sit back here and fire over the trees just fine. Oh no, please don't leave it out here. It's such a risky space. I mean, Empire doesn't have a cannon or anything, but all it would take is a cannon coming out here and just scooting forward up to that Vanguard, and it should be able to pound the Soul of Damnation pretty badly. That is one thing I'm worried about. Plus, there's always Searing Doom and Balthazar Gelt. You know, people are honestly prepared for the Soul of Damnation, I've noticed nowadays. It's not nearly as strong. Okay, Jesse is moving it now. Probably realizing it's not in a very good spot. But people are pretty well prepared for the Soul of Damnation. It's not as untouchable as it once was, now that people know how to deal with it without having to just, like, brainlessly dive it constantly. So, we'll see if we can get the value here. We will see. Yeah! Dude, this is so cool. Look at the little mouth on it. You know, with the jaws. And this horned monster. So many cool little, like, interactions and animations on units. Got the Marauders here. Stoic as hell. They're great axes, looking for some combat. Aspiring champions with their cool swords. Funky looking helms. They're gonna be gunning for it, man. Moving up right off the bat. A little bit of lag here. Definitely not on my end. I would guess it's Rowdy. Rowdy has definitely been struggling with the lag, I think. We might have to drop out of this one, too, and get another replay for finals. The problem is the peer-to-peer connections, man. If they just gave us dedicated servers, it wouldn't cost that much. It really isn't that big of an imposition. It evens out a little bit for a second. I'm gonna give it like 30 more seconds, and if it doesn't even out, I'm gonna drop. Hopefully the lag evens out. RIP. All we want is to be able to watch live finals games, CA. That's all we want, please. Looking a little better for a moment, and it just is still interminable, it seems. What's going on here? Did he target ground? Crazy. I think it's targeted on ground, unintentionally. So if you hold Alt and left click, you can actually target with your artillery to shoot at a specific spot.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
It's like so borderline. I'm almost tempted to stay because it feels like it's actually getting better now. I think maybe we're all synced up now. No, okay. We'll get the replay, guys. I'm so sorry about this. It is what it is. We'll go back and we'll find some folks' replays that we can get into. And talk our boys up. And then we'll get the, we'll see who wins the finals without lag. Because, you know, I don't think anybody wants to sit and watch a slideshow. It's so painful. Peer-to-peer can allow for better connections, but once you start adding in spectators is when things fall apart all the time in this game. And I have problems with specific players that make no sense, you know? It's really infuriating. Dedicated servers, yeah, the performance might be a little worse on the whole, but it's going to be more consistent. And the consistency is what most of us want from the game. Because it would especially help people who don't have Ethernet connections. You know, if you're playing on Wi-Fi on this game, I've done it for a little while, and I swore it off. I'm never, ever, ever going back to a wireless connection to try and play this game, because it sucks. It is so inconsistent. It's painful. But anyways, enough of that. That's my, we're done with the saltiness. What do we want to see here? We haven't watched, we need to watch 30 to 50 feral hogs. Because, as a Beastman player, yeah, they're not playing the Beastman, but 30 to 50 feral hogs speaks right to my heart. Let's see what they can do against the Chaos Dwarves. There's been a lot of Drazhoath play. Asbjorn obviously really likes these guys. And we've just got a lot of Hobgoblin Cutthroats with a couple Dowie Warriors, Blunderbuss here, and 3 Wolf Raiders. Blunderbusses are powerful as hell. We saw one game already where they just absolutely carried. Ironically enough, also on this map. That was against Khorne, though. Lizardmen have a lot more tools to hammer ranged units. I mean, Uranus Thunderbolt by itself is honestly good enough to shut down most missile units because of the damage it can put out. Common Cassandora is here too. We got Roiling Skies passive. It's going to really mess with Drazhoath since he's a flyer. Lowers melee defense horrendously. Minus 20. And lowers speed by 25%. For 25 seconds. It's gross how punishing it is for flying units and lords. So against the Chaos Dowie, absolutely amazing. Is going to be landing on top of these poor skink skirmishers who do not want to be here. They're going to get run over if they stay here. Definitely need to pull them back so they can shoot and not take a ton of damage here. The Solar Engine doing a little damage to the Wolf Raiders, debuffing their accuracy and stats as it fires thanks to the blinded effect. Honestly, that stacks up pretty quickly and does a lot of good work for the lizards. Way more than just the damage values that the Solar Engine can get.
Victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Blunderbuss is advancing, shot whiffing against the Chaos Dwarf Warriors from the Solar Engine. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Can't hit them all the time. And the Ancient Salamander, did it get a shot off here? Nah, it looks like it did, but it missed. Feral Cold Ones. Oh no, Cold One Riders, actually. Finding the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders and just absolutely ruining these poor little guys, man. Wolf Raiders, like I said, are not very good against armor, and they do break here. They also get frightened, and, you know, fear on the Cold One Riders can be pretty punishing. Now, the Skink Skirmishers have gotten pretty horrendously messed up by the front line of the Chaos Dwarves, and we do have some Skink cohorts moving in, fighting the Hobgoblin Cutthroats. Cutthroats looking to flank these other Skink Skirmishers. Sword of Spears fighting. Little bit of a lapse in micro. You gotta be very careful with your gun units to not do stuff like this where they just wander into melee combat. So yeah, like, engaging all these guys, and then pulling the Blunderbuss around into a position right about here where the blue line is, and keeping the warriors up here to screen them would be really strong right now. Oh, and a Death Shrieker rocket coming out. Gets a nice hit against the poor Ancient Salamander. The Lizardmen are struggling here, not having a very good time right now. A lot of their units are folding up. Oh, and the Blunderbusses get a disgusting volley off on the Colossedon Hunters. One model going down, landing with Drazhoath. Honestly, not really needing to, in my opinion, but Blunderbuss is getting another volley off. Accuracy is lowered, so they're not hitting quite as hard, but they still get more than enough damage in here to push back the Colossedon Hunters. That is a big loss for the Lizards. Oh, and a comment, too, on these Source Spears. Dude, this is a close-ass game. Like, Feral is holding in here all right. A lot of the infantry is suffering. The Ancient Salamanders getting nailed right now. The mobility fight is going really well for the Lizards for the most part, though. Like, the Cold Wind Riders over here have gotten a lot of value. Source Spears doing alright. Krokgar really needs to be helping against the against Drazhoath here, and poor little caster has gotten pushed back pretty hard. That's the risk of these skink casters. They're pretty vulnerable, just running around on the ground. Like, they're fast, but there's nothing that can save them from a big caster lord on a mount like the Bale Taurus. And Skink Priest of Heavens hasn't really gotten any Uranans or anything off right now. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, dropped a Comet of Cassandora on his own unit. What the hell? How did I not clock that? That's brutal. What the hell is going on with the casting right now? Must have been trying to hit a Wolf Raider or something, and the Wolf Raider pulled out, and then the Saurus wandered into it. Yikes. So, negative value caster so far. Hate to see it. Ancient Sally and the Bastillodon hanging out together. Shooting at the Lord in the sky a little bit. Drazhoath not caring all that much. He's just a tanky dude, man. Hellshard Amulet actually gives him melee damage reflection in combat, which I never actually realized. You don't. That's how little you see him. He's just not a very common choice. But he's obviously very capable, man. Like, even without healing, these Bale Tauruses are just extremely nasty fighters. Gliding in here, gets hit and blinded. You can see it lasts about 10 seconds. A reasonable amount of time, and that Death Shrieker is just getting fat value. Excuse me, this Flames of Asgore is going to kill both these units here. Oh my god, brutal damage. Drazhoath with 2200 value, kills a Cold One Rider and a Feral Cold One. Middle is still held by the Chowie. The outside point still held by the Chowie. Oh no, barely capping it are the Lizard Men. They're struggling a little bit over here. They are going to take it, but they're just having a horrible time everywhere else on the battlefield. Kroxagor's come over. Gonna help this poor little Skink Priest of Heavens. Blunderbuss is opening up, though. You just can't let Blunderbusses shoot, man. And the Lizards have the swarming elements to be able to shut units like this down. There's really no excuse to let these guys just farm value on you. I could understand if there were multiple of them, but it's like the one unit in this army that is, you know, like a gun unit. Like a proper infantry gun piece. And they're just firing away at will with no threat to speak of anywhere near them. Dark Subjugation goes down. I mean, that was a Comet that did a reasonable amount of damage, but you could have killed that the remaining Chaos Warriors with just Uranans, I think. Krokgar on Grimlock is having an awful time. It's just getting focused down by the Death Shrieker rocket now, which has 1600 value. Feral Cold Ones rolling up into the back line. Looks like we're going for a big dive onto the Death Shrieker here. There's not a lot to protect it. There's some Wolf Raiders back here who need to maneuver over immediately to protect it. Can't really afford to lose it. I guess, I don't know. There's enough Bull Centaur renders out that you can probably kill Krokgar. And Krokgar actually breaks anyways, and the Blunderbusses might finish him off. 2300 value Blunderbusses. Some poke from Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, and one last Death Shriek rocket coming in. Is this the end of poor Krokgar? Ouch. Ankle breaker, man. Took out poor Grimlock's ankles there. And Krokgar falls and breaks his neck himself. Really brutal stuff, dude. Chowie looking to run away with this game now. Very, very, very advantaged on the battlefield. Comet is not good against monstrous infantry, unfortunately. So a few things that Hog needs to keep in mind is what his spells are and aren't good against. Uranans and Comet are very good at punishing infantry, which honestly, you can totally do, considering your build is pretty heavily slanted towards skinks. You don't have a lot of infantry clear. You don't need the Ancient Salamander, really. It's okay at shooting at trains and at tightly packed infantry in its own right, but it didn't do a lot of that, which is the problem, and it got hard countered by the Death Shriek rocket. Krokgar has Hand of the Gods. He's fine on Grimlock. Grimlock's a lot of money to spend, though. You can just bring him on a horned one and do just as well, if not maybe a little bit better, value trade-wise. And Hand of the Gods is amazing at killing these Death Shrieks and Magma Cannon type units. It's so good. It does so much damage. Almost 2,000 HP with each use. And then all you need is a Chameleon Stalker to like flank back there with its Stalk and Vanguard deployment and Precursor missiles, and they'll finish off that artillery piece. And then your opponent's going to be on the back foot. Because it's going to mean that they can't threaten all of your big, expensive SEs at range. Not in the same way, at least. It's going to make that blunderbuss a little bit harder to get value out of, and you should be able to clear through all these infantry. This is a very, very good matchup for the Lizardmen, in my opinion. As long as you don't overcommit to big single entities, which I do feel like Hogs kind of did here. I think the Solar Engine's good. I don't think Krokgar needs to be on Grimlock. A Horned one is fine. And an Ancient Salamander, maybe in reserve. I don't think you need it in the opener. You can always bring Red-Crested Skinks if you need, like, heavy AP for infantry. And they can do really well. You just gotta shut down blunderbusses, man. I don't know why are people just ignoring these things? You can't afford to do that. Missile units have to be shut down or played around. You can't just let them farm value by shooting you. And it's a guaranteed loss if you let a blunderbuss type unit shoot at you. Especially expensive stuff. I guess so. I guess it doesn't have a big enough player base, but they seriously are not doing themselves any favors by not giving it to us. Because dedicated servers would make it a lot more accessible for the average person, and a working ladder, more than anything, would do wonders for that. Like, please, for the love of God, don't give us a ladder that, number one, let's go over here. The ranked leaderboard is just broken. Like, all of these ratings are complete bullshit. This is all because of a bug that people figured out in, like, the first week. That's going to kill anybody's interest in playing ladder, and ladders are a great way to introduce people to multiplayer. Having one that works, we'd love to see it. Also, the lack of maps for domination mode just sucks. Like, there's, like, 10 maps for CA already. Not really, there's like 20, but there's like 7 that are playable. Total Tavern has, like, what, 50 or 60 maps? I think 50 maps, for real. And probably about 25 of those, half of them, are fairly well balanced for a multiplayer scenario and setting. Like, seriously, put some of these damn maps in the game, make it work, make a working ladder, and people will want to play the multiplayer. I know it's a single-player game for the most part, but there's lots of people who have an interest in multiplayer for single-player games, and have a lot of fun with it. And I think they could draw more people in by having working and functioning multiplayer than by just keeping it the way it is. Because right now it's just messy. Like, it really is very much on the community to pick up the pieces after the fact, you know? It's an investment, you know? But if you don't think of your products like an investment and you're just trying to extract profit out of it, you lose the entire purpose and, like, soul of the experience already. Like, they almost tanked this game with Shadows of Change. And arguably almost with the Chaos Dowie DLC, which was borderline in terms of acceptability. You know, like, this isn't the first time CA's done this. I've gone on this rant before in other streams, but they almost sank the entire franchise on 2 other separate occasions, with Empire Total War, which is an absolute disaster to this very day. Like, I know lots of people still play it and can enjoy it despite how janky it is, but it really is a bad game. On a fundamental level, it does not work. And then Rome 2, which eventually got fixed, but honestly still isn't all that great in my opinion. And people think Warhammer 3's launch was bad. No, Rome 2 was actually unplayable. It ruined that game for me forever, and it was the last time that I pre-ordered a game. I just wait for sales on almost everything now. Like, I saw all the stuff about Warhammer 3. I bought it after a couple weeks, because I made the decision for myself and thought, you know what, I mean, at least the game is playable. Like, it sucks that Immortal Empires isn't in here, but the new factions look fun enough that I can at least enjoy myself. If I really want to play an Immortal Empires type campaign, I've still got 2 that I can go back to. They haven't ruined themselves. They somehow managed to pull themselves back up. I don't know how the hell they do it, but... God, and then the whole Hyenas debacle. Like, they spent $500 million on this speculative venture in an oversaturated market, and then they canceled it. Like, that's a loss that not many companies can take, and Warhammer 3 really is, like, one of the only viable IPs that they've got now. You know? Like, it really is keeping them afloat. Because they sank Three Kingdoms for some ungodly reason, despite it being an incredibly high-selling series in its own right. So, just playing with fire, man. It would just be nice to get a few little goodies, you know, to really, like, bring people in. And multiplayer has so much replayability. Like, campaigns, the number of campaigns that you can do is absolutely insane, right? But just being able to jump into games and make, like, I would honestly say a little bit more of a lasting, like, social impact in the multiplayer community is really nice. Because multiplayer is very collaborative. People think it's just, like, mega competitive, and it is to some extent. But if you come and hang out in a lot of these discords, it's people just trying to have fun and chill, and you can get all kinds of, like, fun experiences in these, like, discords, you know? Like, you'll find people of all skill levels, people who want to just play casually and bring, like, crazy, funny units and meme and do all kinds of wacky stuff, play, like, 4v4s and other wild settings. And then there's, you know, people like me who really want to play the more competitive elements all the time and just love the sweaty 1v1s, you know? And, you know, CA just doesn't give us any love. Or when they do, it's usually as an afterthought. But even with all of that said, it's a very long-winded rant, and you'll probably think that I'm just dishing on the game. I love this game. It's so good. There's really nothing like it. For all of the problems, it's pretty untouchable when it comes to variety and still somehow finding some kind of happy medium for balance where there's just a lot to do and a lot of good times to be had. Yeah, RTS games being really sweaty is StarCraft 2. Yeah, but the StarCraft 2, like, shoutcasting golden era was awesome, dude. Like, Total Biscuit, when he was around, doing them on the regular, that was freaking awesome. You know? God, that's a whole nother conversation to be had. There's some, like, old school YouTubers who aren't with us anymore who would probably be having a blast with these games. And I wouldn't be too terribly surprised to have an interest in the multiplayer scene. But, you know, life goes on. Shit happens. What? Oh, Giant Grant Gaming. The next RTS will fail. It's a bold statement. I'll check it out for sure. I'm going to write it down real quick. I'm willing to bet that they're still in that game. The finals match, because the lagging was pretty bad. We'll just keep going through replays. I'm going to try and limit the number of absolutely unhinged rants that I go on. And we'll get Legatus in here. Legatus promised a cool Norska tech, so we'll see about it. Bring in the Ice Wolf Chariots. I love the Ice Wolf Chariots, dude. They got big buffs this patch. They got a shit ton more weapon strength. They were in like the 50s previously. Now they're up to like 75. More AP and base weapon damage. They hit way harder, and they were already borderline good. So, exciting to see. Cool. Okay, we do actually have the finals replay in here. We'll get to it in a minute. I just want to cover this one that we've already got. So it's already kicked off, but, you know, it is what it is. We didn't miss anything too crazy. A little bit of poke on the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Again, like, you know, throwing axes in units like this are good in these matchups, but not in the start when almost everybody and their mother is going to be bringing the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Just, like, right off the bat. I'm telling you, like, if you're patient and you just wait for a little bit before you summon in your wolf, not your Wolf Raiders, your, Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, or javelins. Like, Wolf Raider bows are, you know, they're good. They can poke your infantry, but it's a lot less fun to poke that than your, own mobility, you know? Save yourself a little grief. And just be a little bit more cautious with it. So, the Ice Wolf Chariots looking to run down these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, not finding a lot of success. They do have throwing axes that do a ton of damage, man. And it looks like they're going to be trying to ride over the Hobgoblin Cutthroats here. Not the best place for them to be because they do get slowed down by the forest. You can see terrain affects their speed pretty horrendously. They are going to get some good charges off. I mean, they hit the Chaos Dowie Warriors here. Not super hard. Trying to... just honestly kind of struggling right now. Not really getting great charges off, but here we go. Now they get some good damage on the Hobgoblin Cutthroats. Going to be wheeling away. That's a lot of chariots. There are 3 chariots in this build. Holy... look at them flattening all the Cutthroats, dude. Taking almost half their HP off. These Goblin Laborers have broken in the front line. The unconscionable passive Norska audio bug. I don't know why it's set up that way. But you come over here. You just hear this damn noise. I don't know what it is, man, but it's awful. Obviously, they didn't fix it with a patch. Maybe somebody can bring it to CA's attention to get it fixed next on the docket. It'd be nice. It's only in replays. Thank God it's not in active, like, live games. Final transmutation on the Prophet Sorcerer of Death here. Getting nailed, I mean, it's doing a lot of damage to this guy, but they just persevere through it because they got so much HP and they got that damn heal, man. Chalice, again, showing its stuff. Very underrated, and especially for newer people, honestly really messes up game plans. A lot of people really like to focus in on Lord sniping, but there's a lot of things you can do other than try and snipe big Lords. You don't have to deal with them. We saw it in a couple of matches, and saw it in the semifinals. Like, Commissar just completely ignored the expensive Lord. Just said, whatever, I don't care. Do whatever you want, clown. I'm gonna go kill the rest of your army. Norska definitely could be playing that game, but they're really struggling right now. Not having a lot of success getting in here. Fimir Warriors finally get into a nice fight, though. Getting on top of the Immortals, debuffing their armor, sundering that. They have plenty of support here. They got some great weapons who are supporting. Marauders here, holding up nicely against the Chowie Warriors, but the Hobgoblin Cutthroats actually pushed through the great weapons. Those great weapons got pounded by the bows. They just got so much free value firing in there. Really good Plague of Rust. Not overcast or anything, but gonna help the Marauders trade a little bit better here. Now, the Marauders with Rage all the way charged up actually are really good at fighting Chaos Dwarf Warriors. But, man, oh man, it looks like they pulled away to try and save the number 2 objective, but Dowie take it anyways. Fimir on top of the Chaos Dwarf Warriors here with the Bull Centaurs behind them. Probably not going to make it much longer, man. Bull Centaur renders are so good against large targets. Their weapon strength is kind of crazy at 114. With a solid bonus. Reasonable melee defense helps them out a bunch. God, can we please get away from that awful noise? Honestly, I almost want to tell people who play Norska not to send me replays because of it, but that's just not fair, so we'll try and avoid it as much as possible. We got the Skin Wolves getting hammered by the fire damage, and I think that's what's going to tip the difference in favor of the Chaos Dwarves. This is kind of what happens in the Khorne matchup between Khorne and Norska. If you just bring a ton of fire damage, there's nothing that Norska can really do about it. Like, they can bring a bunch of Fimir, but Fimir, honestly, their damage output sucks. They just don't have good melee attack. The only Fimir that's worth anything is the Miststalkers Arwar, because their leadership is crazy. It's 80, and they've got great melee attack and melee defense. They're really, really good against infantry. In Skin Wolves, you can bring the Armored Skin Wolves, and they can survive combat against some stuff that has flaming attacks. But this really is where Norska tends to struggle. If you just got a lot of fire damage on the field, and you're just hammering their mobility tools, and wearing down their infantry all in one breath, there's not a lot they can do about it. And it also helps when they hard focus your caster by trying to, snipe them with Final Transmutation, and you're just healing through it all. And then you can just pound Wulfric. Wulfric is good, but he definitely can struggle, man, and he's getting bullied by the Spirit Leech. I think Throg, ironically enough, Throg, despite being weak to fire damage, would probably be better here, just because he's got so much HP. And he can avoid fire. If he avoids Fireglade fire, he's fine. Like, Hobgoblin Archers do a reasonable amount of damage to him. But you can always just pull Throg back and regen him. And, the Bale Taurus characters, they can do a lot of damage, but he is also anti-large. He can put a real beatdown on them. And I don't know, man. Maybe Throg isn't the way. Maybe this is just a really awful matchup for Norska. When I'm thinking about it objectively, There might just be too much fire damage for Norska to contend with here. And too much good shooting, man. Like, Chaos Dwarves can box out factions really hard with good positioning. And Vine was doing that really well up until the finals when he ran into, you know, like a faction that didn't have to try and rush down the gun units in the form of the Empire. And ended up running into a little bit of a brick wall in his own right. So a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. I've noticed that almost all of the matchups that Vine played were against Chaos factions. And I think the Chaos Dowie have pretty favorable matchups across the board against Chaos. Not perfect by any means, but just damn solid across the board. Got Reforged on the Demonsmith Sorcerer with Burning Head. What's the intent here? Heal up Iron Demon, I guess, or Death Shriek Rocket if need be. Chariots, I think these Chariots got resummoned. They're doing okay, but you can see how much damage they take from the muskets here. I mean, these fire glaives are kind of wild. They fire so quickly. Every 9 seconds is actually really fast for a musket type unit. Lots of units in the same category reload every 13 seconds, and these guys are at 9, so they're one of the quicker firing options in the game. Wolfric needs to just run. The Immortals are just farming value. They did so well in this match. Almost paying for themselves. Probably gonna finish. Oh yeah, they finish off these Armored Skinwolves, and they're gonna kill these Marauder Spearmen, I think. Maybe even have enough juice to get through these rallying Fimir. We got Fimir Great Weapons. Just two Fimir Great Weapons coming in. I think that you can maybe use these guys in this matchup, but you really need the infantry support for them. And I think bringing all these chariots, the chariots don't synergize with the Fimir at all. I think that is kind of what's going on with this Norska build. It says the value is even, which I'm just baffled by. It does not feel that way in the least. This tooltip is a liar, very consistently. The Chaos Dowie would have to fumble pretty hard to lose this game. It just doesn't, also, it doesn't account for routing very well, and, you know, there's been a lot of leadership problems for the Norskins here, and, like, all these Fimir getting pushed off and taking a bunch of damage as they're running away. Really, really hurting their momentum and opportunity to get in this. More Wolf Chariots coming out. No cap weight, man. You have to have infantry to make Chariots and Monstrous Infantry work. And Legatus had it early and was doing okay, but then lost it. And is supposedly grinding back into this, but is mostly just cleaning up tattered units around the field, while the Death Shriek and the, oh my god, dude, these Infernal Fire Glaives, man, just ruining these poor Chariots. They're up to 1,300 value. They paid for themselves. The Hobgoblin Archers are going to get run over, but they've also done really well. 1,000 value on this 400 gold unit. Oh, gross. 600 here. Throwing Axe is coming in. Death Shriek is not very good at hitting grounded Chariot-type units. Much better at hitting monsters and flyers, in my experience. So probably should just focus on hammering the Fimir, which it was doing a pretty good job of earlier. Actually got a good hit there, though. Took one model down, it seems. And has brought these guys to the point of breaking. At least this one Marauder Icewolf Chariot. Fimir pushing into the back line. The casters are pretty healthy, especially the Baltorus character, which is the more important one. I think that's also another area where the value is a little inflated for Norska, is all the damage done to this Sorcerer Prophet that's been healed up. You can see he's about 2,500 off from his healing cap, and these guys have like 8,700 HP, I think. So he's healed about half of what he's able to heal up, which I would guess is probably about 2,000, like, damage value, if I really had to, like, put a guess on it. So you can take that out of Norska's value here, and it starts to make a lot more sense how they're so far down, because they did a pretty good job of killing a lot of the units that the Chaos Dwarves have, but here at the end of the game, they've really been coming in way too scattered. It sucks when you get down, and it stinks to have to give up ground and position, but honestly, sometimes that's all you can really do. You go get one objective, you rally as many units as you can get out. You get an answer, you get at least one answer for everything on the field, and then you try and re-engage. And you let the chips fall where they may at that point. Because, at the point Legatus was, like, throwing the Ice Wolf chariots in alone with the Famir alone as well, it was pretty much a necessity to get a triple cap at some point. So overextending in like that was honestly just no guarantee of any kind of success. Poor little Famir just gets nailed in the back by that damn Death Shriek. And the Bull Centaur renders have been boxing out the chariots really well. The chariots have been okay, but they have honestly traded pretty poorly for the most part. Especially considering, I think, both of the ones that are on the field now have come in twice. And they're a 900 gold unit, which is pretty pricey, truth be told.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
When you get to the 8 to 900 gold range for units that you're bringing in, you need to be very careful and deliberate about how many you are choosing to have in your build. Because you start to, like, bring all these mid-tier units that don't really have, like, a strong win con. And can value trade really well for you, but they really need support. You can put yourself in a hole pretty quickly by over-relying on them. I do think that's kind of what happened here. You could probably just bring the 2 chariots in the opening and be fine with that. A Marauder champion would be really nice to have, in my opinion. They're so good. For 1,000 gold, they might not seem like it, but they really are one of the better high-value infantry options in the game. They can get so much done for you. Alright, I got the finals game here. We'll replay the finals, and then I'm gonna take a break. And I'll see y'all on another stream after that. But first we gotta find out who won this. Empire Warriors of Chaos. No Hawklands this time, just crossbows and a ton of greatswords. My god. 5 greatswords in this build. That's a huge commitment for a pretty mid-tier infantry unit. They're good. I would never really recommend bringing this many of them, to be honest, though. This Soul of Damnation is going to feast on these guys. If it just focuses in on shooting greatswords all game, it's going to farm up value so freaking fast. But outside of that, Jesse doesn't have a lot of answers to it. So if the Soul of Damnation gets shut down, it could get ugly really fast. So, I mean, I guess maybe that is kind of the gamble you're going with here, as the Empire player, is just like face-checking your opponent. Did you bring enough to kill my, you know, kind of mediocre elite infantry? You know, stay tuned to find out on this episode of Dragon Ball Z, man. It's going to mean Archeon's not nearly as effective, because his burning head targets are going to be spearmen and the crossbows, and that's about it. And yeah, the Soul of Damnation shooting the ground here. So funky. I honestly, you know, I knew that you could target ground, but I never tried it with the Soul of Damnation. How accurate is it? Actually seems pretty accurate at hitting where you aim with it. You can't scoot it any farther forward. What? No, did me leaving break the replays, dude? I'll say it ain't so, bro. Oh my god. That's about when we left. Damn, okay. Rowdy sent me a replay, so maybe Rowdy's will work. Give me a sec, guys. I swear to God, if I can't watch this finals replay, I'm gonna cry. I will cry, and I will be brave about it. There's nothing you can do to stop me. Melee experts, one way of, one thing you can say about Archeon. Archeon's such a fun lord, dude. So strong. There was a point in time where people said Archie was terrible, and that was without any of him getting any real buffs in this game. I think people just stopped using him poorly, quite honestly. Like, being more deliberate with your engagements with these kind of lords is really all you need to do to get like max value out of them oftentimes. Let's see if it crashes. Yee? Okay, this actually looks like it's gonna work. Okay, beautiful. Thank goodness. Beautiful shot onto those spearmen. Big damage. 16 models killed. Turning to the crossbows now. A good target as well. Can't underestimate these great swords. Crossbows are fairly dangerous, but just with how many great swords there are, that is what I am a little worried about. Oh, there's a cockatrice coming out. Whoa, okay. It's an odd first summon, to be quite honest. But gonna be going for Balthazar Gelt here. Going for a Lord Snipe, and it does have a snare. The snare is really strong, too. Petrifying Gaze. It's the way it works is that it's tiered in its effect. So the first 8 seconds is a minus 25% slow, then a minus 50% slow. For another 8 seconds, 8 seconds of 75%, and then 8 seconds of just complete immobility. So Cockatrice actually, I think, has some serious teeth. It's a pretty good monster, but it's a little out of position back here. Like, it's getting good damage on Balthazar, and it does rout him. It's getting shot up pretty badly, though. I don't know if it's going to be able to finish Balthazar is the problem. It's a big model, too. I mean, these things are gigantic. Compared to a Manticore, we'll see about it. Like, Jesse really needs to get this thing off the ground right now and get it back up in the air, and then find a little bit cleaner of an opportunity to re-engage. And I also, one last point, I've been talking about it enough. You got Archie also. Archie has Spirit Leech, so you can hedge your bets and bring Spirit Leech. Harm Balthazar Gelt, take about half his HP off, and then send the Cockatrice in with Petrifying Gaze. Then you can probably finish him off easy peasy. Not doing that, I think this might be a little too much early commitment with too little results for the Warriors of Chaos. But they're doing alright. Like, they're hammering the great swords with the artillery now. Hellstriders are crushing these Empire Knights out here. Just the fact that one Hellstrider has fought an Empire Knight to, like, a standstill, with the price difference between the two, tells you all you need to know about Hellstriders. They're kind of crazy. Very powerful unit. Marauder Great Weapons, they're doing okay against these great swords. Doing some really decent damage to them. Oh yeah, and there's the burning head we were looking for, baby. That's gonna get some good damage off. Not the best rotation in the world, but it does hit the great swords for a decent amount of their HP, and is breaking these spearmen here, which is going to leave the aspiring champions and Archeon a little bit clearer to just get rid of these great swords. It actually gets a terror route, huge terror route, really close value, very even scrap from both these guys. These Hellstriders. So what Jesse does not need to triple cap here or anything. Doesn't really even need to secure this cap. The values are even enough, and your enemy's front line is so engaged. You can squeeze your Hellstriders up through here and try to get rid of the remaining crossbows and the Free Company militia, and then you can use them to like hammer the rest of the lines. But man, looking across the entire field, Warriors of Chaos are thin, dude, and the aspiring champions honestly have been hard countered by the great swords. Wow, dude. Great swords actually good? I'm not exaggerating when I say this is the first time I've seen somebody actually get full value out of a great sword. I'm not joking in the least. This is a deadly serious accusation that great swords are a terrible unit, but you know, one of them killed an aspiring champion, and some of the others are reasonably healthy, and oh, the poor cockatrice, dude. It's not done anything. Only 180 value. It's 1100 gold. It is expensive. You might not think 1100 gold is, but for a flyer that you're relying on for a very specific role as a sniper character, or an anti-character sniper, if he gets pushed off like that early, without getting any value to speak of, that's a lot of momentum to give up on the ground. Because that's 1100 gold that could have been cap weight, that could have been Forsaken, that could have been a Hellstrider, plus a Marauder, or just a bunch of great weapon Marauders and stuff like that. There's a lot of things you could have done with that money. That's why I think the Archeon with Spirit Leech would have been a little bit better. These Burning Heads, dude. Enough good Burning Heads could get the Warriors of Chaos back in this game. I mean, Archeon is the kind of character that could 100% hard carry a match. Some really good Searing Dooms from Balthazar Gelt, though, man. He's been hammering the Forsaken and some of the Marauders in all of these very compacted positions that they're in. The Empire Knights get terror routed. The power of Archeon in full effect there. 1500 value on him, and he terror routes the Free Company militia. If he can just bully people around on this point, and the Warriors of Chaos can push stuff up here to re-secure this point, they might be alright. There's just so many Free Company militia out here, and look at Commissar. This is how you troll your opponent. You retreat your infantry. Yeah, the Forsaken are faster, they'll catch eventually, but you're dragging these guys out into the middle of nowhere. Like, by the time they finish this fight, there's probably been some cavalry to come out and shoot them down, or cycle charge them to death. And even if not, Spearmen are going to do a little bit of damage. It's going to take the Forsaken a while to get through them, and then they got to run all the way back. And then you can just, like, pull units in to answer them, you know, for your expectation of when they might return. And the Free Company Militia are looking to get those volleys off, dude. Free Company Militia is such a good unit. Easily the best unit on the Empire roster, in my opinion. Like, they're 450 gold, and they fire fast as hell. They got a decent amount of ammo. If they fire all their ammo off, they're usually doubling their value. You can see they've got 800 here. And they're getting a little bit of help from their Empire captain. He's got hold the line there. More leadership and melee defense. Really ain't bad at all. And the Empire's just bringing out so many numbers, dude. Oh, no. Ooh, Rot Knights coming out. Rot Knights do not have a fight to get into. Very expensive unit to be summoning in to fight infantry. You know, Dom has a pretty, it's not a really hard rock, paper, scissors, but, at its core, there is a little bit of RPS you have to do. Like, cavalry beat ranged units beat infantry, infantry with enough numbers beat mobility, just by screening them out for a bazillion years. And, you know, obviously spearmen up trade for days into larger targets, so that's kind of how I think about it. Ever since I started thinking about it that way, it's been a lot easier to find good, solid engagements with units. You need to have infantry cover for your mobility. Like, just being able to pull your mobility units through an infantry piece, even if that infantry unit is going to die to whatever mobility runs into it, it leaves your mobility free to then go engage elsewhere where your opponent's mobility suddenly isn't and is engaged on something else. Little things like that make all the difference. Finally resecuring the number 1, but it's triple cap territory now. There's been a lot of Warhounds coming out. Never, ever, ever bring Warhounds. I'm telling you guys, like, this is a bad unit. They're good at chasing stuff off, and that's it. If you want to keep one in your army to use it to chase, actually a good idea. Trying to use them to just, like, run into spearmen and do damage to them, absolutely not. They're terrible at charging down spears. They do nothing in those kind of fights. Rotting Riders struggling pretty badly here. They're cleaning up these Empire Knights, but they're so low. They'd have to go all the way back to regen. Otherwise, they're just going to lose a whole bunch of models staying in these fights. And the Warriors of Chaos just don't have time. They can't afford to do that. Oh, this Burning Head's going to hit the Hellstriders. Not that bad, just tickles them. Oh, misses a rotation. Almost hit the Spearman here. Archeon probably has like 3,000 value. About 2,700, which is pretty damn good. But it's a little too late now. Like, there's no infantry. The Hellstriders are doing some good work, but they're just going to get dragged down by all the Spearmen, and they can't actually cap anything. Because they can't sit on any of these points with how many state troopers are on the field. And this triple cap is just rock solid, dude. There's so many Empire on both of the both the number 3 and the number 2, and the Empire's still holding the number 1, despite this not being the best position in the world for them. Just because this is where most of the Warriors of Chaos units are, and Archeon with the Terror routes. They've just got so many bodies that they're throwing up here for cheap that they're just overwhelming the more elite army of the Warriors of Chaos here. We'll need to check the Soul of Damnation's value. It was probably pretty good. What could the Warriors of Chaos done differently in this matchup? I think holding... so, like, the Empire army, most of it started out on this side of the field. You have smaller numbers, you don't want to just YOLO into them. Rotate to the number 3, hold the number 3. If the Empire wants to get a triple cap, they've got to push a bunch of units over here. That'll be easier to deal with.
I knew it.
And then you can just build up a little bit. Be patient, trade with the Soul of Damnation, do a bunch of damage to the greatswords and the crossbows early. Keep getting out more infantry. You really needed more infantry for this push into the Empire position. Once you've got all that, you can bring out your Hellstriders afterwards. Like, Hellstriders are very good at getting into backfields if all of the other infantry that your opponent has are engaged or have to play very reactively. That's where they really shine. Look at the greatsword value, dude. Really beautiful stuff. Honestly, a little unexpected. I did not think this build was going to work. I gotta be honest, but Commissar proved me wrong, dude. Soul of Damnation got its value back and a little more. Pretty solid, not the best performance from it I've ever seen, for sure. Probably could have targeted some units a little bit quicker and more accurately. Because what happens with Hell Cannons oftentimes is when they hit a unit, they kill a bunch of stuff in the middle of the unit, and then the second shot lands in the exact same place before the unit has reformed, and then it's not doing any damage. You can waste ammo on this thing really fast. I've done a lot of testing with it. Swapping targets every single shot is the best way to use the Soul of Damnation, and it's damn strong if you do that. The halberds were a nuisance as well. The Empire Knights did not get much done. It was just a man-tide. And there's just not enough infantry here. Like, the Warriors of Chaos were obviously expecting a more mobile Empire army. And Commissar just called their bluff. Just said, okay, I see you with all this infantry and mobile, like, cap weight in the Forsaken and the Hounds. And I'll raise you, like, 50 Guerrillian dudes. Like, there's 3,000 entities in this army. That's a lot of bodies. That's about as much as you can bring on any faction in this game, quite frankly. Like, Skaven are probably, like I said, Skaven and the Empire. You know, Empire, I think, might actually just be 3 Skaven in a trench coat hiding in the corner. I'm starting to feel that way. Because, good grief, do they swarm the battlefield with bodies like nobody's business, dude. And you can see, like, when you just get this much infantry out, like, you know... Yeah, a lot of these guys didn't value trade amazingly, but that's more than made up for the fact that this one halberd got, like, 1,200 value. This free company got 1,100 value. And they're all so cheap, you can just keep flooding the field with them. And the Warriors just couldn't clear it all. They just didn't have any way to do so. What is the answer? Keeping the aspiring champions back until the great swords are gone would be a start. And then the aspiring champions can move up when the great swords are much more tattered from all of the Soul of Damnation fire. Then they can just engage against state troopers all day, because aspiring champions are very bad against armor-piercing elite units. They will kill chaff all day. You can put them in a chaff unit. They'll kill them, their grandparents, their grand-grandparents, and their next 5 generations in succession without any problem. They're a chaff clear specialist. They're really good at it. But they didn't have any opportunities to do that because they fought great swords the entire game. And they got pushed off the field before they can even get half their value back. You can just see, like, nothing here did anything outside of Archeon and a couple of the Hellstriders. It was just very inefficient all around from Jesse, but look, there's no shame in that. Like, the Mantide is pretty formidable, especially the first few times you come up against it. But the way you beat these swarming type of builds is you just pull them apart by split pushing them and frustrating them with good range focus fire and spell casting. You know, lots of people just get impatient, you know. If you can frustrate your opponent, all the power to you, man. Like, you know, you need some Sun Tzu tactics to win games like this. Numbers do not equate an automatic win. It's been true throughout history, and it's very true in Total War. Great swords carry. They can, I guess, if your opponent's not expecting them and doesn't know what to do against them. Yeah, exactly. Archeon could solo the whole army, but, you know, the dentist beckons, you know. He's got to get those chompers checked out, man. You know, you can't have bad breath and conquer the known world, right? Like, how can I bring about the apocalypse if I'm scaring everybody off with my, you know, British-type bad teeth, man? Let's scheme up a quick little build that I think could have worked real nice. Archeon doesn't really need a lot of this stuff. A lot of this is fluff. I think Crown of Domination is a must-have because it's so powerful. Like, ITP on all your stuff anywhere near him is amazing. But if you start adding on all these other things, he is so frickin' expensive. 2,800 gold is a lot of money to spend. And I did see Armor of Morcar here, and I thought I saw Slayer of Kings. Slayer of Kings isn't bad. The Armor of Morcar is just so situational. I don't think it's worth it. Like, Charge Reflection on a 30-second duration is not it. It's not impactful enough. The melee defense is nice, but again, I think it's a little speculative to include. Just Kindle Flame, Searing Doom, Burning Head. If you think your opponent might bring some Lord vulnerable to Spirit Leech, then you can throw this in also. But generally, Searing Doom and Burning Head's enough for Archie. And he's $23.95. Like, you add in these two items, that's a whole Marauder that you could be using. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but infantry are an exponential gain in terms of, like, what they provide in numbers. Like, the more infantry you can swarm the field with, just like what you saw with the Empire, the better they can support one another and get value. And also support the mobility. So, these guys strong, then you bring the Soul of Damnation. What else do you want here? You could start with 2 Hellstriders if you want. But I don't really think that's great against the Empire. We saw the Marauder, great weapons. Honestly, not bad. Maybe you could just bring 3 of them. Because they can grind pretty effectively. I think the Sibilant Slaughtercade is a stupidly underrated chariot. It is so good. It's got devastating flanker with 76 charge bonus. This thing eats infantry for breakfast, dude. It would have been really good in that matchup, too. Could have gotten in on the crossbows and busted through the front line and just caused havoc against the Empire. Would have been way better than the Cockatrice. Like, sniping really cheap lords gives you very minimal gains because your opponent will just resummon them. Because Balthazar Gelt on his horse with Searing Doom, I think that was it, costs like 800 gold. He's like dirt cheap. You kill him and they're just waiting to resummon him. And the Empire's leadership isn't amazing, but it's good enough to be able to hold for a little while they wait for their lord to come back. You're killing an 850 gold lord. Like, if you had traded the Cockatrice, like, for Balthazar Gelt, like, straight up, it still wouldn't be worth it. So, just don't bother, man. Like, sometimes you just can't kill the enemy lord, and you gotta be okay with that. Like, super cheap lords and super expensive lords are oftentimes not worth it. Lords that are worth sniping, like Wulfric is worth sniping, Valkia is worth sniping, any Khorne Lord is worth sniping, obviously. I mean, like, Khorne loses a ton of leadership when your Lord dies, you lose a ton of leadership. And for some factions, it matters more than others. You know, Khorne is one where it really matters and it really hurts. Norska, it really hurts. Skaven, it's absolutely disastrous, you know? Skaven cannot afford to let their lord get sniped. Because minus 16 debuff on 45 leadership units, no thanks. I'm good with not having a baseline of 30 leadership on all my units all of a sudden. You can miss me with that, please. Beastmen lords are deceptively hard to snipe. They're worth it. It's worth trying to kill them, but they can be obnoxious to pin down. So oftentimes it's better to ignore them. And the Empire, like I said, the Empire lords that are worth killing would be like poking Elspeth down. Elspeth is great at sniping herself, but she only gets 2 heals for herself. And, you know, the Empire, like, you don't really want to bring a life mage with Elspeth because, she's already got a good lore of magic here that you're trying to make use of. And if you bring Elspeth, like I said, you're going for a sniping attempt. That's, like, basically what she's geared for. Wasting your time with anything else is, you know, just very little gain. You know? Like, I guess you could try and heal her up, but she's so expensive. You're better off using her well instead, so she's worth killing. Because she's surprisingly easy to kill, believe it or not. She's got 10,000 HP when you take into account the heal she gets from Death's Timekeeper. Which is a lot of health, but she doesn't have any resistances to speak of. Like, 25 missile resistance is okay. It's decent, but there's a lot of big units that have this and still get absolutely ruined by missiles. And you can just hound something like this down that's so costly. As long as you don't get sniped in return, of course. Any other stuff? Oh, Slaanesh Lords. Slaanesh Lords are so squishy on armor. If you can snipe them, it just ruins the entire game plan for Slaanesh. It's very funny. Some Lords you can't ignore entirely, like Cetra. Cetra you can't ignore. You know, his mass and the impact he has on his War Sphinx means you have to have something to at least lock him down. Or he'll just flatten all of your infantry and tear out your entire army into oblivion. There's some High Elf Lords you can snipe, but honestly the best thing you can do to improve your game in Dom is to learn what you just should and shouldn't be trying to interact with. Because there's so many units in this game, you can't kill everything. There's almost always going to be a unit that your opponent has in their army that you're going to struggle against. And the best thing you can do against units like that is tar pit them with something. Like, one of the reasons that Beastmen are so good is because they can throw a Razor Gore Herd out for 600 gold and lock down, like, a 2,000 gold monster for, like, 2 or 3 minutes. And that can make all the difference in the world for you clearing the rest of the enemy's army. Units with mass that are cheap and still can do a little damage in the process of locking down super expensive stuff are absolute must-haves, in my opinion, for a faction to be top tier. So, like, Beastmen got it, Lizardmen got it, Tomb Kings got it because they got their horsemen. Like, 400 gold horsemen are a nightmare for big stuff to push through sometimes. And tar pit for days with those dudes. Warriors of Chaos don't really have that. Like, I mean, you can try and use trolls, but they've got awful leadership. Warriors of Chaos are like a borderline top-tier faction. Slaanesh doesn't have a mass unit quite like that, but they've got Seekers. Like, you don't need anything else at that point. Like, Slaanesh has Rampages, too. You either need Rampages, or you need, like, cheap mass units. Bretonia's got all their, like, cavalry. You can use, like, a Knight Errant to, like, lock stuff in place. Really funny stuff. All kinds of cool things you can do, man. There's lots of little tips and tricks to maximizing your potential. Darkwalker is nice. It's still only 10% Physres. Like, the win con against Elspeth is, what you do, because she's so expensive. So it's a little bit of both. Like, ignore her, but then also, kill her. She's 3,600 gold, guys. It's insane how expensive she is. If you just keep your Lord hidden, or you've got a Lord fast enough to kite her away, you can ignore her in the early game, beat up on what limited units the Empire has out, because I promise you they don't have all of their best stuff on the field with Elspeth out. And then, you know, once you've, like, really beaten up on their army a little bit, you just bring out a couple, like, Marauder Horsemen and just throwing axe her to death. She is horrible at surviving, pressure from missile units. You know? As long as she doesn't have an army to fly back to, it's over for her. And then once you've killed that, then the numbers of the Empire don't even matter. Because oftentimes, what Empire players are trying to do with Elspeth, they're trying to snipe your Lord. They're trying to cause leadership problems. And then, they want to just flood the field with a bazillion Free Company militia and spears. You know? Like, they can't just spam war wagons with Elspeth and have, like, the best time like they normally can. When and where is a big part of Dom. Probably the most important part. Like, micro is great, but it's not gonna win you games against just, like, solid game knowledge. Really and truly. Micro is overrated, you heard it here. I'm not backing down from that ledge either. I am gonna jump off with no bungee cord. Oh, I didn't mean to delete that message from earlier. No, what? That's okay. Oh, well. Yeah, Legatus, the chariots for Norska are really crazy against some factions. Empire is one of those factions, because Empire State Troopers, their mass is pretty awful for infantry. Like, some infantry just have really good mass, like Korngors. Like, that extra 30 over a Spearman actually makes a big difference, because that's each individual model. You know, that's a 33% increase in the amount of stopping power these guys have. You know, that's kind of what you're looking for when you're talking about, like, units. And getting, like, value against large targets as a spear or a halberd. Also, Empire often don't bring a lot of halberds. Halberds I see on occasion. They're good. But they only have 100 mass still, so the Norscan Wolf Chariots can still just absolutely flatten them. The Norscan Chariots fall off really hard against armor. You know, the mass increase on them is amazing. They're like a mini Razor Gore. There's a few things that they don't have that Razor Gores do that make them a little bit better. They are just straight up faster and have Frostbite, though, so they can be really frustrating. I haven't played around with them much since the buff, but even before the buff, they were reasonable. So I can imagine now they're an absolute nightmare for factions like the Skaven. Skaven probably just outright lose that matchup against the Norskins harder than ever now. It was already a tough matchup because of the good, like, magic and lord options, as well as like reasonably cheap infantry and good anti, like, large stuff that the Norskins have. But having chariots, they can just bunker bust the front line and get on top of weapon teams and kill them early. Gross. I'm really worried for the Skaven and the Norscan matchup now. I imagine they probably struggle into Cathay a little bit. Like, Cathay infantry have a little bit more mass than your standard stuff. And their formations are really tightly packed. They have reasonable amounts of armor, so probably not great there. You know, undead are very bad for chariots on the whole, I would say. They just have so many bodies that you get bogged down. High elves are okay against chariots. They can survive some, but a lot of their units also can tend to get flattened. Like, Razor Gore chariots are amazing against the high elves, because if your opponent's spears unbrace for even half a second, they're just dead and gone. So the Norscan chariots are probably pretty good here. Really good against rangers. Like, bye-bye rangers if they get hit by a chariot. It's going to be really fun to see people, like, figure out what of the buffed units are really strong now. I think it's really going to mix up the meta quite a bit, actually. The early days of patch are usually pretty chaotic, and people kind of tend to fall back on the things they already know. But over time, people are going to, like, lock in on the buffed stuff and the potential uptrades and new synergies that they provide. And that's really exciting. So, I can't wait. You played Commissar then. I think Commissar brought Mantide in almost every one of the games. Yeah, chariots can do a lot of work against big infantry hordes, but they can't do it alone. I can see how you may have run out of steam eventually on them. Which is a little unfortunate, but, you know, you'll figure it out. Like, chariots take time to figure out. They all perform differently also. There's not really any consistency between them. As weird as that is to say, like, you know, generally what you're looking for is a ton of speed and reasonable mass to get the most out of shock damage units. In the Sibilant Slaughtercade, they've only got 1500 mass, but they get away with it by having 100 speed at base with poison, so nothing can really catch them. Devastating Flanker helps out a lot as well for their damage output. And they've got Soul Hunters, so they get damage resistance and leadership and more charge bonus. Silly. Absolutely crazy, man. And they cause fear. Through immune psychology at base. God damn it, this chariot is so annoying. It shouldn't be good, but it is. You know? Yeah, Razor Gore chariots. Like, Razor Gore chariots are just good against anything. Anything infantry-sized. Like, they just completely delete it from the game. Nothing stopped their momentum up. Their charge animation and the speed boost they get from the charge animation is crazy. Like, I think the Norskin chariots are faster at base, but I don't think they charge as quickly as the Razor Gore chariots do. That's just what it looks like for me. And then there are also, like, little things with chariots where, like, some activate their charging animation really early and then don't impact all the way through units, while some... I keep falling back on the damn Razor Gore chariots, but this is the one that I use the most, so I've got the most experience with it. They don't activate their charging animation until, like, right before they make contact, and they bowl over entire units. They will literally go from one end of a unit to the other, and chunk HP. I think the best charge I've ever gotten from a Razor Gore chariot was down the side of a Dark Elf infantry unit, like a Black Ark Corsair. They literally took them down 3/4 of their HP. It was disgusting. Like, there's really small, nuanced things to maximizing value on units that some people might consider weak that can push them into borderline ridiculous abusive territory. You know, figuring that out can boost your profile. Well, that's what I'm saying, Legatus. What I was just talking about with the charging animations is why that is. So, like, those Norskin chariots, they seem just fast, period. Probably a little bit better at, like, maneuvering around the field. A little less likely to get stuck outside of combat, but Razor Gore's charging animation is just so meaty, and the way it's, like, animated and the way it functions just makes the impact that much more devastating. And I think the AP helps a lot, too. And do they have more charge bonus? I think they do. Only a little bit. Anyways, it's little stuff like that, dude. That's what this game is all about. Get out there and test stuff, guys. The patch is new. Nothing is settled. You'd be surprised what you can figure out and take advantage of. But I'm going to be dropping it here. The Wolf Chariots can do that to non-AP, or non-armored infantry. It's just they don't do the same against armored units at all. You know? That's like the one drawback on these things. But if Norska had the Razor Gore Chariot, I think Norska would be even stronger than they already are. Like, Beastmen are really good. I think they're pretty reasonably balanced now with all the changes. Razor Gores are still a unit that I just don't see people use. And it's kind of wild. One last thing before I go. Honestly, it's kind of insane that people are always talking about the Beastmen being a broken faction. And there's, like, nobody playing them in tournaments, hardly. Like, Ash, Attack Speed, and myself are really the only people who I see play Beastmen on a regular basis. We had a couple people in the new player tournament today. They did pretty good, but Beastmen are insanely micro-intensive. Oh my god, like, learning the Beastmen was an awful experience for me. I can't tell you how many games I lost because I just didn't understand how to use them. They're not easy to play. I think Slaanesh is more forgiving, truth be told. Even though Slaanesh is incredibly micro-intensive, Slaanesh just has cheap armored infantry that never break because they got ITP on freaking everything, which is really busted in my opinion. Like, Beastmen have a pseudo ITP on everything, but it's Primal Fury and they have relatively low leadership. It's still solid, but 62 on pretty much everything. You get like 70 at the top end. Means that you can run into some problems pretty quick, especially if you lose your Lord. And Slaanesh can persevere through stuff like that, where the Beastmen really can't. So that's why I think Slaanesh are the more overtuned of the bunch. Plus the fact that they've got rampages. And Beastmen don't have any rampages. And the only snares that they've got are on their 1900 gold artillery piece, the Eye of Morsleeb, which is damn good. I love this thing. I'll use it all day, any day of the week. I will defend it to my death as a good unit. But yeah, they've got a snare here, and now the Cockatrice. That's it. And, you know, they're limited uses. It's really the Vanguard and speed on everything that makes the Beastmen so tough. Once you can, like, maximize your micro to take advantage of how quick everything is for the Beastmen is where you really start to open up your opponents for just an absolute unholy beatdown from the Beastie Boys here. They slap, dude. My favorite faction to play right now, just because I've had a whole bunch of time to get into them now that they're unbanned again. It's wild. Hell yeah. Chariots are also good for locking big stuff down, because they got a lot of mass. So you can, like, surround trains for the Chowie. That could be a good use of them. You were mentioning that earlier, I'm pretty sure. Toughest matchups for the Beastmen are the box-heavy shooting factions. Yeah, Beastmen are really bad against the undead. They're not good at killing them. They struggle immensely against vampire counts, especially, I think. Because vampire counts just laugh at shock damage. They don't give a shit. They'll just heal. You can beat the vampire counts by outgrinding them, ironically enough, if your faction is like Khorne, and you've got units like the Slaughter Guard and the Bloodwake Berserkers with good mobility, but the Beastmen don't really have that. Their units are not suited for grinding in the least. Shock and Awe is how they go, and Undead just counter that by not breaking ever. So, I think the Undead matchups are the worst, but Chowie can be really challenging. If you fumble your first engagement against the Chowie, it can be over. I had a game. You know what? Actually, I'm not ready to end this, guys. Let's go look at one of the silliest games I've had on the new patch. My opponent was genuinely pissed after this game. I don't really blame him, because honestly, I was a little shocked that I was able to drag the game back. Where is it? Oh, do I have it in here? Here it is. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's just on the CA version of Red Talipheim. I don't want to have to turn the map pack off. I don't think it's going to mess with the replay that much. Usually, that's not a big issue. But we'll see if it breaks the replay. But yeah, I mean, I was playing Beastmen versus... this is the first game that I played on the new patch, by the way. I was going up against the Chaos Dowie. The things that Chaos Dowie can do to punish you as Beastmen is they just shoot you to death. And, if you don't do it right, if you fumble your early engagement, you can get yourself into a really bad spot. But, honestly, I think I was a little bit saved by what, my opponent decided to bring spells-wise. Like, brought Ash Storm, but Flames of Asgore is really good at punishing blobs, but Beastmen don't really blob. Not if you play them correctly. And it's a little difficult to, like, get a shit ton of value out of this on the Beastmen. Because it takes a long time for this to wind up, and you can just disengage oftentimes. You know? And you just run away from it, and your opponent cries about it. We got our Bray Shaman Wild. I brought Traderkin because I figured, you know, I might need to, like, work down trains. I didn't bring it for Lords because I thought I would be facing a, whatchamacallit Lord. The Sorcerer Prophet with their damn Chalice of Blood and Darkness. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to bring Traderkin. I'm going to use it on trains, but my opponent didn't have any here and brought Dreshoath. Dreshoath's actually a little vulnerable to Traderkin. We got a pretty good cast on him there. We got a lot of damage in, man. It's really good. It's pretty pricey, though. It's better on, like, blobbed up monstrous infantry and lords together. Just because it's an AoE. It's really bad against, like, infantry and cavalry and stuff like that. There's a lot of limitations to what it can do, but when it hits the right target, you can get, like, 1,000 value on a good cast. So I'm just gearing up over here. I got Corngors in the woods. I got Groghooves. Beastmen are awesome with all the Vanguard because you can do opening gambits like this, where you can, like, scoot stuff up really aggressively early and get ready to, like, surround your opponent quickly. And I think that's honestly probably one of the better ways to play the Beastmen. Taking risky openers like this can actually do a lot of good for you. Blazing Beards just ruin these Ungor Spearherd. This was me not paying enough attention. Very, very sad on my part, but honestly, better for them to get hit than for my Zangors to take 2 blasting charge volleys. So these guys get messed up here, but at least they're going to be able to engage these infantry units. Ash Storm comes down. I could see it coming, but the Granite Guard just delete my Razor Gore Chariots here. Absolutely disgusting amounts of value early from these guys. We at least made contact with them, but they got 1,300 value immediately. Kazarak gets nailed by a breath attack. Doesn't do a ridiculous amount of damage, but the Bull Centaur Renders get on top of him. So I lose. I lose a Razor Gore Chariot. It just literally dies outright. And then I lose Kazarak as well. And my caster is getting absolutely massacred. And my opponent goes up to, you know, just a solid 3,500 value. Right off the bat, don't worry about it. I've still got one Razor Gore Chariot, though, and I'm actually surrounding a lot of the infantry and other units here. Ungor Spear Herd in here, more Ungor Spears, one Terror Routes because they get low on leadership, the other one's in a relatively okay spot. I've got another Ungor Spear Herd with the Corn Gores collapsing this Infernal Guard Fireglaive. We're actually trapping up a lot of the Bull Centaurs in here. Like, my opponent's going really hard to try and kill the Chariots, which sucks, but I've still got Ungor Raiders to, like, pepper down a lot of targets. Really nice Flames of Asgore coming in here. I get out of some of it. It gets a reasonable amount of damage, though, but it doesn't finish either unit off, really. It just takes about, you know, a third of their HP out. And then I've got the Groghooves coming in here. They lock down the Granite Guard for a minute. Now they're going to pull out of combat. They take a reasonable amount of damage. These guys do have a heal, though, and they have Perfect Vigor. So if they can escape, they can just go regen for a little bit. And you can see, like, the Corn Gores, with all these spears around, actually dragging down a lot of these really expensive units. And I pulled the value back pretty quickly, actually. Like, this is why the Beastmen are so frustrating, man. Because you can get really good early picks, but if you can't protect all your gun units as the Chaos Dwarves, and your opponent just gets on top of them, even if they're not value trading amazingly on top of them, the worst thing that the shooting units can do is actually be shooting, you know? If they're not doing that, then they're just a lot less dangerous and a lot more vulnerable, man, because Infernal Guard Fireglaives are a reasonably tough unit. They've been getting hammered by these Corn Gores with the AP. Then the Razor Gore Chariots, this one that I have left, has still almost gotten its value back. And I've just got Centaurs, you know, flooding out here. And my opponent just brought way too many expensive units to try and answer that. Like, honestly, just bringing a bunch of Wolf Raiders would have been the better option. Because it would have been a lot harder for me to maneuver around the field if I weren't just avoiding Bull Centaur renders, because these guys are slow, you know, especially when they're getting poisoned and all the other effects here. You can see they're just struggling to, like, lock anything down in place. And now I'm getting to do exactly what Beastmen want to do. I'm just getting to ping-pong around with impactful units and just absolutely terrorize my opponent. Finally brings out a train. Train's a little bit out of place now. Like, way too many expensive units early. You know? Beastmen just aren't a faction you need a lot of hard AP against. You need more width than anything against them. Like, Beastmen are really good against elite units. They are amazing at out-trading elites. It's really brutal. And that's a misapprehension that I see a lot of people fall into. Is they're like, oh, I need something that's gonna delete this unit, you know? Like, I have to have something that'll just kill a Centaur in 2 seconds. Excuse me. That's not what you need. You need stuff to keep all of these Centaurs and crappy infantry off of your missile pieces. Because now it's just Draz Hoeth in this train. And my opponent's lost everything else, pretty much. And the Granite Guard, despite getting 2,300 value, Bull Centaurs did not get anywhere close to enough. And he's blowing up his own stuff with Flames of Asgore. Does get a decent amount of damage on my own infantry. But now that it's even, and I've got the mobility advantage, it's kind of over. Like, Chowie are not going to be able to beat the Beastmen at their own game. Not without guns on the field. Like, if these guys had all come out earlier, there had been one Bull Centaur render. That would have been more than enough to shut down the Gore Bull. But, I mean, just leaving all of these Centis and melee units, and my bows, you know, the bows haven't done badly for themselves either, to just traipse around the field and have a whale of a time engaging onto anything and everything without really suffering any serious consequences for it, that's where you start to fall apart against Beastmen. Range tools are very key for killing Centis. Centis have a really bad time pushing range units because they've got no HP. They've got 6,700, which is reasonable, but still very, still pretty low.
Unending
And
glory is
Jiraiya
yours.
conceded here and was just absolutely incensed after that one, which I can't honestly be... I'm not going to say... I can't lie. It was kind of a cheesy game. But it was not because the Beastmen are broken. It's just that this army is too small. And too expensive. Like, didn't need both these Bull Centaur renders. Probably didn't need either of them, to be quite honest. Like, you've got the shooting. You killed a Razor Gore Chariot, Kazrak, and the Bray Shaman in the first, like, minute of the game, damn near. But just one more Chariot, able to, like, start farming value. And then with Centaurs being completely unanswered on the field, no Anvil punishes with the Wolf Raiders. And Wolf Raiders uptrade pretty significantly into Centaurs. Because these guys, if they get side charges onto Centis, they have Cowardly Despoilers, which raises their base weapon damage. Centaurs have no armor, pretty much. A Wolf Raider side charge just folds up Centaurs like nobody's business. And on a way cheaper budget than a bunch of Bull Centaur renders are going to be able to do. Because these guys just ran around and got kited. And then died. And that was sad. And then when the Wolf Raiders did come out, there were too many Centaurs for just two of them to handle. It's a numbers game, dude. Beastmen are a numbers game. It's not a matter of having the most elite army on the field. Oh, okay. Whatever faction you're playing against struggles versus boxes. Boxes are tough, man. You just pull them apart. Like, be careful with your initial engages on box armies. Because what they want you to do, what a, good geometry army wants you to do, is to advance on them to begin with. They're very slow. They're very unwieldy to control, too, because there's so many units to micro. The best advice I can give you is to delay your main engagement as long as possible. Because them getting more numbers out on the field is negligible benefits, actually. Because at a certain point, if you bring enough units out onto the field, if you've got an actual 20 stack out on the battlefield at any one time, you can run out of room to, like, deploy everything effectively. And you can have so many overlapped firing lines that one good Archeon Burning Head can net you like 1,000 value. So having tools to punish big armies like this is very important. So that's like AoE spells like Flamestorm, Burning Head. What else? What else is really good? I mean, obviously artillery is really solid. Chariots are really good because they just run everything down. Your own shooting can be nice if you can use them to, like, poke away at the edge of a formation and force your opponent to overextend their slower units. Like, say your opponent brought in a 20 stack of Empire stuff, and you're playing Tomb Kings, right? Like, Tomb Kings don't have a lot of cap weight. They can really struggle against all the bodies. I'll tell you what they are really, really good at being able to do. They're really good at being able to force people out of position. What you do is you have your Chosen of the Gods either in reserve or your starting army. You see the 20 stack. You know that you can't just run these guys up and sit in front of all of the shooting. And you can't really just, like, clear everything with the Ushabti Great Bows. But what you can do is you can hammer the more expensive parts of their army and start getting that value meter up in your favor. Because I'll tell you right now, 9 players out of 10, the second they start to value trade poorly, they start to panic. or they start to try and grind back in a very inoptimal way. That's where you can really, really pull people apart. And the Tomb Kings, with their, like, you know, just like 1 or 2 good volleys from the Chosen of the Gods, can really start to make people feel the pressure. And then you can throw in a Screaming Skull Catapult to also start chipping away. Breaking leadership on all of those cheap units can be a big deal. And then, of course, bringing your own, like, contingencies for those kind of builds. Some chariots, skeleton warriors. You've got lots of horsemen that you can bring. You just want to focus on holding one objective, and then you want to use your ranged to pick away at the edge of one objective that you want to cap next, or to use as a misdirection for your opponent. You want to use your superior mobility to punish any overextending elements of your opponent's force. Like this Empire army that we saw just win the finals. If the Soul of Damnation, and this is something you can very plausibly do, if the Warriors of Chaos had taken that far side objective early, away from the main infantry formation, and the Soul of Damnation just swaps targets, hits a great sword, next volley hits another great sword, next volley hits another great sword, next volley hits the other great sword, another great sword again, and then you do the same thing to the crossbows, and then you go back and you just cycle back through all the great swords and the crossbows again. You can feasibly put your opponent in a 2,000 value hole, and then, even if they're holding objectives, they start to feel the pressure. They start to realize, oh, I'm losing a lot of answers for some of what my opponent has on the field. I need to push up and do some damage to those units. Otherwise, I'm just going to be losing all this stuff, and I'm not going to have actually done anything, and then they're just going to overwhelm me eventually, right? So then they start to advance a little bit. They start throwing up some of their more tattered units, and they try to value trade with what few bows and range tools they have left, or they send Empire Knights forward. That's when you can advance your units in. And what you try to do is you try to just, like, pick away at one unit at a time. You pull your front line back, avoid as much contact as possible while opening up your opponent to wider and wider flanks. Because gaps start to appear in these formations that you can squeeze units between, or that you can just, like, then cut off from the rest of the army. And you can use your faster units with higher DPS to hammer home, kill an entire flank, and then flip around and get onto the flank of the rest of your opponent's army. Like, this Warriors of Chaos build is not, like, amazing against a big box like this, but it's got enough tools here that it could very feasibly win this, but it would have to be pretty perfect play. It's so complicated to try and get into. And it's not easy no matter how you slice it, but that's, like, my best breakdown of it in a nutshell. Maybe, I should really probably try and just make a whole ass video about this. How to win against a box as a rush faction, you know, or as a more elite faction. You know, because some factions can just do bodies like nobody's business. Like, Beastmen can almost do it. They're not quite as good at it, though. But Empire, Dowie, the hell are the dwarves? There they are. Dowie, Empire, Dark Elves, a little bit. Dark Elves, because they can just bring a bazillion Dark Shards, and a bazillion Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. I can just max out on that, and then you can just have a Supreme Sorceress with, like, Death Magic, Spirit Leech, Impuna, or, like, Shadows Magic to, like, kill cavalry and stuff. Like, box builds win by forcing your early engages. they want you to try and rush them down. They want you to think that you have what it takes to kill them, when you really don't. Because you just look at all this and you're just like, oh, it's just a bunch of garbage, really. Like, surely my more expensive units can hammer all this down, right? But it's just the fact that there's so many bodies here, and they've got enough missiles that they'll just chip anything down eventually. Who else can do box builds? Tomb Kings can do boxes. They don't have good cap weight, so they have a little bit of a harder time just sitting back and value trading endlessly. The Skaven... God, dude, the Skaven are less a box and just a really stinky onion. My god. Vampire Coast. They're boxy. Kislev's not really a box faction. Kislev's honestly kind of bad if they go for a box. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think that they're good at it. I don't know what it is. You would think they would be, with all the Unbreakable they've got on all their stuff. But they just never seem to be able to pull it off. They seem a lot better as like a combined arms faction with a good spread of everything than just bringing a whole bunch of bows and spears. But maybe that's just because of all the fire at will bugs that were present and shooting problems in the last patch. Maybe they can do these kind of builds better now. Because there was a time where I felt like they were pretty capable of it. You can do this. You can just bring Blizzard. And Arcane Conduit, so you can get the spells off quicker. You know, this is a 16 unit opener for Kislev. Like, they can build a box, but for whatever reason, it just seems like they're very bad at defending them. I don't know why. It honestly boggles me a little bit. But that really does seem to be something that they're not that good at. But yeah. Maybe it's just because they're, they have so much hybrid shooting, they can't bring in, you know, like, everything that they would really want to. Like, horse archers would be a really good addition to this army, but because everything here is like hybrid missiles, you can't really squeeze them in the way you want to. Have to do something like this. Like, just more Kislevite spears to be able to do it. Because these guys can control side points that the rest of the box aren't really able to access or feasibly defend. Just because they're so spread out, oftentimes. And got all these expensive units in reserve, man. Kislev just can't do boxes because they got a lot of expensive units, I think. That might be it. Like, Empire does have expensive units, but when they play Mantide, I mean, it's just an unending wave of trash that'll just drag you down into the pits of hell eventually. Okay. Yeah! Proud of you, Tabith. $80 sounds very reasonable. I think I've been rambling long enough. I'm getting off for real this time. Ending the stream. Gonna go rest. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna do another stream and we can go through a bunch of the replays I've got because I mean I've been playing in a lot of the tournaments. I've been doing pretty well. I'd love to be able to go through here and show, you know, a lot of the highlights. And then show off some of the other replays people have been sending me. And we can talk about them. And then on Monday, we'll do all the other replays from the new player tournament I got. And we got a lot here. 30, I think, was the final count on how many. Maybe even more, though. Oh, yeah, because we had round 5, and I already had counted out 30. So we got like 35-something replays. So, lots of content coming up. Keep an eye out for it, guys. Till then, Take care. Peace out. And I'll see you later.